Callum did not know that everything would happen to him like this because he has to use magic and constantly run away because he is wanted by the Guild of Magical Settlement. During one conversation between the woman and several vampires, it became clear that she was on their side and therefore constantly told them what her warden was doing. And this time she said that if someone tried to break in, she would know in advance. But as soon as the last word was said, the woman fell to the floor. The vampires standing a few meters away were shocked that someone had dared to shoot their informant, and they had not even seen the attacker. Since his escape, Callum himself has become a criminal who has made many enemies among the most dangerous and powerful magicians from around the world. And it all started exactly 1 month ago, when the guy was suddenly detained without explanation, and it was not the police, but an organization unknown to him. When one of the employees came to talk to him, the detainee immediately began to say that he did not understand why he was detained and what they wanted from him. As soon as the gentleman sat down on the chair opposite him, Callum continued to demand explanations about what was going on here. And then the employee said that he was Agent Taryn from the Guild of Magical Settlement and said that the guy was detained for suspicion of attacking a fitness center. When Wells heard the accusation, you could immediately see the surprise on his face, so in a few minutes he began to ask if he was being serious. The interlocutor replied in a serious tone that he had no reason to laugh because the dragon had broken free. Callum was the only witness who did not faint. After that, Taryn said that the detainee was a sorcerer, and whether he wanted to believe it or not, magic really exists, and he would have to accept it. Naturally, all these facts shocked the guy, so the agent decided to start the conversation by asking where he had been detained this morning. Callum replied that he had attended his mother's funeral and that he had met a man who seemed rather strange because he had an unusual aura about him. Then, the young man began to explain that he had seen such people before because they seemed to have an otherworldly presence that was not inherent in this world. And then he managed to figure out that these people are invisible to the rest of the meeting, but for some reason he can see them quite well, and at the same time feel their aura. Suddenly, at some point during the funeral, Callum felt that his head began to hurt very badly, and he initially lost sight of this unknown man. But when he did manage to find him, he was already leaving the place of their meeting, and throughout his life, he managed to meet several dozen such people. At first, Callum did not believe his own eyes, and did not attach much importance to what he saw in front of him because he believed that he had a developed imagination. But later, this explanation lost its meaning because a similar man died almost every day because he turned out to be the owner of the gym where he went. As soon as the young man entered the premises this time, the same owner met him at the entrance and waved to the visitor with a wide smile. And at the same time, there was a big red dragon behind him. But Callum decided that he would not pretend to see what others could not see. Moreover, he liked this owner because he was quite friendly, and the guy spent a lot of time in this gym, so they managed to become friends. This time, the man approached the visitor and asked him for a favor, and it was that the young man should help the newcomer named Mary get settled. Slowly rubbing his head, the guy smiled broadly and said that he would help in any way he could because he already knew everything here and was ready to explain if necessary. It turns out that after Callum's wife died, the owner of the gym is constantly trying to set him up with new customers. The young man pretended not to notice such gestures, so he approached Marie to say hello and ask if she needed help with something. As soon as the interlocutor was about to give some answer, she suddenly fell to the ground, fainted, and Callum sat down next to her and tried to understand what had happened. Then he turned his head back and saw 3 people holding guns, and that is why at first he thought it was a robbery. The owner, who was standing closest to the exit, turned to face the visitors and with a frightened expression ordered everyone to quickly lie down on the floor. And as soon as he finished his last word, the sounds of gunfire began to be heard in the hall, which did not stop for a second and were directed at the owner. At some point, the man tried to keep himself in check, but after a few minutes of such shots, the dragon inside him broke free. Callum, who decided to raise his head up a little to find out what was going on, could not do so because there was so much dust around. Although his body was already showing signs that he was about to pass out, he began to convince himself that he needed to be conscious in order to survive. However, he could not hold on for long, and so he spent several minutes unconscious, but when he woke up, he immediately saw Marie next to him. So he realized that he had to drag her outside to a safe place. But as soon as he took a few steps, he didn't notice the exposed wire and stepped on it. Even though Callum's entire body was electrocuted and he could barely stand, he could not give in to the pain because he wanted to get Marie outside so that she would survive. After walking a few more meters, the guy abruptly fell to his knees and, covered in sweat, said to himself that he could not stay here and die like that. And somehow, In a few seconds, the young man and the unconscious girl ended up on the street, and he could not understand how this could happen. Looking around, Callum tried to understand how this movement had happened, and then a man in a suit appeared behind him and asked what the boy was doing here. When the young man saw the face of the man, he immediately recognized that he had seen him today, but the man did not allow him to speak further and asked him to stand still. And he turned to the burning building and began to use force to extinguish the fire, and Callum, watching all this, could not understand what was happening here. After the fire was extinguished, the gentleman in the suit adjusted his tie and turned to face the young man to find out who he was. The guy got to his feet and came closer to the interlocutor and, without answering the question, began to ask about what had just happened. An unidentified man began to communicate with someone through an earpiece, saying that he had extinguished the fire and that there was one victim and one witness to the incident. After that, the gentleman in the suit turned to Callum and seriously asked him what his classification was, and he held his hands out to the side and could not understand what exactly he was being asked. Therefore, holding his head, he said that if the man he did not know did not want to explain anything, he would not continue to ask any questions. Then the interlocutor cursed and took out wide, unusual handcuffs from his pocket and put them on Callum, after which the young man noticed that his headache went away. However, the strange development of events did not end there, as the gentleman in the suit stood behind the detainee and began to lead him in an unknown direction with slow steps. A few hours later, they found themselves in the Guild of Magical Settlement, where a friend of the gentleman in the suit said that he had left the handcuffs blocking magic on the detainee in vain. But then the interlocutor, watching Callum, folded both his arms over his chest and said that he was surprised that the guy was still conscious. The man who detained the young man smilingly emphasized that he did not even notice the blocking device, but after putting it on, he began to feel much better. Continuing to observe the detainee, the guild agent began to ask his friend if he was sure that this young man was an unusual person. The interlocutor began to explain that the security system was supposed to make sure that all ordinary people would faint as soon as something happened that they shouldn't see. But this guy not only remained conscious, he also used some strange magic to drag the victim out of the room and onto the street. This situation was quite strange because the man, who is already 30 years old and has some magical skills, grew up in an ordinary family and was not registered in their system. So when Agent Taryn started the conversation with Callum by accusing him, he later said that all the facts showed that he was innocent. But it didn't end there, because the gentleman said that they had to register the detainee first and determine his type of magic in order to know where to place him. After hearing the last sentence, the detainee froze in place with his mouth and eyes wide open because he did not fully understand what the conversation was about. Then Taryn realized that some details still needed to be explained, so he started with the fact that the sorcerer is a member of the Magic Settlement Guild. The man went on to say that usually people come to them when they are children, but this is the first time they have ever had an adult come to them. The detainee did not want to hear anything about magic or this guild, so he began to explain that he had a job as an architect and liked it. The interlocutor said that as soon as the man figured out his magic skills, he would definitely be able to find a better job than he has now. Callum listened carefully and began to clarify whether he had any other choice or whether he could forget everything as a bad dream and continue his activities. Aaron, with a serious expression on his face, said that the guild hunts for those who have escaped from them, and when they manage to catch this person, they immediately execute. The detainee was quite surprised to hear such facts, and Taryn added that criminals should not be allowed to walk around the world and create problems. When the detainee was brought to a small capsule, several people gathered outside to watch what was about to happen. Callum did not like what was happening here because, in his opinion, it was a kind of dictatorship because he had to go through training first and then he would be assigned. And after that, the people who are looking at him now will take control of him and will control his every move for their own benefit. So the guy decided that he was not ready to submit to this, but no one knew about it yet. So Taryn began to clarify whether Callum was ready for the test. The detainee did not answer the question, but instead began to ask how the inspection would be conducted in order to prepare for what would happen. The agent pointed to the ceiling and said that mana would flow from it into the young man, and then they would watch what would happen to him after that. After all, this is how you can find out what type of magic the detainee has. After that, Callum asked how long the test would take. Taryn was the only one who talked to the young man, so he answered the question, saying that it would only take a few seconds. When the young man heard this answer, he was surprised because it had already begun, and he still felt nothing because he had already imagined some strange pains all over his body. However, as soon as he thought about it, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and that's why he knelt down, because he couldn't keep his balance to stand. So he asked the agents to stop the test because something was wrong with it, and they replied that he needed to wait and be patient for a few seconds. However, Callum could not stand the pain and lost consciousness. A few hours later, he came to and immediately saw Taryn. He began to explain that this was also a novelty for them, and they assumed that it was because the guy was over 30 and an adult. Then the agent began to talk a little funny, and said that while the detainee was unconscious, they managed to put a magic mark on his arm, like a tattoo. Callum looked at his arm and was angry because he had been tattooed while he was unconscious, so he realized that no one would let him go. Taryn began to explain that sorcerers who move in space are very rare, so they will give the boy a mentor and the costs will be included in the boy's check. Squinting his eyes, the detainee mentally called these people fraudsters who want to make money off him and take him as a slave to use for their own purposes. However, Callum had no choice but to agree to everything and asked if he could return home to sort out his issue. Taryn said that Agent Sen would be assigned to the young man for a whole week, or until Callum is assigned to a certain professional group. The detainee decided to say hello to the man who would be spending so much time with him, but he was so busy with his phone that he didn't even look up. When they were riding in the car, Callum was the first to start the conversation, saying that he had the most magic of all, so he was curious where he would be assigned. The agent suggested that it could be the transportation department because his magic has no attack power, so he can either be a loader or carry objects. The young man asked what kind of magic his interlocutor had, and the man replied that he was mostly a pyromancer, so he could be sent to the front line. After that, Callum asked what exactly the guild was fighting for, and the interlocutor replied that they were looking for fugitive wizards around the world and sending people to the front line. And all because there are worlds of 6 portals, and it was the last phrase that interested the guy, so he began to clarify what it meant because he had never heard anything about it. And Sen began to explain that this is how they call the small worlds that exist between the Earth and the multiverse, and it is they who enrich the Earth with mana, which is then used by supernatural beings. But at the same time, each world has its own supernatural things, such as vampires, werewolves, fairy dragons, and sea monsters that are dangerous. Callum counted the number of monster species named and counted feet. So he asked if it was accurate that there were 6 portals, and Sen replied that the last one was empty. The young man listened attentively and squinted his eyes because a phrase flashed through his mind that he did not believe in everything he had just heard, because it sounded like some kind of nonsense. As soon as they arrived at Callum's house, Sen brought him a laptop where he could find all the basics of magic, and while he could familiarize himself with them on his own. In the end, the agent said that tomorrow they would return to the headquarters, so the guy had to do everything he had planned for himself until then. Sitting down at his laptop, Callum read a few pages and realized that magical energy is divided into only 2 categories, mana and vis, and he needed to learn more about them. Mana is something like the atmosphere of the earth from which sorcerers can draw energy to continue what they have been doing for many years. But the sorcerer's own mana is called vis, and unlike vis mana, it has its own specifics. For example, he has a talent for spatial magic. After reading a few more pages, the man tilted his head back because he was tired of today and hadn't really figured out this guild yet. Callum clearly understood that he was lagging behind ordinary wizards because they start learning all this in kindergarten, not at such an advanced age as he was. However, he decided to try something and decided to start by moving the pen that was lying on the table right in front of him because it was the easiest task so far. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the guy mentally ordered himself to concentrate on what he had to do, because he would not succeed otherwise. In a few seconds, the handle on the table began to move rapidly, and when he applied a little more force, it flew upward, straight into the ceiling. At first, Callum was afraid of such abruptness, but then when he saw that the pen was stuck in the ceiling, he smiled slightly because he realized that he had succeeded. Then the man realized that he was now using crude mana-based magic, even though he should learn to use his own Viz power for his own safety. Looking at his tattoo, the guy began to think that maybe being in this guild would be good for him because he could practice things. But first, he wanted to find out what this system was, so he read that it was a secret organization that brought together all the strongest people from around the world. Then Callum decided to look for flaws in this organization because he was not ready to be a 6th wheel for them, and at some point, he did find some information. It turns out that the death toll for wizards is 50%, and it occurs due to combat clashes, illegal activities, and contact with the world of the 6 portal. But all the deaths are among sorcerers who are members of small families, and those who do not obey the guild, and so the guild increasingly wants to take them all to itself. People with supernatural powers can live for several decades, and then Callum suggested that maybe they had had enough of everything for so many years, and since the people who have at least some power are trying to crush everyone under themselves in order to use them for their own purposes, the young man is not ready to participate in this. According to all reports, the guild is forcibly taking people to them, and so Callum decided that he would rather die than say goodbye to his freedom. And while Agent Sen was sleeping peacefully on the couch in the living room, the guy quietly went to the safe where he kept the money and began to load it into a black bag. Opening the window to escape, Callum thought that if he made at least one mistake, the whole guild would rush to find him. And as soon as he took another step, the floor creaked under his foot, and this woke Agent Sen up and immediately suspected that something was wrong. The fugitive realized that his jailer had probably woken up by now, so he gritted his teeth and mentally cursed that he had made a mistake so quickly and that they would start looking for him. Sen quickly got to his feet and began to move to the room, and when he opened the door, he noticed that his guesses were right and his ward had escaped. Stopping at the entrance, the man called the fugitive's name and then rubbed his head, angry that he had escaped from under his nose and that it had happened so suddenly. But the agent was not going to just stand there and do nothing. Instead, using his power, he began to prepare to search for the one who had escaped. Callum, disguised among the people, quickly walked in the direction he needed to go, thinking that he needed to get out of here immediately before they found him. Realizing that he had managed to break away from Sen a little bit, the guy began to think that he shouldn't be happy about it, because no one knows how quickly he can catch up with. But the only thing the fugitive can assume is that his warden has one of the fast-moving abilities that he can use to find him. Then Callum suggested that the worst-case scenario for him would be if Sen could fly like a fighter jet, because then the search would take only a few minutes. After all these thoughts, the man gritted his teeth because he realized that if all this turned out to be true, he had no chance of escaping. At this time, the agent was flying up to the city and was saying to himself that the fugitive must have a good reason for such an act, because otherwise he would have made a great enemy in the guild. Because if he does become a criminal sorcerer, the organization will send a strong and dangerous agent to search for him, who will not be patronizing, but will do everything according to protocol. After stopping for a few minutes, Sen began to think about whether he should report what had happened now, because Taran must know about the escape. However, the man gritted his teeth and realized that he could not do it because his reputation was at stake and no one should know that the newcomer had run away from him. So he decided that he would first try to figure it out himself and rushed into the crowd of people who were moving along the main street of the neighborhood at that time. And literally in a matter of minutes, he managed to find his fugitive, who, seeing the agent, was disappointed that he was found so quickly and began to try to run forward. Sen, seeing the man running, shouted after him that he would be able to escape from him again, because if he found him once, he would do it again. However, these words did not make Callum stop. He continued to run forward because he realized that if he did not do this now, he might not have another chance. People who were passing by suddenly felt that the wind began to increase around them, so they looked around and assumed that a storm was coming. And at that moment, the fugitive realized that the people next to him did not see the one who was pursuing him, and this turned out to be a new discovery for him. And so he concluded that it was because Sen was using magic that it turned out to be a mistake to move through a large crowd of people. And because of this, the guy began to think about the need to come up with a new way to escape, and at some point he managed to do something about it. The agent lost sight of his subordinate and stopped in the crowd of people and began to look around to find the right person. And at some point he noticed a guy who looked like Callum from the back. So he quickly ran up to him and put his hand on his shoulder and realized that it was a completely different character. This made Sen even angrier because he realized that he was losing track of the fugitive, and the longer he didn't see him, the less likely he was to find him. Walking a few meters further, the agent noticed a black bag belonging to the fugitive, so grabbing it, he saw that his clothes were inside. This means that he has changed his clothes, and now Sen does not know by what signs he can be found among the crowd of people in such a large city. At this time, Callum hailed a taxi and, sitting in the back seat, told the driver that he needed to be taken to a farm called Wesley and added that he was ready to pay for the trip. After that, the guy realized that he was safe for now, so he took off his face mask and asked the driver to keep away from the central highway. The fugitive decided to come to the farm because conventional airplanes are easy to track, but a farm can arrange to rent a small corn mower. Although this is not the fastest way to escape, Callum estimates that by morning, he should be far from this place in some busy town or village. As soon as he arrived at the right place, he realized that he would not be able to hide in his new clothes for long, so he had to solve this issue. Then the man went to the restroom and, looking at himself in the mirror, realized that he needed to completely change his appearance so that no one could recognize him. So he took out a pair of scissors and began to cut the length of his hair, and then he took out black paint and dyed it to change more. Then Callum went in search of a magical pawn shop to solve the problem with the documents, because without them, he would not be able to rent anything. Upon entering the first such room, the guy said hello and saw a large green monster in front of him, who asked how he could help the visitor. The young man came closer to the interlocutor and said in a serious tone that he would like to order a regular ID passport for his new persona. The employee immediately told him that it would cost $2,000, which was a little more than he needed because he wanted to buy a laptop. Just a few hours later, the guy was holding his new passport with his new name on it, and he liked it very much. Going further on the road, the man reasoned that he was able to live for 30 years before the guild found him, so he could definitely hide for the same amount of time. At that time, Sen had been listening to his superior's insults and reproaches for several hours for having a new wizard who hadn't yet learned anything. The agent began to explain that he had only cast the spell on the door because he did not even think that the man would decide to jump out of the window when he seemed to be in a good mood towards the organization. Suddenly, one of the employees, having examined the door, reported that he could not feel any magical traces, so he assumed that the fugitive had left the place quietly. Taryn, holding his head, was nervous about what had happened, because the archmagician Duvali would not like it, because she wanted to start training tomorrow. The gentleman in the blue suit said that if this newcomer found out who was going to teach him, it was not surprising that he decided to run away. The interlocutor was not in the mood for jokes, so he angrily said that Agent Jean could personally inform Ms. Duvali what had happened here today. The man smiled nervously at this suggestion and, covered in cold sweat, decided to ask if he was the one who should tell the news. And as it turned out, in a few hours, Jean found himself in the office of a woman who, out of anger at the information she had heard, began to use her power to find out more. So the interlocutor began to explain that all the best wizards were involved in the search, and they even asked for help from vampires and werewolves. And after that, the man said that it was very difficult to learn spatial magic on your own, so he assumed that this newcomer might have wanted to live an ordinary life. When Davula heard the last phrase, she naturally did not believe that this was even possible, because in her life experience, this had never happened in the guild before. After all, there was no such person who would want to give up magic and the power it manifests. So this newcomer is no longer an ordinary person, but a criminal sorcerer. The guy, who was face down on the floor, agreed with all the words that the interlocutor said, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he asked if he could continue the search. The woman sitting next to Jean said that she was praying to God that they would be able to find the fugitive, because if not, she would have to intervene. Finally, Davula emphasized that if Callum really decided to become a criminal, he should be found immediately in order to be captured and executed. At this time, the fugitive, having changed his appearance and documents, was driving the car he had bought just a few hours earlier in the showroom. He arrived in a small town in the west, and upon arriving at one of the buildings, noticed that a blonde woman was already waiting for him with a gray-haired gentleman. When the guy got out of the car, they immediately asked him if he was the one who had expressed a desire to buy the house. Chase answered in the affirmative with a smile on his face. The sheriff went on to explain that the house belonged to his daughter and that he was there to help her with the transaction and to help with the paperwork. Then the older gentleman introduced himself as Arthur Langley and introduced his daughter, who was named Jessica. The boy decided to tell his name, so he said his name was Chase Hall. After that, all three of them went to the house to show the buyer everything so that he could decide for himself whether he was ready to buy the property. The guy tapped his fingers on the kitchen and smiled sweetly and said that it was quite quiet and peaceful here, so he could freely do his repair work. Jessica smiled and folded her arms across her chest and said that the guy looked too young to retire and look for a cozy place like that. Callum, kneading one of his shoulders, said that he was not here for retirement, but to rest and restore his health after a long work. Then the lady emphasized that she had been trying to sell this house for a long time, but there were not as many buyers as she would have liked, and no one had expressed a desire to buy it yet. The interlocutor said that this is even the best for him, because it means that there are no competitors who can take such a good option right off the tray. The next morning, the young man was sitting in the house he had just bought, looking at the bag of money and thinking that it would be enough for about 2 years. Even though his immediate life was supposed to be calm, Callum was still overwhelmed with excitement, so he realized that he needed to learn more about magic. Because if he doesn't get better at it, the guild will be able to find him pretty quickly and do what they do to all the wizards who have escaped from them. Opening the laptop, the guy began to study the information he had, and all the reference materials said that in space magic, there are only portals and a few enchantments. And for some reason, he didn't believe it. After reading a few more paragraphs, the young man learned that learning the magic of space seems impossible for a teacher named Davula. And this makes Callum think about how strong her authority is. And from this, we can already understand how unshakable the system is within the system. After that, the young man went out into his yard to get some fresh air, and while doing so, he remembered that he had created his first portal by accident. And trying to recall the events of that moment in detail, the guy came to the conclusion that his subconscious worked more to save himself. Then he raised his hand up and tried to concentrate the power in it to see if he could create a portal again, but this time it was not by accident. The first few minutes were so tense that the guy had to take a deep breath and exhale air through his nose for a long time to calm down. And after that, he took one step into the portal that opened in front of him and was able to move as soon as he did. A happy smile appeared on his face. Looking back, Callum realized that he hadn't covered the distance, but for his first time, he did very well, so he began to praise himself. Then he froze in place and, rubbing his chin, began to think about how else he could use this magic, because he was getting more and more interested every time. Several days passed from that moment, and one day, while showering, the guy realized that he had run out of shampoo and had nothing to wash with. However, this did not upset him in any way, because he was able to open the portal to use his hand to get the new pan he had left in the kitchen. The next day, Callum began to try forming the sphere of V's, which is something that sorcerers are taught from childhood, and is the first thing they learn. As soon as he managed to do it, he was happy because although the spatial ball has no attacking properties, it looks very cool. At the end of the week, the young man read information that telekinesis is only manifested in combat sorcerers and that he does not belong to them with his ability. But it can also manipulate gravity because it is essentially a curvature of space, so it can be a form of telekinesis for the poor. The young man was also happy about the fact that without any mentor or teacher, he was doing quite well at acquiring at least some skills in magic. On Sunday, Callum decided to take some time to relax in nature. So he sat on the grass, folded his legs in a lotus position, and closed his eyes. And it turned out that using mana, he could see with his eyes closed, and if he looked a little further, he could even see through objects and walls. That's how he could see that Jessica was looking for him at the main entrance, and for some reason, without any warning, she decided to visit him. The guy quickly got to his feet and began to head to the guest to greet her, and find out what the reason was for her to come to him on his day off. The lady told us that the children's school would start soon, and some of them cut a shortcut through this yard to get to school faster. Callum smilingly said that it was no problem for him, but then he emphasized that he hadn't cleaned up everything yet, so they had to be careful. The interlocutor told him not to worry about it because local children would be happy to help him because they love to spend time outdoors. And before leaving this place, Jessica said that she lived not far away, so she told the guy not to be shy and to come visit them. Smiling broadly, he replied that he would definitely come back one day, and when asked, raised his hand to help his guest. As soon as the woman left, Callum ran into his backyard and began to worry about whether she had seen the remains of the mana, which was plentiful. So he quickly began to run to the house to find out how to remove the remaining mana, because if someone smelled it, his disguise would be over. At this time, the guild had its own important events, and one of its employees came to Taryn, who was sitting quietly in his office, showing him papers. The woman began to explain that these were the results of the fugitive's test, and that he had never used magic before, but an anomaly was detected. The interlocutor immediately asked what was there, and the lady replied that she had not noticed it at first, but when she began to check the devices, she realized that the boy had scattered 100 tons of mana. A tan is a unit of measurement for magical energy, and it turns out that the bracelet the detainee was wearing had only 3 tans left. This means that he was able to absorb 97 tons of mana before he was handcuffed, and she does not know how this could have happened at all. However, she knew for sure that an ordinary person would not be able to withstand this amount of mana, let alone live his life in. Then the girl scratched her head and emphasized that, given that Callum had never used magic, his supply of Vis energy must be full. In conclusion, the worker said that she did not understand what this could mean, but she knew for sure that it was because the sorcerer had not used his magic for 30 years. Taryn, after hearing everything, began to look through the report in order to read it again on his own, and the thought flashed through his mind that he wanted to know who Callum was. Later in the day, the boy gathered Vis magic around him, and after a close look, assumed that it would probably be enough for his plan. And by placing several bearings in different places, the object he created began to spin, with each part absorbing all the energy. The young man learns about this method of gathering on the internet, and he was glad that he could now cover his tracks to make it harder for the guild to find him. Suddenly, at some point, Callum caught himself feeling sad inside, even though he should be happy that he was able to master magic on his own. So the guy assumed that it could have happened because he ran away from the guild on the very day he buried his mother in the morning, and because of this, he could not survive the pain of loss. Then the young man mentioned his wife and the house they lived in together, because for him, these were valuable moments that he would like to live again and again. Looking around, Callum wondered aloud to himself if Selena would like it here, if she would want to live in such a quiet place. Suddenly, the guy began to shake his head from side to side in order to return to the reality he was living in, because he had no time to worry about the past. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy became angry because they first wanted to catch him and make him their slave, and then forced him to flee his own home. So the next morning, he decided that he needed to learn more about this town in order not to stand out from the locals. And because of this, he left his house for the first time and came to the restaurant to have breakfast, and as soon as he entered, he met a nice blonde lady. When she saw the new visitor, she took out the menu so that he could look through it and choose the dish he liked. And it was at this moment that Callum felt a strange energy, so he began to explore the space around him and under him, and saw a dog the size of a man in the basement. For the young man, it was quite strange because he had never felt such energy from anyone he had met during his entire stay here, so it was a little alarming. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that addressed the new visitor by name, which meant only one thing: they must have crossed paths before. It turns out that it was the sheriff who, taking off his hat, said that he was surprised to see Callum here and that he wanted to get acquainted with the local cuisine. Then an older man came closer to the counter and said that his niece, Clara, cooked the best steaks, so he advised us to order them. After the girl went to cook, the guest said that the children in this town were very well-mannered and that no one had ever trespassed in his yard. The sheriff, smiling broadly, said that he was pleased to hear this because they all pay a lot of attention to ensure that no one disturbs the peace of someone else's territory. The interlocutor was a little surprised by the word territory and tried to ask for an explanation, but the older gentleman clapped him on the shoulder and said that he did not want to distract him from breakfast. But a minute later, he leaned into the boy's ear and said that he had recently seen some suspicious strangers, so he decided to warn him to be careful. As soon as Callum heard this, he immediately began to think about what was meant by the phrase suspicious unknown men, because it could apply to him. So then, the young man said that he also looked quite strange and asked the sheriff if he had told anyone personally about him and what to watch out for. The older gentleman, putting on his hat, said that he had decided to tell a few people, but then calmed down when he learned that he was from a small town. Then the man put on his glasses and added that these people he had warned him about did not look like a newcomer, which is why he was a little concerned about their presence. After these words, Callum became a little worried because he began to assume that these people might be from the guild he had recently escaped from and they were looking for him. Suddenly, Clara interrupted these thoughts because with a smile on her face, she sincerely informed him that the young man's order was ready and he could take it and have breakfast. Going outside, the young man stopped near the car, looking at the mark on his arm, and for some reason he decided that if he was found, it would be only with the help of it. So when he came home, he decided to get rid of it. And sitting on the couch, Callum assumed that his magic was limited by a point in the very center of the tattoo. And because of this, he decided to get rid of her first and foremost. And using his inner energy, he began to try to do everything possible. However, as it turned out, it was not as easy to destroy it as it seemed at first glance, because it caused a lot of pain to the owner of the upper limb, Chao. But in a few minutes, Callum managed to take the black dot away, and it was already in the palm of his other hand. And at first, he just looked at it, and then he took it and threw it into the fireplace hearth in order to finally get rid of it. After that, the rest of the tattoo should disappear on its own after a certain time. The next day, sitting at his desk, he began to think about how to use his own viz so that it would not run out. That's why he came up with the idea to make a kind of power bank for the phone, where it could recharge the energy of the V's at the right time. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and he began to think about whether he should open the door and receive uninvited guests at all. Then his guesses went so far that he even assumed that it could be people from the guild, and then he would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, In order to find out who was behind the wall, the young man had to use force, and there he saw the sheriff who came to him with his partner. And because of this, he decided to open the door, and as soon as he did, he began to smile broadly, greeting them and asking what exactly brought the men to him. The older gentleman, adjusting his hat, first apologized for the unexpected visit and then said that he wanted to ask Callum a few questions. With a surprised expression on his face, the guy immediately asked if he had done something strange and didn't notice it himself because nothing bad had happened. The sheriff did not answer the question. Instead, he asked his own, and it was intended to find out where the interlocutor was last night around 3 o'clock. And the young man had to strain a little to remember what he was doing at that time, and a picture of him lying in his bed came to his mind. I thought that everyone here was talking about some kind of personal territory, and that night, Callum made a wish for a dog that was as tall and as big as a man. That's why he couldn't sleep properly, because everything around him seemed strange, even though the town seemed to be a quiet place at first glance. It was then that the boy came to the conclusion that the sheriff's family were werewolves, but the strange thing is that he wondered what the man wanted to tell him in the cafe. Perhaps he did not want the new resident of their town to get close to the girls who are members of his family, because he does not trust non-local. Perhaps he just wanted to really warn that there were some unknown people in the town from whom he did not know what to expect. Therefore, Callum does not yet understand what the sheriff's intention was when he told him the news during a visit to the cafe, and he will have to find out. And that's why he decided that night that he would need to lie low in order to wait for the moment with people he didn't know. As soon as he was about to fall asleep, he heard a strange sound in the backyard of his house and sat up sharply on the bed and began to think about what it could be. Using his ability to see through walls, the man saw that someone had run near the house, but he could not understand who it was because he could not see so far. So, in order to find out something, he went outside with a flashlight, because he would not fall asleep after hearing a strange rustling in the yard. Looking closely at the bushes, he did not see anything suspicious at first, so he began to think that maybe he was imagining things, but suddenly something scared him. And it was the sharpness and suddenness of it that made him jump back and hit the wall of the house, and he stayed in that position for only a few seconds before he realized everything. While Callum was recalling all this in his head, the police officers stood in front of him and waited patiently for him to answer the question. For some reason, the sheriff thought that the interlocutor was getting angry because of such questions, so he asked him not to do it because he was doing everything right according to protocol. Only then did the young man seem to come to himself and answer that he had slept in his room that night, and then he began to ask if something had happened. The older man asked if Callum could somehow prove what he was saying, and gave an example of the type of security system or whether there were cameras. And then the interlocutor suspected something was wrong, so he squinted his eyes and asked if he shouldn't call a lawyer in this case as well. The police officer immediately began to refuse to do such important things because they simply wanted to be the first to remove Callum from the list of suspects. Then the young man said that he did have a security system, but it was installed only on the door, and he did not have cameras because he did not see the need. After that, an older man looked down and began to adjust his hat, saying that a murder had taken place upstairs on the street. When he heard this, the guy froze in place with a shocked expression on his face because he did not expect the news to be so bad and to disturb his peace so much. Another police officer said that someone had broken into the house of an elderly woman named Hardy, and that's why they realized from the conversation that Callum hadn't seen anything. The young man was still in a state of shock, so he rubbed his head and said that he hadn't seen anything, and there was a short pause between the three men. And the guy began to think that he had completely forgotten that there were ordinary criminals because he had been so focused on the guild and its members lately. From the expression on his face, the sheriff assumed that the interlocutor could remember something right away and asked to see if his senses were correct. And Callum said that last night he was woken up by a strange sound and thought it was a large animal, then stopped his story and said that was all he knew. The sheriff's partner was a little surprised to hear this answer, but the older man thanked him for the information and began to write something down in his notebook. Then, when they moved away from the house, the young worker asked the older man if he believed what the new resident of the town had told them. The man said that he was sure that this guy was not telling the truth, but he was definitely not the one who took the life of an elderly woman that night. After they got into the car, the sheriff added that they both knew who was guilty of the crime, but he did not want to believe it until the end, so he tried to find someone else. The only thing that began to frighten him was that things in their town were getting worse and worse, and they needed to start fighting it because it would get even worse. A few hours later, the sheriff was already yelling at his visitor, emphasizing that he could not kill people in the territory of the Venuto Pack. The man sitting across from me, smiling broadly, said that even if some people died, it was not his problem at all, but the problem of those who keep order on this earth. The police officer was not at all interested in any explanations from this gentleman, because he knew for sure that the victim had been killed by vampires living in these places. Then the sheriff recalled how he examined the body, and therefore said that the attackers tried to make it look like they were not involved in anything, and make it look like a simple murder. But there is one drawback. He can smell such parasites as vampires from a mile away, so what they created for their cover did not work. So the gentleman demanded an explanation. The detainee said that he still did not understand what his guilt was, because he was not responsible for the fact that there were weapons here. After a short pause, the black-haired vampire began to clarify that the police officer really thought that this crime was committed by people under his command. And a minute later, he added that if this is true, it is a rather serious accusation that is being made against him, and he will not tolerate it. Before the arrival of this gentleman, vampires had never been found in this area, so the sheriff emphasized that he was simply sure that it was someone from his gang. So the older man said he would definitely bring one of them to justice, but the vampire was not afraid of that. He said he would watch everything closely. Seeing the irritated expression on his interlocutor's face, the detainee said that he would gladly accept the challenge of Venut's gang if they wanted it so badly. The police officer could hardly contain himself, so he quickly approached the vampire and wanted to punch him in the face, but the man asked him to be more careful with his movement. The sheriff stopped for a few seconds, then abruptly turned to the exit and asked his deputy to take the detainee out of his sight. After that, the man met with his daughter to discuss the situation involving vampires from their area and how they could not do anything about them because they were outnumbered. Gritting his teeth, my father said that he had a great desire to drive these insolents out of his town, and he would have done it long ago if he had been a little younger. As it turned out, there was another man present during this family meeting, but he contacted by phone, and he was the alpha who goes by the name of Chester. And the gentleman said that without evidence, the guild would defend the vampires, so he would send 2 people from the wolf pack, but if the vampires were challenged, they would not help. After all this, the chief said that he had such suspicions that there was something more involved than just a simple lair of some criminal. The sheriff, still angry, said out loud a question that had been bothering him for a long time, and that was why the city of Venut was chosen, because there was nothing like that here. The interlocutor on the phone said that it was not just the town, as 5 other towns also have the same situation. Then the older man asked why the guild had invented the rules, because now he saw that anyone could come and break them. Mr. Chester said that he fully understood his subordinate's dissatisfaction, and told him to keep his eyes open for vampires with evidence. That's when they will be able to destroy them, so we need to watch everything, because the question is not when the next crime will happen, but who they will choose as their victim. The next day, Callum went to the nearest store to buy some necessities, and he thought that he needed to set aside some money in order to use them in situations that may suddenly occur, just as it happened recently in the case of the destruction of a person. Being among a large number of people, he realized that he had become too excited and constantly alert, so he assumed that he would soon have to leave the place. Although this would be the worst-case scenario for him, because he spent a lot of money to buy this house, and it would take a lot of time to sell it. The young man thought that he could earn extra money by selling enchanted items through magical forums, but there are a lot of restrictions to go through. Over time, Callum realized that his items didn't hold a charge for long anyway, so there was no point in creating a page to sell them. And in general, they will be able to find him faster, so he decided to move on to what he had been putting off for so long, namely using force to make a defense for the house. The guy had an idea to enchant the walls so that bullets would bounce off them, but this attempt failed because this technique lasted only 1 minute. And because of this, the young man feels a bit limited because he lacks knowledge and cannot get it because the books are guarded by the archwizard Duvala herself. So the next day, Colombe came to a gun shop and decided to make some purchases to feel a little safer. The seller immediately asked if the guy wanted to save himself, and he told him that because of what was happening around him, it would be better to be safe. At the same time, the thought flashed through his mind that it was not the killers either, but the fact that the boy was not afraid that the guild could find him at any moment. Looking at the weapon and recalling the moment from the gym, Callum began to wonder whether ordinary bullets would be effective against supernatural beings. Taking one of the assault rifles in his hands, the guy began to look through the sights to see if this type of weapon was suitable for him and if it was comfortable to use. Suddenly, he heard 2 girls nearby talking to each other about how they needed to buy some hammers for their home. Turning to face the 2 ladies, Callum recognized them because one of them was the sheriff's daughter and the other was his niece who worked in a cafe. So he decided that it would be a good idea to say hello and ask what exactly brought the cook and waitress to the hardware store in the middle of the day. When the girls heard a voice behind them, they were very scared, but as soon as they realized who was speaking to them, they calmed down and asked not to be scared anymore. Rubbing his head, the guy first apologized for scaring me and then asked if they were also worried about the murder. The older lady with a sad expression took a deep breath and said that she was very sorry for Jayona because she often visited the church they attended. When Callum heard this name, he froze in his tracks in surprise and began to clarify that he was talking about James Hardy. Then one of the girls came closer to the interlocutor and told him in his ear that another crime had occurred last night in which a woman died. The guy said with a shocked expression that he hadn't heard anything about it because he had been busy all morning, and the thought that some serial killer was working flashed through his mind. Then the ladies, holding hands, said that they were considering closing the cafe until everything calmed down and the perpetrator was found. Callum said that he was sad that this is happening now and added that if the girls need any help, he is always ready to help. The sheriff's daughter smiled sweetly and thanked him for the offer, emphasizing that she appreciated it, and the interlocutor smiled sincerely in return. When the young man came home, he began to think that things in the town were really bad because this serial criminal somehow managed to hide even from werewolves. But the one thing Callum is sure of is that the sheriff's family loves their town, so he doesn't think they'll let the guild search it so easily. However, the guy realized that if people in this city did not stop dying, he would have no choice but to intervene. Therefore, he decided that he had to start preparing, and the first fact was that both murders were not far from his place of residence. And if we follow the systematic nature of the attacks, another person will be killed soon. And this implies two threats that he needs to refute immediately. The first one was that a serial criminal with supernatural powers is still free to walk around the town and can do whatever he wants. But the point of the second reason is that the guild will send a person here to investigate what is happening in the area, and thus they can find him. And it turns out that both reasons may soon be at his doorstep, so Callum decided to use his mana to the maximum to keep anyone away. After that, he decided to gather all the things he needed around him, namely the enchanted bearing, which he placed around his neck and loaded the weapon he had purchased. Looking through the window, the boy mentally said that as soon as he felt the presence of a person from the guild, he would immediately run away to save himself. Even though such an act would cost him a large amount of money, which he spent to buy it, and was not even able to live in it for a few months. But then Callum began to convince himself that this was not a big price to pay for the fact that he would be able to continue to run away from the guild and not become their slave. At some point, the guy realized that the radius of his spatial sense had expanded and that he could see what was happening in the city, and found out that Jessica was guarding the cafe. And Clara, wearing a gray sweatshirt with a large hood, was walking quietly down the street to get to a store where she needed to buy something. The sheriff was in his office at the time, and sitting at his desk, carefully reviewed all the information he had about previous crimes. Having figured out who was doing what, Callum sat down on a chair and held his weapon in his hand, realized that the night would be quite long, and did not even feel like falling asleep. He woke up in the morning because a car first drove up to his house, and the young man jumped to his feet at the sound of it, holding his weapon. But before opening the door, the young man decided to use force to scan the wall and find out who exactly came to see him. It turns out that Jessica was approaching the door, crying and loudly calling Callum outside to tell him the news of the night. So the guy quickly went to the door and opened it, and immediately began to ask what had happened and why the girl was in such a depressed mood. The visitor grabbed the man by both hands and began to say that her husband had to help her because something terrible had happened to their family. Callum tried to find out what had really happened, and after a short pause, Jessica, gathering her strength, said that the criminals had taken Clara away. Hearing this news, the young man began to worry very much himself, so he approached the woman and asked who exactly could have taken the girl. During this time, the guest was able to calm down a bit and control her emotions and finally give a normal answer, so she said that the young lady had been kidnapped by vampires. Indeed, it happened just as Clara was heading to the store late in the evening because she couldn't leave the house when everyone was at their workplace. Then Jessica started to cry again because she realized that they had taken her girl to their lair and that very bad things could happen there with terrible consequences. At some point, the girl grabbed Callum again by the shirt and tearfully reminded him that he had offered his help yesterday in the store, so she needed it now. And then the young man froze in place because he did not know what to do in this case and began to think that perhaps he should tell what he knew about supernatural beings. After all, Jessica was one of the first people to see him when he couldn't hide his wisdom, but he wasn't sure he could convince her that he wasn't a wizard. However, Now he decided to somehow calm his visitor down and invited her to his house so that she could relax a bit and they could talk calmly. As they walked inside, Callum decided that he had to help because he couldn't let Clara be bullied. As soon as the girl was seated in the chair, the guy began to clarify what she had said, that the criminals had captured the young lady, and that meant they had not killed her. After receiving a positive answer, the young man began to think that he had almost no chance of defeating the supernatural creature. Jessica could not sit still, so she got up and went to her friend and grabbed his hand and begged him to help her. At first, the boy hesitated because he did not know how to solve this issue. But for the girl, he smiled sweetly and said that he would try his best. So he walked over to the table and began to put the weapons in a large black bag, thinking that he was not making one of his biggest mistakes right now. However, he had no option to turn back, so in a few minutes he was driving near the hotel where he felt the supernatural energy. He was traveling with Jessica, who brought Callum to the house where her entire family had gathered and was ready to go in search of the missing family member. As soon as the door opened and the guy went inside, what he saw shocked him and made him freeze in place and almost not move. It turns out that all the people present here were werewolves, and the gray-haired one approached Jessica and shaking her began to demand an explanation for what she had done. While the young lady was gathering her thoughts to formulate a response, the interlocutor emphasized that they could not involve a person from the guild in this case. At this time, Callum, standing at the entrance, realized that this gray-haired werewolf could be the sheriff, and for some reason he thought that the newcomer was a member of the guild. So he decided to declare himself and, standing in front of the girl, addressed the chief and said that they should know that he was not there and they did not know him. These words made the so-called sheriff stop talking and calm down, after which he turned to his men and told them to remember these words. Then the young man was placed on a chair, and the sheriff began to ask in a serious tone what exactly the young man was going to do to save the girl. Callum said that he was not going to answer the questions, but asked to be told everything so that he could know his enemy. The main man, who looks like a werewolf, began to say that vampires live in a hotel nearby, and it became clear that they want to take over the land. Then the sheriff added that these enemies even brought a sorcerer with them because he had been feeling him all week, and the man was referring to the girl who constantly goes out to smoke. After a short pause, the police officer said that his last statement was not a confirmed fact because it was just his personal feeling. However, they still caused a disaster in this town because they took the lives of two innocent people who did not even suspect anything for no reason. Callum began to clarify whether the interlocutors were sure that it was vampires who were the kidnappers, and then asked why they hadn't done anything yet. The sheriff replied that their pack was too small to declare war, and that there was an agreement in place that required them to get evidence before they could fight. Therefore, the man went on to summarize that he was now powerless against these enemies, and if they decided to attack, the guild would start thinking that they were the aggressors. And this fact made him very angry, because at such moments the organization has to keep a certain balance, and it is simply not trying to do anything for itself. After hearing all this, Quillam decided to first use the magic of sensation to find out if the kidnapped girl was really in the same hotel. In a few minutes, he managed to find the girl in one of the rooms, sitting on the floor, and one of the vampires sat down next to her and said something serious. It turns out that the kidnappers claimed that Clara came to them voluntarily, and no one used force to bring her to this place without her consent. When the sheriff heard these words, he became even more angry, because he clearly understood that this was complete nonsense, because the young lady could not agree to go with them. When the gray-haired shifter calmed down a bit, Callum asked with a calm expression what would happen when the girl was taken away. The police officer replied that as soon as the lady was free, they would contact Alpha Chester to send the rest of his colleagues to kill all the vampires. After that, Callum raised his hand to his face and rubbed it for a while, thinking a little, and then asked how exactly people were going to get rid of all the vampires. A gray-haired man with wide-open eyes said that if these creatures are wounded with a weapon made of mordite, their regeneration, which helps them to exist, will stop. Then the policeman said that it was possible to deprive the enemies of their heads or pierce their hearts, and then Callum asked if he could destroy them with a machine gun. The interlocutor said that these vampires are very fast, so it will be difficult to hit the target, especially if you keep a certain distance from them. When the guy listened to everything carefully, there was a small pause in the room, which was broken by Jessica because she wanted to know if the new guy would help them. The young man, holding the weapon, got to his feet and confidently said that he would bring Clara home in one piece, but the thought flashed through his mind that it would be very difficult. But before starting his work, Callum asked for a soundproof room and was brought to the cell where the detainees are kept because that is the right place. As soon as the boy went inside, the sheriff began to say that he did not know what the boy was going to do, but wanted to emphasize that they had little time left. Yahello, sitting on the bench without turning his head, said that he understood everything well, and in a minute said that it would be over in 10 minutes. Before leaving the cell, the police officer said that he was giving the guy only 5 minutes, and then he began to think that he was involved in a bad case, because if he fails, there will be problems, not only because of the guild, but also because werewolves will be disappointed in him and vampires will be angry. Another problem is that the young man does not know what level the sorcerer is now with the criminal, because it may be that she is much stronger. However, even all these disadvantages will not make Callum back down, because he saw Clara sitting on the floor with her hands and feet tied so that she could not escape. So the guy realized that he simply could not stand by and do nothing, because his conscience would not allow him not to help someone who was waiting for it. At that time, the vampires were holding a meeting where one of them said that the werewolves were in no hurry to save the girl who was important to them. The wizard came in from the street holding a cigarette and said that her supervisor was still working, so they could do whatever they wanted. While the girl was saying all this information, she noticed that a portal began to appear on the right side next to her, but she did not suspect anything wrong with it. And in vain, because a bullet flew out of it and hit her in the head, and the vampires saw it and began to fuss, because they didn't understand how werewolves could do such a thing. A few days ago, while studying the information about spatial movements, Callum began to think about how to use it as an attack technique, and all because the young man realized that he needed to learn how to defend himself, and the idea to use different types of weapons while using the portals came to him. So the guy decided to make some sketches in his notebook, and his first idea was to throw a knife in front of him so that he could destroy his opponent through the portal. And after this idea, a new one came up with the use of a machine gun, which is why Callum is using it now, and after the wizard is destroyed, he is ready to move on to the vampire. They just recovered from the shock and began to talk among themselves about the need to warn the others about what had happened, but the portal had already begun to appear in the room again. And during this, another vampire was killed, and the guy reloaded his weapon and realized that he had a few seconds before the others came. So the guy decided that he needed to teleport Clara as quickly as possible, although it would be quite difficult for him to do so, because of the great distance between them. The next problem was that it was difficult to grab the girl to take her away, because he didn't have much energy left. But in a few minutes, the magician succeeded, and so he rejoiced in this fact, but later realized that such actions were too difficult for him. During this time, other vampires came to the room and saw their colleagues on the floor, and at first could not understand what had happened, only to realize that the girl had disappeared. Therefore, the hotel panicked among the creatures, and they began to gather in one room, and Callum decided to use this opportunity to destroy them. Some vampires realized that they were being attacked, and decided to search their place of residence in order to find the one who was doing this to them. The guy decided that while they were in a state of shock and panic, he should take their lives one by one, because no one should leave the hotel alive. All this time, the sheriff and his daughter stood by the cell door and watched the time, because it was supposed to end in 5 minutes. At some point, the strange sounds stopped, and they heard someone lightly knocking on the front door, so all their excitement disappeared and they began to open. Jessica was the first to enter the cell, and, addressing the young man, asked him what condition her girl was in and whether he could take her away. Callum replied that he had fulfilled everything he had promised. After these words, the young lady rushed to the rescued woman and began to examine her carefully from head to toe to understand that everything was fine. Before the guy was about to leave the station, the sheriff asked him how he managed to accomplish such a difficult task in just 45 seconds. Not allowing the man to answer, he immediately asked the next question, in which he wanted to find out what had happened to the vampires, and the boy replied that they had died. After that, Callum told the police officer to send fire trucks to the hotel immediately, and the sheriff was surprised because he did not feel magic from the newcomer. Uru decided that he would not explain anything and reiterated that he needed to call the fire department immediately to prevent the flames from spreading. Then the guy went to his car and began to load the bag inside, because he had taken certain items from the vampires that he would need to sort at home. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice behind him asking Callum to wait, and turning back, he saw Jessica, who had just come out. The rescuer asked why the young lady was not with Clara, and she replied with a sweet smile that she just wanted to thank him for what he had done. And then she quickly came over and gently kissed me on the cheek, because that was the way she wanted to express her gratitude for saving someone important to her. Callum was confused by this gesture, so he could not say anything, but the girl returned to the building and said that she would go to support Clara. The guy continued to stand in the same position next to his car because he did not know how to behave in such cases. After the incident, the sheriff contacted Alpha Chester to inform him that the problem with the vampires that had recently appeared had been resolved. The gentleman asked what had happened, and the man said that nothing had happened, and then he began to give his word that none of their gang had done anything. However, the chief still insisted on an explanation, and then the policeman replied that they had been helped by one person who asked not to ask unnecessary questions. Then the question arose whether he was a werewolf or a sorcerer, and the sheriff said that it seemed to him that the boy had a tattoo of a sorcerer, but he did not smell magic from him. So he suggested that their assistant might be a fae, but after thinking about it a bit, he said that he didn't look like one, so they didn't know who he was yet. At the end of the conversation, Alpha Chester said that other vampires would not be happy about this development, and they would not leave what happened alone. But then the interlocutor recalled that it had been mentioned in the conversation that everyone had died, so he didn't have to worry about possible consequences there might not be any. Looking at the rescued girl and daughter, the sheriff said that in any case, they were very grateful to those who were able to help them in resolving this issue. Finally, the chief emphasized that police officer Arthur should keep an eye on the man who rescued them, as he may be in danger for some time. At this time, Callum was returning home with a slight smile on his face. At first, he was in high spirits because he was able to help someone at least a little. Upon arriving home, the young man immediately went to take a shower, and standing in the shower for half an hour, he could not help but feel that he was still dirty. After analyzing everything that had happened to him today, the young man suggested that he had this feeling probably because he had destroyed people. A minute later, he corrected himself, calling them not people but vampires who targeted an ordinary resident of the town without any reason or explanation. Then Callum looked at his hand and wondered how he had managed to destroy a whole gang of criminals so easily, even though he had just begun to study and use magic. Then he looked in the mirror and began to think that if he were a criminal, there would be no one in the whole world who could stop him so easily. After that, the young man turned his attention to the hand on which he was concentrating his energy and suggested that it might be a good thing that the guild imposes certain restrictions on sorcerers. However, a minute later, he clenched his hand into a fist and denied these thoughts because if he had followed all the rules, Clara would still be held hostage by the vampire. Sitting by the fireplace, Callum began to think that all the evidence against him should have been burned in the hotel, but he was worried that the sheriff and others might tell everyone. Taking the towel off his head, the young man began to get angry at himself because he had only just realized that he shouldn't have gotten involved with werewolves in the first place. Then he began to blame himself for not thinking too well in this situation, because he could have done everything so that Jessica would not have guessed anything. Closing his eyes, Callum took a deep breath and exhaled a long one, saying that he had hoped to stay in this town longer, and now he did not want to leave it. The next morning, the sheriff came to one of his workplaces and asked the receptionist if there were any newcomers. Before going downstairs, the man asked his companion who exactly had come and asked her to make sure that no vampire was waiting for him there. Without waiting for an answer, the police officer went to the agents, and as soon as he entered the room, he took off his hat and immediately greeted them. The blonde, tall man introduced himself with a slight smile as Agent Ray Danforth, and his black-haired partner was Felicia Black. Shaking hands with each other, the sheriff said he was glad they had come because they might be able to help find out what exactly happened. The blonde agent looked into the eyes of the interlocutor and asked how the hotel was being cleaned, because as soon as they entered the city, they learned that there was a fire. The police officer said that when he left the place, their men were still searching, but they had prepared several bodies for the agents to examine. So then they came to 3 racks where the bodies were lying in black bags, but their faces were open so that they could find out something. Ray, examining the first victim, put his hand to his chin and said his first observation, and it was that all the wounds were equal. The sheriff said that they had to agree that this was not the work of werewolves, and that it was not yet known who could have done this. The agent raised his eyebrows and said that he thought they would be able to find out everything in the near future, so they just needed to work harder. The man then turned to his partner Felicia and suggested that she also examine the bodies in order to give her expert opinion on them. Putting her hand to the victim's head, she began to use her inner energy and in a few minutes said that the victim did not see anything because he was asleep. Approaching the next body, Felicia said that he had heard some shots, but died before he could react to these strange sounds. After that, the lady summarized that all these people were in a panic because they did not see a clear picture of who could have done it. Ray put his hand to his chin and began to think that it could have been done by a fairly experienced criminal, since he hadn't left any traces. The sheriff, standing aside, said quietly under his breath that he didn't care what happened, as long as their rescuer was not found quickly. The blonde man sharply asked what the man had said, and the man began to get out of it, saying that he was talking about the wounds on the bodies of the victims because he thought they looked very horrible. After that, Ray told the police officer that they wanted to stay in the town because whoever did this to the vampires could be dangerous to society. The older man said that he would order his men to immediately find a room for them to stay in and rest before the investigation began. The agent then thanked them for their help and said that if the sheriff was telling them the truth, they would like to talk to a few people in the town. Without waiting for the employee's approval, the man said that given the fact that the sheriff's posse was not involved, there were two options. And a minute later, he added that either a completely unknown person who does not live in this town was involved in all this, and then they had no chance of catching him. After that, the agent said another version, and it said that someone from the local community was involved, who destroyed all the supernatural creatures because they hurt him. The sheriff shook his head from side to side and said that there was no one from the locals who could easily deal with a whole pack of vampires. The interlocutors, turning to the exit, told the police officer that they would deal with the matter on their own for a more effective result. That same morning, Callum took out a black bag in which he managed to take out everything he could take from the enemy's lair, so he decided to see what was in it. And as it turned out, there were weapons, money, and several hard drives. After that, the guy found out that the guns looked like ordinary ones and there was no magic on them. But the ammunition was a little more pleasing because there were several types of it, and he managed to find out on the forums that they could destroy different creatures. Suddenly, Calum came across some ceramic plates with something depicted on them, but he decided to look into them a little later because he didn't have time for that now. Finally, the guy calculated that he had 100,000 in cash and a few more gold bars, and he didn't know how much he could get for each one. Therefore, I decided to set aside a certain part for unforeseen circumstances and use the rest to move to another place. In addition, the young man realized that he needed to replenish his stocks of magic items because the ones he bought in household stores were not very suitable. Then Callum turned his gaze back to the ceramic plates and began to think that the sorcerer who owned them had definitely not bought them in local shops. He realized that they could be purchased in specialized stores, so he assumed that someday he would have to make some purchases there himself. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by a sound that symbolized that someone had come to the house, and the young man began to worry that he could be found so quickly. So, before opening the door, he went to it, put his hands on it, and began to use magic to find out who had come and whether to open it. And in a matter of seconds, he realized that the people who came to him would not create any problems for him, so he quickly opened the door to say hello. It turns out that it was Jessica and Clara who came here, not even knowing whether the person they wanted to visit and thank once again would be home. The young man saw the girl's reaction and asked if he should have left, and the older one said she didn't think so, and added that she was glad he stayed. However, the young lady went on to say that agents working for the guild had arrived in the town and that they were here to investigate the vampire murder. Immediately after receiving the information, the guy began to think about the fact that he knew that these people would come here sooner or later, but he did not think that it would be so soon. These thoughts were again interrupted by Clara, who looked her savior in the eye and said that she hoped they had not disturbed him with their visit. The girl went on to say that she had asked Jessica to bring her here so that she could thank her for saving her, and after saying that, the lady immediately hugged Callum. This gesture made this guy confused, but then he said that there was nothing to thank him for, and then reminded them that they should remember that he was not there. Smiling sweetly, the girls replied that they understood everything perfectly well, but at the same time they really wanted to thank the person who took such a risk. And then they handed the guy a package, saying that there was food inside because they thought that he would not be able to come to their cafe for a while. The guy was confused and blushed at first, but after collecting himself, he said that he was really very hungry. Therefore, inviting the guests inside, the young man asked them to tell him some information about these agents who had come to the town to investigate. Jessica said that her father had met with these people and that according to his observations, one can communicate with the dead, but it still did not give them any information. Callum put his hand to his beard and thought that he needed to memorize this fact, and was glad that none of the vampires had realized what he had done. After that, an older lady said that these agents had been searching the hotel all day, but she thought they would not find anything because everything had burned to ashes. Smiling broadly, the guy began to thank the girls for coming to him and telling him all this information because it was very important at the moment. However, Jessica went on to say with a sad expression that Alpha Chester was worried that Callum's help could cost them too much, so much so that they would not be able to pay him back. At this time, the young man had already started to eat lunch, so with a mouthful, he asked who this Alpha Chester was, because he had never heard the name before. And then, the police officer's daughter began to explain that her father was an alpha in their town, but that he would submit to an alpha from the Middle East. Therefore, it turns out that the guy who helped them, to some extent, helped that man. And after hearing everything Callum said, that he did not do it for the sake of reward. Clara, with a surprised expression on her face, began to clarify that the young man would not tell them that they owed him something and would not demand any compensation. The guy patted the girl's head and said that they shouldn't give him anything, and a second later added that he would rather not talk about what happened. At this time, 2 agents at the scene of the fire approached the workers who were dismantling the rubble and asked if they had found anything. The interlocutor said that they had managed to find a magic signature, but then added that he did not think it could help in the investigation of this case. After reading the report, Ray realized that the vampires had a sorcerer who helped them. The search team member confirmed this, adding that they found no other magical signal. Then the agents were given a list of things that belonged to the vampires, but they disappeared, so Felicia had to make sure that someone would start selling them. After the 2 colleagues were left alone, the man said that he had a feeling that the fire was not accidental. Crouching next to the ruined walls, Ray said that a pack of werewolves could have called in a cleanup crew to remove all traces and evidence. Then, with raised eyebrows, the agent got to his feet and said without understanding anything that instead, ordinary people found this place first and began to help eliminate the consequences. Felicia listened carefully to her partner's statements and said that the sheriff had told them earlier that his werewolf pack had nothing to do with the fire. Ray said that everyone in this town was hiding something from them and added that he didn't buy the idea that werewolves pretended to know nothing at all. The girl did not deny her colleague's words, because she was not sure who she could trust here and with whom she should speak with caution. So then the guilty decided to go interview several people, and the first on their list was Callum, whom they arrived at in a matter of minutes. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately realized that he was visited by the same agents who had come to the town to investigate what he had done. The 2 partners immediately showed their IDs and asked if the young man could answer a few questions about the fire that had broken out in the hotel. The owner of the house, having heard this request, said that in this case, he needed to call a lawyer in order to make everything right. Felicia used her strength and energy to look Callum in the eye to convince him that he did not need a lawyer at the moment. The boy emphasized that it sounded like a threat to him, but after that, the blonde man himself asked if the sheriff had told the young man about the vampires living here. Although the young man was very nervous, he still said that he had no idea what they were talking about, so the girl asked what he could tell her about the fire. Callum angrily replied that he could not tell them what they did not know because he had learned about everything himself from the news that began to spread through the town. After receiving the answers, the agents stopped using their force, instead saying that they had gotten everything they wanted and would move on. And turning around, they began to walk quickly to the car they had arrived in, while Callum stood at the entrance and calmly watched them go to see how they were leaving. As he stood there, he thought that they had almost figured him out and assumed that the girl had tried to use some kind of magic to get information. Suddenly, Ray stopped and turned to the owner of the house and said that he had forgotten to ask the boy not to leave the place until the investigation was over. And after a second pause, he added that the young man was one of the suspects in the case, so it was in his best interest to stay and defend his honor and dignity. As soon as the uninvited guests left his yard, the young man ran into the house and gathered all the necessary things and realized that he had to leave immediately. The reason is that because he was wearing an object that fights against the effects of magic, they realized that he was not an ordinary local resident. After loading his things into the car, Callum got behind the wheel and thought that it was only a matter of time before the new agent sent by the guild would visit him. Closing his eyes, the boy mentally began to apologize to Jessica because he liked her and noticed her reciprocal feelings from her behavior. After driving a few kilometers, the young man thought that sooner or later someone would notice that he was missing, and then the guild would definitely issue a warrant for his arrest. Stopping at one of the parking lots, the young man assumed that he could avoid problems if he avoided crowded highways and started using his mana to the minimum. Looking around, Callum sees that there is a red car for sale in this place, and it suits him because he needs to change the vehicle he is driving. Upon entering the nearest store, he saw a bald-headed employee who immediately greeted him and asked what he could do to help. While the man was talking, the boy concluded that this interlocutor was a werewolf because he had the same energy. After a short pause, Callum said that he needed to get a new passport, emphasizing that he was told that the gentleman could help with this. The shopkeeper asked if they knew each other, but the young man pulled out a single bar of gold and said that he also wanted to buy the red car for sale. When the bald man saw what the visitor was going to pay with, he picked up the bullion and said that he would see what he could do. In 10 minutes, the employee brought out a passport with the name Denver Brown on it, and he was a professor, so you can feel safe among ordinary people and supernatural beings. The guy carefully examined his new documents and said out loud that it looked like he would have to buy glasses to match his status. Before leaving, Denver asked where he could buy books on magic, adding that he wanted to make a gift for his student. The bald man said that he could go to a store called Pearson on the corner of 5th and Main Streets and find something there. The visitor thanked him and took the keys to the new car and began to load his belongings into it in order to leave the place. And while he was doing this, the question flashed through his mind whether the sheriff had realized that he had left his home in town because he felt bad about it. The young man was upset that the police officer's family had been very kind to him, and he left the place without telling them anything and just ran away. Several hours have passed since Callum entered the store, and the bald man has been busy checking the goods on the shelves. At some point, while he was counting the packs, a portal appeared next to him, through which a voice came through, first apologizing for scaring them. Then he asked if he could send a message to the Alpha in the Midwest, but the frightened gentleman wanted to know who he was talking to first. However, he didn't say anything to that, but the bald werewolf managed to contact the right person and told them that Clara's friend was fine. As soon as the man received this message, he began to think, and then said that no one should look for this unknown messenger anymore because he was very dangerous. After the conversation was over, the gray-haired Alpha turned to his two subordinate werewolves and asked if they had seen this so-called comrade with their own eye. One of the wolves said that they were with the sheriff's pack when he came to help rescue a girl who had been kidnapped by vampires. Then the chief asked whether his men could recognize the man's scent, and they replied with confidence that they could do so if necessary. Then the gentleman turned to his subordinates and addressed them by the names Roy and John, and told them that he was instructing them to find this comrade, no matter what it took. The wolves put their paws to their heads and said that they would fulfill the Alpha's order in the near future, and do so without any damage or loss. At this time, the two agents from the guild were sitting in the car having lunch, and Felicia summarized what they had learned, and it turns out that they only had one lead, and it was a strange guy who was new to town. Turning her gaze forward, the girl took one sip of her soda and said that the young man was no ordinary person because he was able to resist her magic. Ray looked down and assumed that he might have been placed under some kind of protection and might not even know about it because no one told him. The partner continued to say that the guy was more suspicious than all the others they had talked to, plus he lived on the same street as the vampire victim. And then she suggested that maybe the supernatural beings tried to attack this young man first, but were prevented by someone trying to protect him. After hearing these assumptions, the blonde man said with a sad expression that in any case, they had no other leads, so they would consider this one for now. So in just a few minutes, they were already at Callum's house, and after knocking on the door several times, they realized that no one was home at the moment. And they decided to use this opportunity to quickly conduct a search, but when they went inside, they noticed that everything was arranged as if no one had lived there before. The blonde man used his magic to scan the house to make sure that there was no one in the backyard. However, suddenly he felt something and dropped to one knee and noticed a small round piece of metal. Picking it up from the floor, the man began to examine it. And here they again suggested that if the boy was not a sorcerer who could enchant this object, then he must have known a person who could. Rising from the floor, Ray said that now all this does not make much sense because the person they suspect will not return to this house. Felicia immediately knew what she had to do, so when she left the house, she said that she would put the fugitive's car on the wanted list and that this might help find him. The partner, having examined the object carefully, began to smile mysteriously, saying that he wanted to see what the sheriff himself would say about this little thing. The next morning, Callum woke up to the sun shining brightly in his eyes, the first time he had fallen asleep so soundly in a car in a long time. While kneading his shoulders, the guy began to think that all the stress he had accumulated was beginning to show itself, so he needed to do something about it. However, then an obsessive thought appeared in his head, that with every minute he slowed down or rested, the guild agents were getting closer to him. After that, the young man switched to the bald gentleman, who was a werewolf, and began to hope that he had not deceived him when telling him about the store. So, when he got out of the car, Callum said to himself that if he wanted to continue to hide, he needed to learn more about magic. It turned out that he had already arrived at the store where, according to some information, he could buy books about magic, but the young man was in no hurry to enter, wanting to look around first. The building seemed very beautiful and ancient to him, and when he came closer, he realized that if the owner was a powerful sorcerer, then there was no need for technology in this place. Upon entering the store, the first thing Callum sensed was the smell of dust, and after taking a few more steps, he thought that at first glance it was an ordinary bookstore. But suddenly he began to feel a subtle magical signature, and so he assumed that perhaps there was a special section where the books he needed were located. As he continued to walk around the room, he noticed an old man sitting behind a book and decided to say hello and ask him how he was doing just out of politeness. However, the gray-haired man just gritted his teeth and began to shake his head from side to side without saying a word or even a sound. Callum decided to just walk by because he realized that this gentleman did not like to, so he did not need to try to hurt him again. Having found the right department, the visitor began to look through the books, and at first he was struck by the fact that there were a lot of them, but then he realized that most of them were ordinary fiction. Although there was almost nothing to choose from, Callum decided to try to get some fiction, but when he saw the price, he was very surprised that it was so high. So he left the book there and walked a few more rows and noticed something he was ready to spend money on, and the book was called Magic Protection. When he opened the book, the boy heard his grandfather addressing him and telling him that in order to start reading, he first needed to buy a product because he did not have a library here. The young man began to smile slightly after hearing this information, as he was pleased that the gentleman had finally started talking to him. So he turned to the man and asked if there were any more books in this shop for beginners, that is, for those who were just beginning to study magic. The older gentleman looked at the interlocutor and emphasized that he was too old for a beginner, and Callum said, smiling, that he was not looking for himself, but for his students. After a second pause, he added that he was a professor, and then the shop owner used his powers to collect several books on magic. At this time, the visitor was watching the old man closely and noticed that he was using his capabilities as if it were a normal thing like turning a page. In a few minutes, the man named the titles of the 4 books he had managed to collect and put in the visitor's hands, saying that this was all he had. So the young man took these 4 books and went to the table to pay for his purchase, because he had no desire to stay here for long. As soon as the seller named the amount to be paid, the young man took out the money and handed it over, after which the grandfather asked if he could help in any other way. Callum was a little amused by the older man's behavior, so he said with a sweet smile that he didn't need anything else and wished him a good day. But when he went outside, steam could have come out of his ears with anger because the seller didn't even give him change from the money he paid. More than 6 hours have passed since the purchase, and the werewolves who were sent to find Callum have not been able to pick up a trace of anything magical. One of the wolves suggested that this fugitive could somehow hide his physical scent, and that although he could smell a faint aroma, the one they were looking for was definitely nearby. Suddenly, another suggested asking the bookseller if he had seen anyone suspicious who might have been alerted by his presence. The partner rejected this idea because they didn't need any extra attention, as their alpha had sent 2 of them here to avoid a lot of unnecessary noise. So they continued to stand in their places and, using their sense of smell, began to track down where the person they had recently started looking for might have parked. Then, one of the werewolves caught sight of the cameras and said that he knew someone who could help him review the recordings of the last few days. The colleague put his paw to his face and listened to everything and said that they needed to consult with Lucy first to avoid any misunderstandings later. Because the werewolves knew that it would be very easy for her to hack the cameras because she can do this in minutes without using many resources. Meanwhile, sitting in his new car, Callum managed to read a few books, and thus realized that they contained no useful information, only that the ceramic plates were called focus. And with their help, you can more easily perform complex spells, but it is not indicated how to create such plates yourself or where they can be purchased. But then the young man realized that he was not ready to lose his faith, so he started the car to go in search of another bookstore. After all, he wants to teach something so badly, just as today's conversation with his grandfather irritated him because he was acting too superior. Several days have passed since then, and Callum has managed to meet werewolves, vampires, and other sorcerers, though he wanted something more interesting. However, during his next walk, the young man managed to find Faye's shop where she sells various crystals and herbs that almost no one buys because they don't go to such a... So this time, while walking through the streets of the town, the boy put on his glasses and thought about the fact that he had not yet found any information about dragons. After that, the young man had a memory in his head in which the image of the owner of the gym appeared and suggested that it could be one of a kind. Then Callum began to hope that his fairly good friend was able to get out of the situation that had unfolded on such a large scale in the gym. As he stretched, the young man caught himself thinking that enough time had passed since that moment, and he still hadn't been able to figure out what could have happened. But then the guy changed his mind and said that it was good that he didn't see anything, because no one knows what he would have found there and whether it would have been of any use. Upon entering a new establishment where books could be found, Callum felt a flow of energy right at the entrance, so he immediately began to look for who might be its owner. And in a few seconds, he saw a young girl standing near one of the shelves, carefully looking for the books she had come here for, so she didn't pay attention to anyone. The guy walked over to the bookshelf opposite and, pretending to be looking for something, began to quietly look at the young lady behind him and assumed she was a college student. Scanning the space next to him, Callum felt that there were other people around him from whom he felt a magical signature, and it was quite powerful. And turning his head to the right, the young man saw a couple of elderly people sitting opposite each other, and again the assumption that they were wizards appeared in his head. The young man then shook his head from side to side to drive away the obsessive thoughts that everyone around him knew he was a criminal sorcerer. And while he was trying to calm down, he noticed that his grandmother had noticed him, and so he began to think again about why she was looking at him so closely. However, the woman waved her hand with a sweet smile, and then Callum calmed down and waved back, exhaling that she realized that the lady was just a friendly person. Turning his head to the bookshelf, the boy looked at several shelves and said to himself that the magic section in this store was much better. After standing for a few more minutes, the young man realized that some of the books were familiar to him, and then he began to hear a cooing voice behind him. It turned out that the young girl was still standing there reading the book, and Callum decided that it was time to talk to this young lady. After reading the title of the book the girl was looking at, the guy said he didn't know why it was written, but he was sure that half of it was nonsense. These words made the girl laugh, and she put her hand over her mouth and said that she was already upset because she had read several chapters and had not understood anything. The interlocutor offered his help, pointing his thumb back and saying that he had just started looking for a book for beginners in this field. Hearing these words, the young lady became very serious and asked a question to find out if the stranger was looking for a student. Callum, feigning confusion, began to rub his neck, saying that the lady had understood everything correctly, and then suggested out loud that she might already be someone's student. The young lady replied that she was trying to avoid this fate because the archwizard Fane wanted to make her his apprentice, but she was reluctant because she did not like him. While the interlocutor was conducting her small monologue, the boy thought that she might be very important if such a person wanted her as a student. Then Callum asked her how she was going to avoid being a student, and she replied that she just needed to make her own project. The young man was interested in what the girl said to him, so he stretched out his hand to greet her and told her that he was a professor and his name was Denver Brown. The young lady was surprised to hear that the guy was a professor, so she greeted him by the hand and said her name, and it sounded like Gail Hargrave. Then Professor Denver suggested working out together, clarifying how much time she has to avoid what she doesn't want. With a sweet smile, the young lady replied that it could take her many years because no one rushes students in their development. After that, they sat down at the table, and the guy began to look at the list of things the girl should learn, as he wanted to show his professionalism. After reading the entire list, the young man put his hand to his chin and said that this was a rather large amount of information that a girl should receive for her development. But at some point, the interlocutor decided to ask about attack spells because, thanks to healing, she should be able to perform quite strong attacks. The young lady said that healing should heal, not cripple, and Denver, in turn, emphasized that it would depend on how the spell was used. After that, Gail said that her education as a sorcerer was not like ordinary people because her parents sent her to the best academy where influential families study. The young man suggested that we put off talking about attack spells for now and asked the young lady to look up information about blood clotting and neurochemistry. The so-called professor wrote all this on a piece of paper and added a minute later that he was not very familiar with how healing magic works, but what he said would definitely be useful because if it can choose one thing and strengthen it, the rest can get out of balance, and you will break the balance that has been built up for so long. The girl picked up the sheet with the names on it and carefully read them again and said with a surprised expression that it was really interesting. After that, Gail added that it might be useful for her. The professor smiled and said he was glad to hear that and suggested that they end their meeting for the day. Picking up her notebook, the girl thanked me again for my help and asked if they could meet again and immediately suggested the following Friday. The guy liked the idea, and it was immediately evident from his expression as he had a slight smile on his face through which he said that we could meet. The next day, as he drove the car, he was happy to find a novice sorcerer and now he could learn the basics of magic with her. Then the image of a new friend came to mind, and the thought flashed through my mind that he would have helped her anyway, because she seemed like a very kind girl. After that, Professor Denver decided that he needed to check out another bookstore to see if he could find the books he needed for his studies. So, in a few hours, he was already in the new store and was able to find the 2 books he wanted to buy at the checkout, where a young lady was the saleswoman. Putting on the glasses, the customer confirmed that he wanted to buy 2 books for his student so that he could start developing in different directions. As she was putting the books in the bag, she looked into the eyes of her interlocutor and asked him if he had found everything he wanted or if he had any other requests. At some point, the professor began to feel strange, and the girl continued to tell him that behind her back there was another shelf where he could find something interesting. Taking his package in his hands, the guy smiled slightly, then thanked me, and said that he didn't have time for this now, because he was already a little late. So, before he opened the door, the woman waved broadly and wished him a good day. As soon as Callum was outside, he clutched the purchase tightly to his chest and, walking to the car, assumed that this young lady might know something, so he needed to get out of there immediately. Gritting his teeth, the young man began to blame himself for staying here for such a long period, because it could turn out to be a very big mistake for him. Then the image of his so-called student appeared in his mind, and at the same time the thought flashed through his mind that helping her could turn out badly for him. Looking down at the books he had bought, Callum realized that he needed to get out of here immediately, so that no one would catch him. Suddenly, a piece of paper was tucked into one of the books, and the young man carefully took it out and found the number of Alpha Chester, who was asking to be contacted. At that time, Chester was standing next to a blonde lady who was well-versed in computers and all technology, and they were talking about street cameras in the parking lot where Callum's car was. And then the older man immediately began to ask if she was able to find the person they were looking for on the camera. The lady said that it was the easiest thing to find, because some time ago she was able to find his location, but then she emphasized that if werewolves look for him this way, they will always be one step behind. After all, you need to ask yourself not where he is now, but where you can find out exactly where he is going and what he will do there. Alpha asked to get to the point, and Lucy said that his guys had done a lot of the dirty work in interrogating bookstore clerk. The young woman went on to say that they had to hack into a large number of cameras in order to track where the young man was going to go this time. A few minutes later, Lucy brought up an image of Callum standing in a bookstore, buying several books. After that, the girl added that this Professor Denver was spotted in a bookstore where the seller is a werewolf, so their guys are already on their way there. The gray-haired gentleman smiled lightly and told the girl to tell her colleagues not to contact the young man because he was going to approach them. The young lady winked with a smile on her face because she wanted the manager to come to this conclusion himself, because it was the right and best one. On the same day, late in the evening, Callum stood next to a telephone booth and looked at a small sheet of paper with a number on it, thinking about what was happening to him. After a short pause, the young man began to think about whether he should really call Alpha Chester or avoid contact with him for now. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, the young man said to himself that he must have gone mad because he could not explain it any other way. But a minute later, Callum's opinion changed, and he assumed that he might be doing something wrong now, since Alpha Chester was able to track him down and give him his number. So, coming closer to the phone, he thought that if he called this person, he could at least find out what to do next. Within minutes, the phone was picked up by Alpha Chester on the other end, who greeted the caller with a happy greeting and called him Professor Denver. But a second later, the man immediately asked if he should call the newcomer Callum, and this made the guy grind his teeth in irritation. So, in order not to say too much, the guy asked what they wanted from him, and the Alpha began to say that vampires had started to behave impudently in other places. Hearing these words, Callum decided to immediately explain that he was not a hired gun, and the interlocutor replied that he did not know who the young man really was. Then, the Alpha emphasized that he knew what the guy could do, and that he could promise to give information about the guild that was looking for him in exchange for completing the task. This made him more interested, and he said that money was not important to him now, but that he would be willing to receive any information about the organization. He especially wants to know about all the wizards and how everything works in the guild, i.e., how they cooperate with each other and how they use their magic. After listening to everything, Chester said that he was confident that he would be able to provide all this information to the interlocutor because he knew an expert in the field of magic. A minute later, he added that he could arrange a meeting. After these words, Callum asked questions to find out what exactly he would need to do. Alpha said that there are 4 cities where vampires have become a bad influence on society. When he heard the number 4, the young man was confused because he didn't know if he could handle it. Then the young man mentally began to scroll through his memories, wondering if he could pull off what he had done the first time in the small town again. Then he mentioned the guild agents, who quickly came to the scene to investigate what had happened and almost caught him. However, even after all these thoughts, Callum asked when he had to complete this task, and the Alpha first asked if the young man agreed to the proposal. The man said that if Chester arranged a meeting with a magical expert, he would agree, and finally asked how the gentleman had managed to find him. The man immediately decided to give an answer and said that his men were able to find Callum by his scent, and that's why they were always behind him. Having said that, the Alpha paused for a moment, after which he added that his subordinates would not have been able to do it if the guy had not looked in every bookstore. After that, Chester said that his people had left a folder in the trash cans on the next street where you can find all the necessary information about vampires. Hearing this sentence, Callum said that he would soon inform his interlocutor what decision he had made regarding this proposal. The next morning, the guy sat in his car and began to take out sheets from the folder, and there were so many of them that he realized it was some kind of encyclopedia. After reading a few pages, the young man praised Alpha Chester for its good work, but he was upset that there was a long distance between some cities. And with this, certain problems arise. So having moved to the forest, Callum began to warm up, while he reasoned that he could teleport only 150 meters. However, while using his strength, the young man remembered that he had a gravitic end with which he could develop incredible speed in his movement. Continuing to use his strength and energy, the young man said to himself that although he had never tried it before, he knew the theory, so it should work. And in a matter of seconds, the young man slowly rose above the ground, but very quickly began to lose his balance, and therefore concluded that this technique was difficult to control. And a second later, everything became completely clear, because Callum flew back a few meters and hit a tree trunk so hard that he even sat down on the ground. Rubbing his head, the young man began to think that in the future he might need it, but for now, he had to find something that would help with stabilization. After sitting like that for a few minutes, the young man turned his gaze forward because he realized what could help him, and it was the best solution, in his opinion. At this time, the two guild agents positioned themselves near one of the roadsides next to a dense forest, and the blonde closed his eyes and began to use his energy. After her partner finished, Felicia asked if he had found anything, and the man replied that he felt something up ahead, so he needed to check there. Walking a few meters forward, the two agents saw a car hidden in a large ditch with many leaves on top. The girl opened the car door and quickly examined everything and suggested that everything could have been cleaned out and that it would be difficult to find anything. My colleague was not upset, but rather began to smile mysteriously, saying that the fact that this car was left here recently indicated that they were getting closer and closer. On the same day, but late in the evening, instead of trying to rest, Callum took a motorcycle somewhere and tried to learn how to ride it fast. And in a few minutes after using his strength, the young man was driving at the speed that suited him, and he was very happy with what he had done. The moment when the guy realized that he had solved the problem with transportation, so he decided to inspect one of the vampire nests to understand what he would face. Arriving at the right place, Callum began to look around, thinking that he needed to avoid unnecessary contact with anyone. Therefore, using one of his skills, the young man began to scan the nearby area in order to find the nest of the first vampires he was going to visit. After spending a few minutes in one position, the young man realized where the place he needed was, and it was the local movie theater, which was very close by. Thanks to his abilities, Callum was able to count 9 vampire signatures, so it was possible to assume that the nest was located here. As he continued to scan the cinema, he found out that there was also an earth wizard because there were many magic shields in the room, but all of them are located on the ground, so it will be easy for him to bypass all the protection without entering the room. But there is a main problem that lies in the sorcerer. It was because his magic cloud seemed reliable and strong, and Callum thought that he would like to have such protection and feel safe. So the young man assumed that such a job could bring him a lot of problems, and therefore began to think about canceling the agreement with Alpha Chester. While he was thinking about this, he felt something strange near the door to the cinema, and at first he could not understand what could have caused it, so he began to scan more carefully. And he realized that this was the 10th vampire who moved faster than a bullet, which surprised Callum, but then he remembered that during the first attack, he hadn't learned about the capabilities of these creatures. And this was what began to scare the young man a bit, because he didn't know his opponents well enough and would need to navigate the terrain or learn more before the meeting. Suddenly, after his thoughts, Callum saw that the 10th vampire was dragging something behind him, and when he looked down, he saw that there was a child. Gritting his teeth in anger, the young man said that these vampires were just bastards who started treating ordinary people and children like no one else had ever done before. So it was at this emotional moment that the young man realized he could not let these villains get away with it and started to take out his cell phone. In order to send a message with his consent to the deal, he then got on his motorcycle and returned to his place of residence and realized that he needed to develop a new strategy. And it has to be more careful and faster so that no one inside can harm him while he is conducting his operation. In addition, when developing a strategy, you need to take into account that it should be such that the agents who are still looking for him cannot pick up the trail. A few hours later, Callum was already sitting in a bookstore because he had an appointment with Gail, who had come to the meeting first. The girl brought a product that she was supposed to make during the time they hadn't seen each other. After examining the item, the so-called professor praised his student. Rubbing her neck in confusion, the young lady thanked him for giving her such an opportunity and emphasized that it had taken a long time to achieve such a result. After that, Callum handed the item to Gail and, with a smile on his face, suggested that she try using it in her work to see what it could do. The interlocutor, picking up the object, immediately agreed to this adventure, and using her power, noticed that a blue background began to appear around her. In a quiet and calm tone, the professor asked the young lady not to stop, but instead to continue doing what she was doing until the very end. And when everything was over in a minute, Gail jumped to her feet with joy that she had succeeded and hugged the professor, sincerely thanking him for his help. The guy, cautiously pulling away from the girl, said that it was too early to thank him because they still had a lot of work ahead of them that would bear great fruit. And immediately after saying that, the professor said that they had to finish for today and asked if they could meet next week at the same time. Gay happily replied that of course she would come to this meeting, and the young man quickly went outside to prepare for the task. And while he was standing at the traffic light, an idea popped into his head that he thought would help him deal with the lair of the vampires he had seen. Continuing on the road, Callum said that if everything went as he had planned, tomorrow these impudent supernatural creatures would be gone. The first thing the young man decided to make was a termite to melt the bodies of the vampires because he couldn't make any mistakes from the hotel and use weapons and bullets. When he arrived at the dump, the boy extracted some rust from an old pipe, then crushed the aluminum foil into dust and mixed it all up at the end. Once it is homogeneous, you need to add it to a can of soda, and then it becomes clear that it is a homemade explosive specifically for vampires. In about an hour, Calum managed to make several dozen of these cans, which he will place in various secret places to allow him to move faster. After that, he began to look around to find the heavy object he needed, and in a matter of seconds, a large stone caught his eye. At that time, a couple of vampires were watching a movie in the theater and discussing among themselves whether the girl they brought to them yesterday had any blood left. When the woman heard that there were no more of her left, she looked sadly in front of her, saying that now someone had to go hunting for prey. And as soon as she finished the last word, a portal appeared down next to her feet, through which a can appeared, which had already caused a powerful explosion. Naturally, the other creatures began to come out of their rooms to find out what had happened, and during this process, a can of explosives appeared over one of them. This caused an explosion, and he completely burned down at this time, while Callum was at a distance rejoicing that his plan was being implemented as it should be. So the guy realized that now he could not slow down his pace and continue to destroy these creatures in the same way until everyone just died. After all, at this pace of attack, opponents have no time to think and make a decision in order to save themselves. While many vampires had already been destroyed, the sorcerer who worked with them sat in a small room and watched the movie, unsuspectingly. Suddenly, water began to pour down from the ceiling, indicating that a fire had started and that they had been attacked in a way that no one had expected. The sorcerer went out into the corridor and saw what had happened to the vampires and began to wonder why his observers hadn't worked, since he had recently placed them on the ground. At this time, Callum realized that it was time to move on to the sorcerer, and that is why he had to use the same large stone during the second step. And he decided to use it because he did not know what exactly could break through such a powerful defense that this bald wizard had created around him. When Callum approached the stone, he used his power to move it, because he decided that he had to help him, that this wizard was a human being. So the guy hoped that he would be able to deal with this opponent in this way, because nothing else came to his mind. and then he began to slowly but surely lift a large stone into the air high above him in order to create the conditions under which everything would work out best. At some point, he lost control of the object and concentrated on the portal above the ground through which the stone was supposed to fly and fall right on the sorcerer. And so far, everything was going exactly as Callum had planned, because while the bald gentleman was trying to figure out what to do next, a stone came at him and crushed him. After that, the young man wiped his face with sweat and assumed that he could already deal with all the vampires in the lair located in the movie theater. So, having gathered his things, the young man approached the motorcycle to leave this place with the understanding that he had already completed one task and had 3 more to go. In just an hour, Callum managed to get to the next lair, where he used his homemade explosives to create a large fire in which no one could escape. At this time, Alpha Chester was sitting in Lucy's office and began to wonder if they had any information about the vampire's reaction to what was happening. The girl said that there was nothing yet, and a second later she added that it looked like their contractor was doing his job cleanly and without unnecessary noise around. The gray-haired gentleman sitting on the couch began to think aloud about whether Callum had already completed another nest or was still on his way to. And at the same moment, I received a message saying that the second task was completed, and the Alpha could not understand how this was possible. The guy, sitting on his motorcycle, sent a message and thought that there was no time to delay because he had to deal with the third nest to complete everything on time. Therefore, when he found himself near the right room, Callum began to scan it in order to find out the exact number of vampires inside. Realizing that there were a lot of them, the young man began to scan the room, and his attention was drawn to 2 silhouettes that did not look like supernatural beings. After taking a closer look, the young man realized that these were ordinary people, and began to think about how he could get them out of there without revealing his identity. As he rounded the corner of the houses, Callum got off his motorcycle and started walking from side to side, thinking about what he could do to save these. He really did not want anyone to find out his identity during this operation, but at the same time, his conscience did not allow him to just leave them there. So it was decided to get this couple out of that dangerous place and move them to a cafe that is located a block away, so that the werewolves could get there quickly. It was very difficult for the guy to make such decisions, because in this case, he makes great sacrifices, risking his peaceful life for the sake of 2 strangers. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he looked in front of him with a confident look, and mentally said that first he had to destroy the vampire nest. And first, you need to find out where the largest number of vampires have gathered, because this time, you need to act much faster than in the previous one. You also need to find out where there are the most items that catch fire quickly, because it will be a plus in order to start a fire. After all the information was clarified, Callum began to prepare his homemade explosive, and he realized that only 6 cans would be enough. And after everything was ready, the young man used his strength and moving techniques to send these explosive devices to the right place. A few minutes later, several explosions occurred, and the hostages got to their feet because they were scared and did not understand what was happening. Looking through the grate, the young man realized that the fire alarm had gone off and then saw the flames that had spread not far from them. Because of this, they began to say that they needed to get out of here immediately, but they could not do it on their own because they were behind a metal grate. While the 2 were trying to open the locked door, Callum was already behind them, asking if the people being held here were okay. The couple turned their heads back and were seriously frightened by this unknown guest, and the boy, covering the girl with his body, began to find out who this gentleman was. Instead, the young man was not going to answer any of the questions asked. He simply said that they should face him and close their eyes. Using force, Callum removed the shackles from the hostages and told them that he would take them both out of here. But before he did, they had to trust him. The couple immediately agreed because they had no other option for rescue. So in a matter of seconds, the rescuer moved them to a small room. And as soon as everything calmed down, the gentleman in black turned to the girl and the boy and said that they were in the toilet and had to wait here until someone came for them. People were surprised by what had happened to them, and by the fact that they were being abandoned so quickly by a man who had saved them from death and had not even introduced himself. When Callum was creating the portal for his movement, he said that they shouldn't know him, and finally added that they should forget his voice altogether. But the girl with her mouth wide open managed to ask a question to find out how long they had to wait here for the people who would come for them. The rescuer stopped for a few seconds, apologized, and said that he would not answer any more questions because he did not have time for that. As soon as Callum was in a safe place, he took off his hood and mask and said that he was very sorry for the 2, because they had so many questions. Then an image of himself appeared in his mind, but in the past, and all because they reminded him of the state he was in when he faced all this. When the young man wanted to report that he had completed his task number 3, Alpha Chester sent a notification that the 4th task was canceled. At first, the young man was surprised by the news, but after a minute, he was able to exhale and relax a bit because he could finally rest properly. And that's because even though he trains a lot, he still spends a lot of energy during each attack on a new nest to make sure everything works out as it should. So Callum was glad that the job was canceled, because if he had to clean out another nest, he would have had a hard time doing it. But when the boy began to think about what he had managed to do on his own in a short period of time, a joyful smile of delight appeared on his face. Then the image of 2 innocent people he managed to save during his last operation came to mind, and it was a source of joy and satisfaction. A few minutes before the incident, Alpha Chester, standing next to Lucy, could not understand how Callum managed to pull off such a grandiose deed. A gentleman, who was also sitting in the room smoking a pipe, said that it looked like the boy had access to the guild's teleportation, or that Fae were involved. Then Chester turned to Lucy, who had been looking at the monitors all this time, and asked if she had any ideas, to which she replied that the guy hardly ever used his phone. And that is why she was unable to track him, because he is constantly offline, and therefore it is simply impossible to establish where he is now. Having received such a bad answer, the Alpha did not get upset, but rather began to imagine that he also had such an opportunity to move his people so quickly. The gray-haired interlocutor looked down and said that he doubted that this newcomer would want to reveal his methods to them. Then Chester, sitting on a chair, suggested that perhaps he should offer something better than a regular meeting with Jasper, an expert in magic, in return. Suddenly, Lucy interrupted the conversation and offered herself as an assistant to this newcomer, as it was difficult for him to work without help. The Alpha listened carefully and said that if he were the young lady, he would avoid such opportunities because she did not have very good relations with the guild. The girl folded her arms across her chest and smiled mysteriously and said that she would continue to work for the guild because they did not care about non-wizards like her. At that very moment, as soon as Lucy finished her sentence, Chester's phone rang and he quickly picked it up to start a conversation. On the other end of the line was a man who, without greeting, immediately demanded that the other party call off the people who were attacking the vampire nest. Without giving me the opportunity to say anything, the gentleman said that these targeted attacks were a violation of the agreement and that the organization would not let it go. Alpha, sitting on the couch, said that he had no idea what Antoine was talking about because his werewolves hadn't even been near the destroyed nests. The head vampire said that he was now engaged in getting his people out of the werewolf territory, so they had to do the same. Finally, the man told Cheddar not to be so happy about it because he would definitely find the people who did this to his vampires, and then they would regret what they had done. At this time, Callum was riding a motorcycle on the highway at breakneck speed in order to get to the place he had chosen in time. The next morning, agents from the guild were already at the scene of one of the fires, where they were surprised to see how much work had been done. As soon as the blonde man sat down to examine the ashes, his partner asked him if he really thought it was the same person who did it. Ray, running his hand along the floor, said that it was exactly the same person, and although the method was different, the rest was the same, so there was no doubt that this was the person they were looking for. The man went on to say that at the moment he did not know who was doing this, but he knew for sure that this person was becoming more and more dangerous every day. Suddenly, one of the experts lifted a small part up and shouted that he had found something for everyone to pay attention to. The blonde agent is excited to find the suspect's bearing, but the only thing he doesn't understand is what he uses it for in his attack. Facilia wanted to discuss the discovery with her colleague, but she couldn't do so in front of strangers, so Ray had to ask the employee to leave them. As soon as the man moved away at a sufficient distance, the two partners leaned toward each other and began to think about a new case that was related to the previous one. The girl raised her hand because of her beard and said that she had been tormented by the thought that the first attack on the vampire nest was more of a spontaneous decision. Then an image of a beautiful young woman came to mind, and Felicia added that maybe the vampires attacked someone the rescuer liked or something. Therefore, we can assume that the weapon was used not because the man wanted to, but because there was nothing else to destroy the creatures at that time. After that, the lady picked up a package with evidence and said that if you look at this object, you can understand that this attack was planned. Therefore, The girl suggested that they first talk to Alpha Chester, since all these crimes and attacks took place on the territory where his leadership reigned. And then they began to select people who live nearby and have some kind of power among ordinary supernatural beings, because such people could have planned this. But they failed to come to any final conclusion, so they simply went outside to meet with one of the suspects. As soon as the agents arrived at Alpha Chester's office, he met them in his office, and, with a smile on his face, invited them to sit in the chairs opposite him. While the guests were settling in, Ray managed to speak up, saying that the gentleman probably already knew why they had come to him at such a time. Chester sat down in his chair and looked down and said that what happened to the vampires in his district was really a very horrible story. Without waiting for a question, the man immediately said that he had nothing to do with what happened because he and the vampires could turn to the guild to resolve conflict. Ray felt that this phrase had been memorized for a long time, so he asked aloud if the Alphas would mind answering a few questions they wanted to ask. As soon as the agents were about to do what they had come here to do, the phone on the table, which belonged to Chester, began to ring loudly. When he answered the phone, the man turned his back on the visitors and said that he was busy because he had guests, so he said he would call back later. After the conversation was over, the Alpha hung up and sat down in his chair, addressed the agents in a serious tone, and asked where their conversation had ended. The blonde gentleman was already quite interested in the interlocutor, so he folded his hands on the table and began to prepare to ask a series of questions. At this time, Callum came to the fourth drawer in which he placed the bags of loot he was able to get from the vampires during the attack on their nests. He chose such hiding places that can be easily reached by teleportation, and if someone does catch him, there will be no evidence against him. At that very moment, the guy received a call from the Alpha and told him that agents had come to see him and were surprised at how the vampires had been dealt with. Callum, smiling slightly at what he had heard, asked how his client had behaved, because in this situation, he had to act in such a way as not to give him away. The gray-haired gentleman, smiling to himself, emphasized that the young man had performed the task at the highest and best level possible. After that, the guy closed the locker and asked if the interlocutor had told the agents anything that could lead them to him. Alpha replied that he hadn't told the agents who came to see him, so Callum doesn't have to worry about this visit and their meeting now. After a short pause, the gray-haired man added that if this happened and someone did turn the boy in, he would not be able to help him. Then the older man got to his feet and said that he wanted to proceed with the payment, so he was going to introduce the young man to two important people. The gentleman introduced the magical expert first, calling him Harry, because it was with this man that Callum wanted to meet for his further development. The second Alpha introduced Lucy, saying that she was an expert in information technology, but she asked that the newcomer call her Monet. Hearing this name, the interlocutor smilingly said that at least one of them all had a sense of humor, and then asked if she had made sure that their conversations were not tapped. Chester didn't have time to answer because the girl jumped up to him, grabbed his phone, and said it all, adding that she admired the way Callum was dealing with the vampire. Continuing to hold the phone to her ear, the young lady said that she thought that the boy would need help in the technical area of his work. The young man confirmed that he could use such help, but a second later emphasized the fact that Monatochka was already working for Alpha Chester. The girl, immersed in her dreams, began to say that he was not really her boss because she worked part-time and only came out to help. While the woman was telling him all the nuances of her work, the young man was thinking that he could not trust her completely, but that her skills could be useful. As soon as the young lady finished her story, Callum told her to send him her number, and he would contact her as soon as he thought about the offer. After that, the Alpha snatched the phone from Lucy and handed it to the expert Harry so that he could at least say something while the guy had time to talk. The man said that he had already scanned several books with interesting information in them, so Monatochka will send the files to the guy along with his contact details. After listening to everything, Callum said that he was satisfied with this format of communication for now, and going out into the streets, he thanked everyone for wanting to help him. When the Alpha picked up the phone, he finally wanted to warn the young man to be careful, because the main vampire Antoine was very angry about what happened to his colleague. The guy stopped in his tracks listening to all these words because he had no desire to start some big thing where he could be harmed, but for some reason it happened. And the last words that Chester said were that this man is the strongest and most terrible vampire he knows, so he should be wary of. That same evening, Callum settled down with his laptop on his bed and began to review the information provided to him by the magic expert the Alpha had found himself. After flipping through a few pages, the young man realized that these books were very useful because they were handwritten and had precise descriptions that helped him understand everything better. After sitting for another hour with the materials, the guy assumed that this gentleman knew as much about spatial magic as he did, because there was almost nothing about it here. Having sat at the laptop, the young man did not even realize that it was late at night, and only now he remembered that he had not called Monetochka to give his answer. But despite the time, Callum decided to make the call, and within seconds, she saw on one of the screens who wanted to contact her. With a smile on her face, the young lady began to put on her headphones to talk, and at the same time thought that he might really like her. As soon as Monetochka picked up the phone, she was the first to greet him and ask him a question to find out if he had accepted her offer. Callum opened the blinds and did not give a clear answer to the question. Instead, he said that he had some work for the young lady and asked how much it would cost. The woman said without hesitation that she was ready to work all night for $50, and these words made the guy confused and he did not know what to say. But the girl quickly said it was a joke and said in a more serious tone that she could send me her prices for working with Alpha Chester. However, she then emphasized that the price depends on the interest of the task because ordinary people in the world of the supernatural are given the most boring work that only tires them out. After listening to this story, Callum was surprised by the fact that the girl turned out to be an ordinary person, and he said so out loud, adding that he thought she was a werewolf. The interlocutor, shaking her head from side to side, emphasized that she was not an ordinary person because her parents were sorcerers, but she was not lucky in this. In order not to continue the conversation about personal matters, the girl quickly informed him that she had already sent a letter with prices for her services, so the young man could review them. When the young man opened the document, the real name of the young lady was indicated at the very top, and he immediately said that she might have declassified it by mistake. Lucy explained that this one was tired of wearing a pseudonym because her situation was either being protected by Alpha Chester or being found by the guild and destroyed. The guy was shocked that the young lady trusted the Alpha so much and said that given how much this gentleman needed his help, he was not that influential. These words made Lucy laugh, so she laughed for a few seconds and said that she would try not to pass these words on to her so-called boss at work. And then she said that Chester is a person of almost royal blood, and he can kill dozens of people and can only be reproached as a punishment. After a short pause, the girl said that in her opinion, arch-wizards and the chief of all vampires can be on a par with the Alpha. As he walked to his bed, the boy heard the last words and began to say that he was beginning to realize that the vampire leader was a very serious enemy. Opening one of the bags, the thought flashed through his mind that he hadn't paid attention when Chester warned him, but now it was clear that he should be wary of this gentleman. After these reflections, Callum turned to Lucy, by his real name, and asked if she could find the couple he had saved during the attack on the last vampire net. The girl immediately began to click her fingers on the keyboard, while clarifying that she needed to find the people the guy had left in the restroom. After receiving a positive answer, the young lady said that she did not think they were doing well, but that the agents working for the guild were the first to find them. When Callum heard these words, he gritted his teeth in anger and began to think that he should have dealt with these people himself instead of leaving them to someone else. Lucy, after a short pause, said that she would try to find out more information about these people for her interlocutor, and then asked how he would pay her for her work. The young man said he could leave a 2-kilogram gold bar in a secret hiding place and asked if it would be enough, and the young lady, smiling loudly, emphasized that she would work all night. The young man blushed a little when he heard these words, and the thought flashed through his mind that the girl who was talking to him now was a great negotiator. The next morning, Callum came to the bookstore in the guise of a professor to meet with his student to practice his skills. After spending a few hours in this place, 2 people suddenly noticed that the saleswoman was looking at them strangely, so they stopped their studies. So the young man, smiling broadly, said that they should finish their lesson for today in order not to disturb anyone in the room. Then the girl began to ask where exactly the professor managed to find the spell, because she had spent a lot of time searching and had not found anything worthy. Rubbing his head with a smile on his face, the man said that a friend had advised him a lot of books with a lot of useful information. The student asked me to convey her gratitude to the gentleman because it was with the help of the new facts that she was able to reach this level in her development. Callum, on the other hand, began to cautiously inquire about the young lady's experiments with healing, as it might also be useful in the future. Without waiting for an answer, the guy began to remind her that at the first meeting, he had given her a sheet of paper on which he had written what exactly needed to be worked out. The young lady began to say that she really tried to do something, but she failed, and the professor could not understand what she was saying. As the student continued to speak, Callum pretended to listen attentively, but at the same time he thought that sometimes he could not understand what she was saying. And all because it is very noticeable that he is lagging behind in some topics, and therefore some new terms and techniques seem completely unclear to him, and he does not know what they mean. Even though he knows that he started studying magic late, there is still a big difference when a trained magician can figure it out on his own. The professor listened with enthusiasm to everything the girl told him about her experiment, but he still could not understand some of the information. At the same time, an important meeting began in another secret location, where the main characters were seated at a large round table for discussion. Among the participants was Alpha Chester, who was angry that one of the members was late, despite the fact that they had gathered for him at night. Another bearded gentleman pointed to the front door and began to calm his colleague down, emphasizing that the gentleman was about to arrive, so he needed to wait a minute. And literally in a matter of seconds, the door to the room opened, and Antoine Levin, who is the leader among vampires in Miami, walked through it. Alpha Chester, seeing the latecomer, still continued to be angry and spoke out sharply about the fact that his colleague was late and made everyone wait for him. These words made the vampire very angry, so he quickly moved to the table and loudly leaned on it with both hands and asked the Alpha to watch what he was saying. In order to show that he was no slouch either, Chester also got to his feet and tension arose between them, which was broken by another participant ordering them to calm down. King Reveb, who is the ruler of the ferry, intervened in this tense conversation, and it was he who suggested getting down to business instead of settling the matter. After these words, everyone immediately agreed to this proposal, because they were here to discuss important issues, not to quarrel with each other. Therefore, the arch-wizard Genri, rising to his feet, looked at all those present and proclaimed that from this moment the meeting was declared open. After the gentleman settled into his chair, he again addressed his colleagues and said that a criminal had appeared in their area and was destroying supernatural beings. That night, unsuspectingly, Callum arrived at a place he hadn't been for some time, but he felt tired and missed it. As it turned out, the young man arrived in the town of Venuta and, when he found himself in front of his house, was quite surprised that the guild had not posted a guard. With a smile on his face, the young man suggested that he could move freely here now, because the sheriff had tried hard to drive the agents out of the area. So he really wanted to thank this family for such care, and after scanning the house, the owner found 2 large black bags with his belongings. As soon as Callum opened them, there was money and gold bars inside, and he was happy that everything was still there, so he decided to take as much as he could carry away on his motorcycle. He had to replenish his wallet because he had hired Lucy for his business, and on top of that, he still needed money for his ongoing magical training. Hanging one of the bags on his shoulder, the young man began to walk to the motorcycle in order to get out of the place as quickly as possible before anyone saw. As soon as he started the vehicle, he decided that a full-speed drive through the town without greeting anyone and without saying goodbye would be the best solution. However, the plan failed to materialize, but in a few minutes the young man was standing next to the cafe where the sheriff's daughter worked, who he clearly loved. Hiding behind one of the buildings, the young man began to reassure himself that he just had to see if the family he cared about was okay, and then he had to leave. So, closing his eyes, he began to scan the building, and in a few minutes he saw 3 familiar silhouettes, and therefore assumed that the whole family was now in this institution. The sheriff's daughter, unsuspectingly, turned to Clara and asked her to bring another steak from the freezer because the kitchen had already run out. As soon as the young lady left, the gray-haired gentleman said that she looked cheerful and then asked if she still had nightmares. The interlocutor replied that she still has attacks sometimes and does not know how much the events that happened could have been reflected in Clara's memory. The father put his hand on his daughter's arm and said that they were very lucky to be able to get their blood out of the hands of those brazen vampires so quickly. Suddenly, in an instant, the young lady felt energized and quickly rushed to the door, only to see a motorcycle speeding away from the cafe. The sheriff and his daughter assumed that it could be their assistant, and Callum continued to drive and took a deep breath and exhaled because he realized that he had almost been caught. And so he began to convince himself that if he wanted these people to be okay, he had to stay away from them as far as possible and not return. The same night, the boy called Lucy and asked her to find out where the teleportation circles belonged to the guild and why they were guarding them. When the girl heard this request, she was surprised because she and the Alpha thought that the boy knew their location and therefore moved so quickly. The interlocutor said that the assumption was good, but still wrong, and then he heard that Lucy would send him a list of public circles. As she continued typing, the young woman added that some families have their own portals, so it would be harder to get information about them. These words interested Callum, because he did not even know that there were some important families who had a portal for personal use. However, he will not touch them yet, but we'll try to use the one that was nearby. And as it turned out, one was located right in the store where they sell mattresses. Taking off his helmet, the young man began to look around the room, thinking that it turns out that all the magic that exists in the world is right under people's noses. Then Callum reasoned that he would need to be careful in these places, because he was just 100% sure that the guild was heavily guarding these portals. The young man was convinced that his motorcycle body kinesis worked very well, but after each task, his personal signature remained, indicating where he was moving. And usually it dissipates before the organization's agents arrive, but somehow Jessica was able to sense it in a matter of seconds. So, sitting under a tree, Callum thought that he needed to understand how the guild creates its portals for teleportation, and then no one could catch him. Starting to scan the room, the guy immediately found the circle, but it was difficult to see anything at this distance, and therefore he had to come closer. Although at times the young man did not see everything he needed to, he realized that usually all the magic is in carving something on a plate. The first thing the young man managed to figure out was that the plate was shaped like a circle, and then he got to his feet because he decided he didn't have time to sit for long. At this time, at a secret meeting, everyone began to ask the chief vampire what he thought about whether an amateur criminal was capable of attacking the group's nests like this. Antoine immediately confirmed all these words and then pointed to Chester's alpha with his index finger and emphasized that this attacker was working for Werewolf. The gray-haired gentleman, pounding his fist on the table, angrily began to say that he would not accept such rash and groundless accusations. And a verbal altercation broke out between the two again, in which the vampire turned to the Arichacolin Janri and asked to exclude the Alpha Chester from the meeting as he was useless. The leader of the Fae people intervened in this dispute, emphasizing that the vampire was just throwing around some accusations in vain without showing any evidence. Therefore, in order to end everything as quickly as possible, Janri abruptly rose to his feet and said that an investigation would begin into the attacks on the vampire nest. And then he said that all charges against the werewolves would be dropped, after which the gentleman emphasized that they had not gathered to stir up enmity between people. After a short pause, the man said that the purpose of their meeting was to discuss the fact that an extremely powerful criminal had appeared in their area and was destroying supernatural beings. Then Janri began to say that even though only vampires were attacked, it does not mean that everything will continue like this and that the rest of the groups can feel safe. As soon as he had a chance to speak, Antoine kept turning to the werewolf in charge to ask him to speak about what had happened. Alpha was in no hurry to give any answer. Instead, Janri calmly said that although they had little evidence, they had managed to find something. Chester became quite agitated when he heard these words, and then a colleague took out a small part and showed it to him and asked if anyone in the room was familiar with it. After Callum completed his task, he returned home and thought that Gail might belong to a respectable family and therefore should have her own portal. And this may indicate that she comes to his classes in this way because she does not look like someone who uses public transportation every day to get around. However, the guy had no intention of resting. He drove up to one of the rooms because, according to his calculations, this is where the portal used by his student should be. This is a jewelry store and is the closest to the bookstore where he meets Gail during his studies. As Callum approached the structure, he immediately began to scan it and saw a pattern that was very similar to the one he had seen that night, but in a different location. Then the guy began to imagine how he could design everything with a computer, but in order to create a high-quality layout, he needed to get closer. Raising his hand to his beard, the young man continued to think that even if he succeeded, he still did not know how it all started to work. At some point, the young man changed dramatically in his face because he sensed that someone was approaching and therefore immediately assumed that it could be his student. So he carefully watched her move around and caught sight of the young lady's tattoo, and so it could be assumed that it somehow helped with teleportation. Then Callum decided to clarify everything for himself and began to think that if the magic tattoo is unique for everyone, then it should open access to use. And this is how the guild can track where the sorcerer entered the portal and where he left. All this is done for greater control of employees. While the boy was thinking about all this, he bit his lower lip because he wanted to get closer and see what was painted on the plate. A few minutes later, Gail arrived at the bookstore and immediately began asking the shop assistant if he had seen the professor they were meeting with. The man replied that he had not seen him today, and the girl was a little worried because her mentor usually arrives before her and is already waiting at the table. While she was thinking about all this, the same professor appeared from around the corner of one of the shelves, apologizing for being late because he had read a book and hadn't looked at his watch. Gail approached the boy and began to look him intently in the eyes, glad that he had come and expressing that she was already afraid that he had forgotten about her In response, the professor only smiled, and the thought flashed through my mind that he had completely forgotten about their meeting and was therefore engrossed in following her movement. Sitting at the table, the boy asked what they would be doing today, and the girl said that she would like to learn more about the magic of movement. The interlocutor, folding his hands on the table, said that this is not an easy topic, given that the magic of healing is practically unrelated to the magic of movement. The young lady tilted her head back and said that she knew all this, and therefore would like to be an elemental sorcerer, and then half of her requirements would simply disappear. Watching the reaction of the student, the guy remembered himself when he was just starting to learn the basics to create spatial balls, and he did not succeed. After a few minutes, the young lady was able to control her emotions and asked if the gentleman knew any spells of movement magic, since he was a gravity wizard. This question put a cold chill on Callum's face, because he expected that sooner or later, she would start asking him such uncomfortable questions. I immediately thought that he knew certain basics of telekinesis, but when a real magician saw this, he would immediately realize that he was not competent in it. While the girl held his hands and asked him to see the spell, the young man thought that his identity might be revealed when she saw that he could not do what he was supposed to. However, he could not refuse to demonstrate some of his techniques, because then it would also raise certain doubts about his professional skills in magic. So Callum decided to show the easiest thing he could do, and using his power, redirected her to a nearby chair in order to lift it into the air. After that, the young man lifted it up a little to demonstrate levitation, and the fact that the chair can be moved in this way. After the demonstration was over, the guy started smiling, emphasizing that this was not all he could do, because he needed to rest a bit to show something bigger. However, the girl began to say with admiration that it was just incredible, and then, looking intently into the professor's eyes, asked if he could teach her the same thing. Callum didn't expect to hear this at first, but then he confidently said that he would try to do his best, and the thought flashed through his mind that he was playing his role as it should be. More than an hour had passed, and the guy was still showing the book, emphasizing that it was the first one he had studied at the beginning of his career as a sorcerer. Gail asked if she would be able to learn to fly when she read the whole book, but the teacher did not give her student such a hopeful message. Suddenly, at that moment, the professor's phone began to ring loudly, and it was Lucy. The young man could not understand why she was calling him at such a time, but he couldn't help but answer, so after apologizing to Gail, he got up to get to a safe distance and find out what could have happened and why the call was so sudden. The blonde woman sitting at her desk addressed Callum as her boss and first asked if she had called on time or if she needed to call a little later. The young man leaned against the wall and said that she had called on time, so he immediately asked how the girl was doing and continued the conversation. Lucy smiled sweetly and said that she really liked the fact that the boy was so concerned about her, even though he had given her a task that took a lot of time. As soon as the interlocutor asked to get down to business, the lady said that she had some information about the two people he had saved during the last attack. And a second later, she said that the guild had rules that emphasized that the person who brought them into the world of magic should be responsible for the people who brought them here. After listening carefully, Callum clearly understood what Lucy was trying to do, but he still asked what it meant that he was responsible for these two people. The interlocutor closed her eyes and did not know how to continue to communicate the following information because her new boss would obviously not like it and she did not know how he would react. But she nevertheless made up her mind and said that vampires were the first to bring this couple into the world of magic, and that is why they will return these people to them for further living. As expected, the young man was seriously angry, and so he barely restrained himself and asked if the guild was really going to return the victims back to their offenders. Lucy leaned on the table and said that she knew it was a stupid law, but it was important for the organization that everyone follow the rules and laws they created. After that, Callum said that now the girl must start a new job in order to find out the places and names of the vampires of the agents and the entire department. The interlocutor was seriously frightened because she immediately realized that the young man was planning to attack the guild and therefore began to try to dissuade him from this idea. However, the guy made it clear that he was not going to listen to her anyway, and that she should just do the job he had asked her to do a few minutes ago. The girl began to say that even though she somehow worked for the guild, she was still on Callum's side, and his plan looked like self-destruction. The young man continued to talk on the phone and said that he could not leave it like that, because innocent people were just left to their fate. Without letting the young lady speak, the young man began to blame himself for what happened to the couple because he had left them in the restroom to protect his interests. Lucy listened carefully and calmly told Callum that he needed to prioritize his work, because even the most powerful wizard would not be able to defeat the guild overnight. Finally, the young lady asked her interlocutor to think about how many people would be in danger if the cart made this rash act and died. The girl continued to convince Callum, emphasizing that she admired what he was about to do and agreed that the guild was a bunch of scum. So after all this, Lucy asked him not to give up what he had worked so hard to achieve because of just one bad day in his life. After these words, the young man agreed to calm down, but he still asked to fulfill his request because he needed to know as much information as possible to prepare. The interlocutor was happy that she had managed to stop the inevitable bad ending for this young man, and said that she would find everything he needed and that he should not do anything stupid. Late in the evening, Callum lifted his head to the sky and began to enjoy the fresh air, thinking that he would have to thank Lucy for convincing him. Until he improves his magical abilities, he won't be able to take over the guild, but he promised himself that these people would be held accountable for what they did. So the next morning, the young man called the magic expert and asked him a very strange question that could not be answered so easily. And because of this, the gray-haired gentleman took his pipe out of his mouth and asked why Callum was interested in novice sorcerers, since these people were just beginning their journey. The young man began to explain that he was just curious because he knows that there are children who learn about their abilities early on, and so he wondered if there were cases when something prevented them from using magic in childhood. The interlocutor listened carefully and said that he did not know a clear answer, and therefore assumed that the problem could be a lack of mana. But after a moment's pause of reflection, the man added that this was unlikely, because any child growing up in the midst of wizards could use the wisdom of which there was plenty in the air. And after this assumption, Callum came to his conclusion that if the child did not grow up among wizards, then he would not have the strength to develop. The magic expert looked down and said that he had never seen such a case, but if you look at it like this, there is a high probability that it could be true. After these words, the guy began to recall that the first time he used his strength was during an attack on the fitness center where he was staying. And he assumed that it was at that moment that he must have felt the surge of wisdom, given the fact that his parents were definitely not magicians with their mana. Then the image of a little boy appeared in my head, and I thought that he had always wondered what it would be like to grow up in a family where all the members were wizards. Suddenly, these reflections were interrupted by a magic expert who began to ask where such questions came from and suggested that the interlocutor had a secret child they did not know about. Callum smilingly said that if it were true, he would not tell anyone about it, and decided to end his conversation with Harry. After the conversation, the young man got on his motorcycle and rode through the city to call Lucy to clarify whether all of her family members were witches. The girl confirmed all these words while she was sitting in her chair with her feet on it and playing a game that she had recently downloaded to her phone. After hearing how fun and chaotic the woman's life was, the guy said that it must have been very difficult for her to live her childhood. Stretching, the young lady said that the guild didn't know what to do with an ordinary person, which is why they decided to throw her into the technology department. After that, Lucy turned her attention to the monitors and began to ask what kind of environment her new boss spent his childhood in and what kind of family he had. And Callum began to say that Harry had recently asked him this question, and so it seems that Alpha Chester asked them to get some information out of him. Laughing out loud, the girl said that he could not blame them for being curious, because everyone was interested in who this mysterious gentleman was who was acting like a hero in the city. Of course, the guy was happy to hear that, because no one had ever praised him in such a way for what he was doing. And then Lucy said that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to tell. The young man turned his attention back to the road and said that his personal life was not that interesting and that he might tell us something at the first opportunity. Then the young lady suggested exchanging some information during their first meeting, and Callum was a little confused and even blushed at these words. The young lady was amused by the fact that she was making the young man nervous with just one phrase, and he did not deny that he did not know whether he was ready to open up to Lucy. The girl finally said that he made her tremble with anticipation, and immediately after these words, she said goodbye to the boss and quickly hung up. And all because she took a selfie and wanted to send it to the person she was talking to, who saw the photo, smiled sweetly, and went to meet Gail. During this meeting, the student said that she was tired of studying because all the textbooks she had been reading lately seemed very boring. The professor realized that things would not go on like this because the girl just laid her head on the table all the time. So he suggested that she take a break from her studies. The young lady was very happy to hear these words, and so the mentor had the opportunity to apologize for disappearing so suddenly last time because his colleague was in a bad situation. The lady raised her hand up and assured me that everything was fine and thanked me for giving her so much of my time to teach and practice the techniques. Callum was delighted with this reaction, so in order to comfort the student a little, he looked her straight in the eye and said that he was looking forward to their meeting. The girl grabbed her mentor's hands and said that she was his debtor, and that if he needed anything, he could safely ask her for help. The professor immediately decided to take advantage of this opportunity because it could happen that there would not be such a convenient opportunity to learn everything. And so he immediately began to tell me that he was looking for new ways to get around, and the guild's teleportation circles were working well, but he was thinking of doing something smaller. Hearing these words, the interlocutor looked up and said that her father uses a home bond, and then emphasized that she could not give it to him, but she could definitely show him. Callum didn't know what the name meant, but he didn't let on, instead saying that his friend had some theories he was happy to test. Hearing this answer, Gale assumed that these theories might relate to movement, so she asked if the professor's friend was a magician who could move in space. This question sounded a bit distrustful, so Callum asked with a confused expression if everything was okay, or if there was something else that was confusing. The young lady leaned over to her mentor and said that the gentleman could get into a lot of trouble for disclosing such information without the master's knowledge, because the guild monitors such magic. Callum clarified what could happen, and the student replied that according to rumors, if the Erich wizard Duval found out about something like this, no one would see those people again. They would simply disappear. Only she knows what really happens behind closed doors, where the so-called traitors are brought and left alone with. After the conversation, the girl said goodbye to the professor and said that she would try to borrow a home bond from her father to show him. Going down to the basement where the portal was located, Gale reasoned that she had nothing to blame the professor for, and that he wanted to create something small to move around. After all, it is very difficult to move around with the help of guild circles, so she began to think about whether her mentor would have any problems with this idea. Stepping up to the portal, the lady assured herself that she didn't need to worry about her husband because he was a professor who knew what he was doing. After Gale found herself in the right city, she took a few steps and met a worker who first greeted her and then asked if she was returning home. The interlocutor gave an affirmative answer, after which her subordinate opened the door and offered to take the girl to a private network. The student had no intention of refusing the help because she knew that she had to behave properly and not show her dissatisfaction in any way. As they walked to the place they needed, the worker told them that the guild had started working more recently, and that many wizards were passing through all the portals. The girl was very curious about what exactly could have caused such an influx, but she did not ask about it and simply moved to her home. She was immediately met by a man in a black suit, and after greeting the young lady, he asked her how the class she was going to go to went. Gale said that she was very bored there, and then added that she has been thinking lately that all these demands are complete nonsense. The interlocutor, smiling slightly, said that the girl is the future of this house, so it is not surprising that so many different requirements are put forward to her. Closing her eyes, the young lady smiled sweetly and agreed with all the words she had heard, and then added that she was already waiting for the moment when it would finally be over. After finishing the conversation, Gale went to her room, where she took a bath, chose a dress, and dressed to meet her family. When she arrived at her father's office, she immediately said that she was glad that he had found time for them to talk. The man said that the situation is actually very tense now because a criminal has appeared in the town who can easily fight vampires. As soon as my daughter heard these words, she immediately began to draw an image in her head of a man walking the streets with a gun in his hand and destroying all supernatural creatures. While the girl was sitting on the chair, the man told her that her grandfather might visit them today, so she had to prepare herself properly. The interlocutor said that she would do everything as she should, and then asked if she could make one request to her father. The father turned his gaze to his daughter and was surprised that she had a request, and asked what she wanted to receive or hear from him. Gale didn't hesitate to ask if she could bring the home bond to her study group next week so that everyone could see it for themselves. My father immediately began to emphasize that this item was very expensive and that it was issued personally and only by the Irish wizard Duvala. The girl folded her arms as if in prayer and began to say that she would not activate it because they just thought it would be interesting to explore this enchanted object. The man quickly gave up after these persuasions and agreed to do what his daughter asked, and she quickly hugged her dad in gratitude. After that, the door to the room opened, and one of the workers brought in a tray of dinner for the father and daughter to eat tonight. The gentleman was glad that they could have their meal in peace, because soon an old man might appear here and quickly disrupt this idyll. At the next meeting, Gale told the professor that she had only borrowed the homebound from her father for a few hours, hoping it would be enough to study. looking at the object with enthusiasm. The guy said that it was very good because he was just glad to see this device with his own eyes. The student then demonstrated a small detail, saying that it only responds to the tattoo on her father's wrist, so they won't be able to activate it. Taking the object in his hands, Callum thought that everything really turns out to be connected to the tattoo that the guild puts on his arm. But he didn't show his concern, instead emphasizing that they had an enchanted plate and a personalized wedding ring for today's lesson. Putting the jewelry on his hand, the professor said that everything seems very simple at first glance, but if you look into it, he is sure that everything is actually very complicated. The girl was surprised to ask how the man understood all this, and he replied that it was not difficult to guess, knowing that such items are made for a specific person. Then Callum turned his gaze to the ring in order to use his spatial sense to find out the hidden parts of the spell that was cast on the object. Continuing to carefully examine the jewelry on his hand, the young man could not fully understand how everything was arranged, but he was sure that he could repeat it on his own. Suddenly, a student intervened in these reflections, and the professor quickly took off his wedding ring and gave it to the girl, apologizing for being absorbed in his thoughts and not saying anything. At this time, the guild agents continued to visit various establishments in order to find at least some trace that could lead them to the person they were looking for. During one of these visits, the bartender of the werewolf club said that he had not noticed anything strange or unusual in the area, so he could not help. The agents had no choice but to thank us for our time, even though they did not receive any information that could help them in any way. As soon as they got outside, Felicia shook her head from side to side in frustration because they hadn't been able to get anything of value for their investigation. Stopping on the spot, she asked Ray how it was possible for one criminal to hide from the entire magical world so skillfully. My partner replied that this man was very talented, and the lady continued to say that at this rate, they would not be able to catch him at all. My colleague brought me a cigarette and lit it, saying that I shouldn't be so pessimistic because you can look at the situation from the other side. And after a short pause, he said that if the suspect still chooses to lie low for the rest of his life, then they will definitely not be able to find him and bring him to justice. Then Ray turned his gaze forward and added confidently that his experience tells him that such criminals rarely rest on their laurels, so they are constantly on the prowl. And so it turns out that maybe not tomorrow or even the day after tomorrow, but this person will definitely take another step to continue his or her activity. And at the moment, they don't need to be upset that they can catch him, because the more the criminal continues, the more likely he is to make a mistake in a moment. And then Felicia remembered that they had assumed that the first attack was committed to save someone, so we can assume that this is his weakness. My partner said that this person might not be so cold-blooded and therefore might get attached to someone, and for such work, he needs allies, which he has. And maybe there will come a time when one of the allies will make a mistake that could cost the one who has been creating attacks on vampires all along. At that time, Callum was sitting on his bed, and next to him was the wedding ring on which he had laser cut the engraving he had seen the day before. Taking the jewelry in his hands, the guy began to smile happily, because if this thing really works as it should, then now he has the home bond itself in his hand. Then the guy decided that it was time to charge this ring with my vibes, and as soon as he managed to do everything, he had to move to the plate located in the bathroom. Therefore, in order for everything to go as it should, the young man began to concentrate all his energy on the object he was holding with both hands for better concentration. And in just a few minutes, Callum managed to move to the bathroom, but the landing was not very successful, so it will need to be worked on. Returning to his room, he began to pack the necessary things into his backpack, thinking that he had spent only a few days creating this object. And so the young man realizes that Dwala deliberately does not allow the wizards to develop on their own, because in this way, she can control them. And so they don't even realize that they don't have to obey the will of the guild in order to move around using the portals they have. And because of this, Callum begins to realize that he is now in even greater danger than he had ever imagined until he fully understood everything. Then the image of the employee he met during his first visit to the organization came to mind, and he immediately informed him that all the fugitives were being carefully searched for. Because it turns out that any escaped wizard is a problem for the guild, but he is not a simple wizard because he can declassify the entire scheme of Duval's work. Therefore, for the guild, he may turn out to be the biggest threat they can imagine, but at the moment, they don't even know about it. The next day, Callum met with his student, who spent several minutes examining the ring and then the plate, holding it above her head. After that, the boyfriend suggested that she try to apply this subject to her work. So Gail sat down in her seat and began to concentrate her effort. At first, the girl was doing great, so the professor asked her to keep doing it because she had to achieve the best result. Suddenly, the young lady began to doubt that she would be able to continue at all, and Callum began to say with a smile on his face that he was sure she would succeed. And the interlocutor raised the plate on her head, smiling broadly, and happily began to say that this was the last thing she needed to achieve results. And with these words, the professor decided to calmly and carefully hint that their lessons should end there, because they had already achieved good results. Gail grabbed her mentor's hands and said that she could come back next week to tell him how it went and whether the teachers had accepted her skills. The young man said that if something went wrong, he would be happy to help, and when he said this, the lady noticed a bruise on his arm and asked if the gentleman was okay. This question took the young man by surprise, and he immediately replayed the moment of his landing in his head and assumed that it was at that moment that he could have hit. Then the student suggested that she look at the wound because she could heal it, as she was the best at it and she was eager to help. The professor began to assure her that she did not need to do this because it could heal on its own, but she continued to insist because it was the least she could do for him. Using her strength, the young lady managed to carefully examine the limb, and the thought flashed through her mind that the professor had very strong muscles in his arms. And it makes you think that he is clearly different from all the other professors. Callum noticed a strange look behind him and asked if he was okay. The interlocutor blushed a little and was confused, but leaning over to her hand, she said that the bruise should completely disappear in just a few minutes. The young man put his hand to his face and watched his wound disappear, and with a smile on his face, emphasized that the girl had a great talent in this field. After that, Gail got to her feet and said that she had to go because she had to make another appointment for an exam today before anything else slipped her mind. At the last moment, the boy grabbed the student's hand and looked her in the eye, telling her not to let herself be humiliated and adding that he believed in her. Gail thanked him sincerely, and the next day, she was in the room where she was to take the exam, holding a painted plate that the professor had made for her. But before showing all her skills to her teachers, she decided to practice with her home assistant and go through the list of tasks. The first thing she had to do was create and release light, and she did it very quickly, and the next thing on the list was to move. Next, she had to create a protective shield around herself, and Gay did it all without any problem. Then the assistant suggested moving on to attacking spell. Before using anything, the young lady closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled for a long time, opened her eyes, and took a pose to carry out the attack. After the girl managed to destroy her target, she said that she used a healing attack, and its essence is to create blood clotting in the body. When I saw the reaction to this technique on the gentleman's face, I was confused and asked if it was all over now because she thought that this would be enough to get the point. The bald gentleman turned to the exit and began to say that everything was really fine, but he had to leave for a few minutes to clarify something. And as it turned out, the gentleman left not for a few minutes but for 4 hours, and the girl, already on the floor, began to worry about her result. Suddenly, at some point, the door to the room opened and 2 people entered. One was a man named Ray, and the other was a sweet, fragile woman named Felicia. When Gay saw these people, she began to worry and, confused, asked questions to find out what had happened and whether she had failed the test. The blonde man came closer and put his hands in his pockets and said that he was not responsible for the test, but he was very interested in the healing attack she used today. The interlocutor immediately asked whether the young lady had invented it herself, and she answered that it was not her idea from the very beginning. And she began to explain that the person she had studied with had given her advice that it was possible to change the processes inside the body in her favor. Ray asked the name of the person, and the lady said that Professor Brown was teaching her, and asked if there was a problem with that, or why she was being asked such questions. The agent began to say in a serious tone that problems could well arise, and that the girl should tell them everything she knew about this professor. At this time, Callum contacted Lucy to see if she could find the information about the guild he had asked her for a few days earlier. At first, the interlocutor said that all the people in the organization were very angry that they still could not catch the new criminal who was destroying supernatural beings. After that, Lucy began to tell us that some vampires decided to lay low in case the criminal decided to do his thing again. But a few weeks passed, and everything calmed down. And Callum was glad to hear this information because he didn't want to arouse much curiosity about his person. Opening his backpack, the young man saw the plate and remembered that he wanted to ask the woman what she could tell him about the Hargrave family. Hearing this name, The girl looked up sharply and anxiously began to clarify whether her boss had decided to contact these serious people. Callum began to tell me that he had met a girl named Gail, and so he decided to find out a little bit about her family and her personality. Lucy immediately began to search for information on her computer to give at least something, and in a few minutes reported that this young lady was 22 years old and had certain abilities. At some point, the interlocutor gritted her teeth and said that she had found something that could pose a certain threat, and the young man began to clarify what exactly she had found. And the assistant began to say that this family created half of the attacking spells that all wizards use today, so this family is one of the most dangerous. Archmage Hargrave personally defined battle magic. He is a very stubborn person, and when it comes to battle, there are no people who can be worthy opponents for him. After a short pause, Lucy said that Gale is a healer, which can only mean that there was an incestuous relationship once, since the girl has other talents. And then the young man began to think that maybe it was some kind of accident or someone in the family had an affair with a healer, and as a result, Gale was born. The interlocutor said that it was difficult for her to give a clear answer because large families could make such an alliance in order to appear even stronger. Then Lucy thought for a few minutes and suggested that perhaps the Highgrave family wanted to create a new talent that this girl was supposed to develop. Therefore, the lady assumed that those who would interfere in this process would simply be disliked, and finally added that the grandfather of this lady was an arch-wizard. But the warnings did not end there, and the interlocutor added that if Callum touches his granddaughter with his hand, there will not be a person in the whole world who can protect him. Without showing it, the guy thanked the lady for the information and continued to pack the things that were on the bed into his travel backpack. After this conversation, the young man began to think that now he had a new danger to his life, so he wondered if he should skip the last meeting with his student. However, such an idea looked very bad, because a sudden disappearance could arouse unnecessary suspicions, and then there would be even more problems than there were. Because the girl could use her family's ability to track him down, the best thing to do is to go to the last meeting and say goodbye to Gale. At that time, agents came to the bookstore with several groups of hired workers whose only task was to capture the fugitive. The partners themselves were located on the roof of the building opposite and used binoculars to observe the events that would take place. At one point, Felicia thought that they were going a little overboard with the fact that they were using so many people to catch just one criminal. Ray said with a smile on his face that they were not exaggerating anything, and that the arch-wizard himself wanted to join the operation when he learned that his granddaughter was being manipulated. And it was simply impossible to dissuade the older man from participating, so he is now nearby in the room where people are sitting at their computers. After hearing all this, his partner asked if the man wanted to look through binoculars, and he replied that he was better at watching using air magic. And while they were talking to each other, one of their subordinates reported that a potential suspect had been spotted around the corner and was now moving in the right direction. Therefore, all of the groups continued to monitor it in order not to lose it, since a lot of resources were involved in this operation. Suddenly, at some point, the cameras showed that they had lost the trail because the suspect had disappeared, but a minute later, he was already spotted on other cameras. Ray was surprised by the fact that this criminal was able to teleport, because according to intelligence, this man must be a sorcerer with the power of gravity. And because of this, the agent began to turn to his men to order them to capture this suspect right now to prevent him from teleporting. People immediately began to prepare for the task for which they had come here, and in a matter of seconds, the weapons were in full readiness. As soon as the bullet was fired, Callum immediately heard something wrong, and therefore, starting to run, he assumed that it could be people from the guild, and therefore he needed to run away. At some point, however, he felt a chain on one of his wrists that prevented him from using magic to even escape. The young man got down on one knee and began to look at his limb, thinking that he felt as if all the energy was being sucked out, and then he could do nothing to save himself, because in a couple of minutes a group of subordinates was near him and managed to catch him easily. During this time, the agents managed to go downstairs, and Ray, thanking them for their work, said that everyone could leave because they would handle the rest on their own. However, as soon as the guild worker said the last word, Gale's grandfather appeared in the parking lot and asked to give the guy back to him because he dared to touch his granddaughter. The blonde understood everything, but he did not want to miss this opportunity, so he asked the archmage to let them complete their investigation. He began to explain that they had detained the suspect very carefully and that he had no chance of escaping from their hands. Therefore, Ray went on to say that as soon as they finished all their business regarding this investigation, they would personally make sure that this young man was handed over to the archmage. The older interlocutor was very angry that he was being told this, but with so many people and witnesses, he he had to restrain himself. And in an instant, turning in the opposite direction, he asked the agents to keep him informed of all the events, because everything they would know, he should know. After that, Ray turned to his men and asked them to search the detainee in order to find at least one thing that would link him to the vampire case. Just a few minutes later, one of the workers reported that he had managed to find something and began to take it out very carefully so as not to harm it. As soon as the blonde saw the ball bearing, he said with a big smile on his face that he could congratulate everyone because they had found the right criminal. In a few hours, Karam was moved to one of the guild's premises, where he first slept, and when he woke up, he could not understand where he was. But after looking around, he remembered that it was the same interrogation room when he was brought to the organization for the first time. Then the guy began to recall what happened to him, because he was just walking calmly to meet Gale when he was suddenly attacked by a group of people in suits. After these memories, the young man began to be angry with himself for not teleporting the moment he felt another sorcerer near his location. But then Callum began to reassure himself that if he thought about it carefully, the wizard he felt could have been the store clerk or Gale herself. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and two agents entered the room, one of whom was a man who began to recognize him with a smile on his face. At first, he called the detainee Mr. Brown, then paused for a moment and asked if he should address him as Calum. When he heard these words, the young man was very surprised that these people were able to find out his real name so quickly, because he expected it to take some time. As the agents sat down on their chairs, Ray said that it was obvious that the criminal had two names because one half of the guild was looking for one and the other half for the other. Looking at the detainee, the gentleman said that he was very ashamed that they did not even realize that it could be the same person because they did not think he could grow up to do this. After all this, the man said that his colleague Felicia wanted to ask some questions that she had prepared for the interrogation. Using her powers, the young lady immediately asked a question intended to find out whether Callum was involved in the attack on the vampire nest in Venuti. The young man, shaking his head from side to side, was surprised at how straightforward the questions were, and then he clarified how they could possibly think that he was involved in this. Ray could not stand it and interfered with his partner's work, saying that the detainee was given away by his ball bearings, which he left at all crime scenes. Then the agent took over the initiative, saying that they were interested in another thing: why the young man decided to take revenge on the guild at such a conscious age. Callum decided to ask first what he was interested in, and asked whether the interlocutors knew that these same vampires were secretly taking the lives of ordinary people in their nests. The woman replied that it was not important to them, and these words really angered the detainee, because it was important to him, and he did not understand why the organization was sitting idly by. The agents did not react sharply to the words. Instead, the blonde asked his colleague to ask another question, and she asked who the criminal was working for. The guy immediately said that he was working for himself, and that was the case from the very beginning, because he simply does not like to bend to someone else's wishes. Ray lit a cigarette and took the first puff, saying that maybe under different circumstances they would have become friends with him because he had a good ideology. But considering the current situation, this is simply not possible, because Callum is a criminal wizard, and Ray's job is to track them down. After these words, Felicia began to proclaim that the detainee was facing a serious sentence, and he began to ask why he was detained in the first place. The blonde began to list various organizations that wanted the person who had made all this mess on their territory to just disappear. The man went on to say that they were more interested in attacks on vampire nests, of course, but that there were other specific questions they would like to hear answered. And Facilia asked questions to find out whether it was this criminal who taught Gale the strange technique, and, if so, how he learned about it. The guy replied that he had only taught her basic things, so he didn't understand what they were talking about, and then he was told that she had used a healing attack. Callum, holding his hands out to the side, began to say that he had no idea what they were talking about, because for him, all these things were obvious and did not cause concern. And in a minute, he began to explain that if healing can have a positive effect on the human body, then it can be used in the opposite direction. These words made Ray very angry, because in his opinion, these ordinary human understandings simply overturn magic and violate all possible guild laws. The agent then looked intently into the detainee's eyes and emphasized that he had destroyed Gale's entire future by teaching her so-called obvious things during their meeting. The young man replied that he could not know that this could cause any problems at all, and then immediately asked how big they would be for the young lady. Ray looked down and said that the lady was very lucky to have her grandfather, because if it wasn't for him, she would have been considered a wizard and a criminal, and now she would at least have a future. Callum jumped to his feet and began to blame the organization for what had happened because they had brainwashed her into cruelty and murder. After this outpouring of emotions, for their own safety, the agents used an electric shock that passed through the handcuffs and penetrated the detainee's entire body. The blonde man, having calmed down a bit, emphasized that there was no need to aggravate the situation, so he suggested starting all over again. So Felicia continued to ask questions, and the next thing she needed to find out was whether Callum had tried to recruit Gail to lure her into his organization. The detainee, with his head down, said that he did not intend to do anything like that because he saw her studying hard, so he decided to just help her. The woman continued to press the young man for information, and he immediately realized that they had decided to use this opportunity to talk to him. The partner leaned closer to the young man and emphasized that he would be surprised to find out how seriously the boss treats such issues. The young man did not react to these words. He just continued to sit calmly with his head down and remained silent in order not to give himself away. However, a second later, he abruptly raised his face with a wide smile and said that after this conversation, no one from this organization would see him here again. Ray did not understand what these words could mean, so he drew his eyebrows together and asked a question to get some kind of explanation. But without giving such an opportunity, the man immediately emphasized that it was simply impossible to open a portal in this room in order to somehow escape from here. The detainee continued to smile slyly and said that he did not need the portal to escape, because he had invented something else for such cases, and using his power, he said that he had left the enchanted object where no one could find it, and only he could reach it. It turns out that the ring he made was simply placed under his skin and thus could disappear, and the agents began to worry seriously that this might be true. In a matter of seconds, everything happened just as the young man said it would, and he disappeared from the cell from which no one had ever managed to escape so easily after being detained. Ray first looked at an empty space and then began to call everyone nearby and ordered them to raise the highest level of alarm. He then summoned all the best agents and ordered them to immediately begin searching for Callum before he could get far from them and while his trail was still fresh. Then the colleagues began to discuss among themselves how they could have missed the fact that the detainee could have had a home bond on him, which would have allowed him to disappear. They were also surprised that it was sewn into the body, and then began to wonder who else could have made such an object except one of their fellow archwizards. The blonde immediately rejected these assumptions because this woman constantly claims that she is the only one who can create such artifacts for her people. Felicia suggested trying to track the fugitive with a blood spell, and it should be done now because the radius of action is 15 kilometers. Ray grabbed his head because it had only just dawned on him that they would have to start the investigation from the beginning again. At that time, one of the guild members came to the Archwitch and told her what had happened, because he was the one who had been instructed to tell her the bad news. The woman was very angry because the sorcerer with spatial skills was in custody and no one told her anything about it, and she only found out after he... The interlocutor coughed and began to say that they could start investigating, but now they had a little more problems than that. And showing the documents about Callum, he said that whoever he cooperated with, those people clearly began to practice magic, which is prohibited in this area. The young lady looked at several sheets and said that this sorcerer had ruined the future of a young girl, and the gentleman in the suit still did not understand why everyone was so worried about it. And the woman had to explain in a serious tone that healing is one of the few abilities that can bypass the protection of an ordinary sorcerer if used aggressively. Therefore, if the girl begins to deepen her knowledge of this forbidden magic, she will be able to take the lives of several dozen of her colleagues in an instant. It was precisely because of such incidents that it was necessary to control all the girl's contacts, as she could bring chaos and destruction to their previously peaceful lives. The interlocutor asked if there were any facts about spatial sorcerers that could help them in their search, since they had not considered them dangerous before. The young lady got to her feet with an angry expression and emphasized that these people did not pose any threat, so there was nothing to know. Having mastered her emotions a bit, the woman added that spatial magic is the safest magic that exists in this world, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The subordinate began to break out in a cold sweat from excitement, but at the end of the meeting, he promised to do everything to resolve the situation as soon as possible. Then the interlocutor approached the man and emphasized that he had to capture this fugitive because spatial sorcerers are born very rarely and she needs them all. Therefore, they have to try harder to find the one who escaped from under their noses, despite being in a cell protected by spells. In a few hours, Callum managed to get away from the people who were chasing him and came to the place where he had left the black bag with his belongings. Opening the bag, the guy looked at what was inside and found that it had all the things that would help him start over without looking back. The only thing that worried the young man was when exactly he had made such a mistake, because the guild now knew everything about him and, most importantly, that his identity had been revealed. However, there was also something that made me happy, because for some reason these people decided that he belonged to some secret organization, and maybe this would throw them off his trail a little bit. Having opened the portal to move, Callum concluded that now he needed to lie low and avoid anything supernatural for as long as possible. However, in a few hours, he did get in touch with Lucy, and when she heard his voice, she breathed a sigh of relief because she thought she would never hear it again. After that, she emphasized that he had done a lot of serious things, and the interlocutor began to wonder how bad things were for his person. The girl said that she wanted to say that there was chaos here, but in fact, everything is quiet and everyone pretends that nothing happened because Callum has touched on a forbidden topic. Rubbing his head, the guy said that he had been thinking lately about making a lot of noise while escaping from the cell where he was being held by 2 agents. Lucy said with a smile on her face that now her boss was labeled a terrorist, so he would not do well in business. Then the young lady said in a sweet voice that she had always liked bad guys, so she wondered why Callum had gotten involved in this whole story. The young man replied that he would tell everything another time, and explained that he had called to find out if she was okay and hadn't been declassified. The interlocutor said that no one suspected her of anything, so as soon as she received the research materials, she immediately cleaned up what was needed. After these words, the guy asked if the girl could tell him where some magical equipment was, because he had lost some items during the escape. The lady replied that this might be difficult because such things are strictly regulated by the Enchanters Guild, and they would definitely not want to deal with someone like him. However, despite all these reservations, Lucy decided that she had to provide some information, so she said that such items were extracted from portals. Hearing the next phrase, Callum was upset that he did not think it could be prohibited by law, so he decided to invent something himself to solve this problem. Before the conversation was about to end, the interlocutor decided to inform her boss that the Archwizard Duval was very angry after his escape, and since she herself is a spatial archmage, it turns out that she controls and helps everyone who has the same abilities as her. That is why she must never catch the fugitive, because if she does, she will take out all her anger on Calumet, despite all his ability. That same night, the young man pitched a tent deep in the forest and began to study the research information that Lucy had managed to get him, putting herself in danger. He finally got to the section about the Fae, because he had only personally talked to one, and it was the guild agent who had interrogated him. Then the image of that young lady appeared in his mind, and he began to recall how she was different from the sorcerers and what he noticed about her. After a few moments of recollection and reflection, Callum suggested that the magic of these creatures must be different from the usual magic used by other creatures. Therefore, it turns out that Fae can do things that ordinary wizards cannot understand, and even with a large number of different abilities, they are not powerful. But despite this, Callum realized that from now on, he had to be careful, because from the meeting with the agents, he realized that his greatest enemy was unprepared. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange energy moving near him and quickly scanned the area and realized that it was not people and therefore assumed that it was Fae. But it was not just one representative, there was a whole group of them, including pixie dryads and unknown creatures who wore a lot of jewelry around their neck. At the same time, not far from where Callum was going to spend the night, 2 people, a man and a woman, were running away from someone with their last strength. The gentleman asked his companion to keep moving, because the attackers were already breathing down their necks, and she could not understand why they were treating them so cruelly. The interlocutor said that he himself did not understand what all this was for, but the only thing he knew for sure was that if they stopped, they would die just like the others. At the same time, the wizard had a memory from his childhood where he and his father came to the playground to play a little. Before letting his son go down the slide to go down a little bit, the man asked him to stay in sight so that he could keep an eye on him. With a smile on his face, the boy promised his father to fulfill his request, and as soon as he climbed the slide, one of the boys asked the other who had allowed him to do so. The child did not understand the question, and the angry peer said that this was his personal part of the playground, and that he had to ask permission before climbing in. The young man replied that everyone could play here, and after that, the impudent boy pushed him to the ground, calling him a loser. Callum was on the hill all this time and saw with his own eyes what happened, but he began to convince himself that he should not interfere because it did not concern him. So he continued to have fun on his way down, but at some point his father appeared abruptly in front of him with a displeased expression. The father sat down next to his son and asked why he did not go and help the boy, and the young man replied that it was his turn to go down. However, the father did not care about this fact at all. He continued to tell his child that he was just calmly watching his peer being insulted. Then the man got to his feet and with a sad expression emphasized that he always thought he had raised a good person, but it turned out that he had not. The little boy did not understand why he had disappointed his father, so he asked why he had to say something when there were so many other children here. Without waiting for an answer, the son said that the other boy had pushed the boy and that his father was angry with him for some reason, and he did not understand what exactly his fault was. The man paused for a moment, took a deep breath and sighed, saying that Callum was older than the abused boy, which meant he was responsible. The son still could not understand what his family wanted from him, so his father explained that the young man should help those who needed his help. Because thieves win only when good people just stand by and do nothing to help those who need help. And at the end of a serious and instructive conversation, the man asked his son to remember these words for the rest of his life and to adhere to this ideology. Sitting in the tent, Callum, already an adult, held his head and began to think about what to do in this case, what decision to make. Because if these Fae are hunting for ordinary, innocent people, he has to stop them, and stop them immediately, so that they don't cause trouble. But there is another side of the coin, and it is that if he decides to interfere in all this, he can easily fall into the hands of the organization. And all because that first case with the vampires lured the guild agents to the town, from which they began to slowly but surely follow in his footsteps. So, closing his eyes, the guy decided that he had to get out of here, and so he did what he had to do from the very beginning, open the portal and just disappear. However, at some point, he heard a strange sound, and at the same time, two of the creatures were talking to each other about how they had to finish their hunt before the sun rose. Because of this, a lady with red hair turned to her assistant and asked if he had managed to find the people who were fleeing. The interlocutor waved his head from side to side, indicating that no one had found anyone. Then the main creature said that they would not be able to get out of the forest anyway. The blonde partner with a wide smile emphasized that he really likes the feeling of being chased for a long time. When Callum realized that these creatures began to move to find their prey, he became nervous because he could not decide what to do. At some point, he relaxed and closed his eyes, and said to himself that he could not deceive his essence because he had been raised as a good person since childhood. So, wearing a face mask, the young man left his tent with a backpack on his shoulder to start hunting for the Fae that roamed the area. The first thing the guy decided to find out was where these creatures were headed, and if he kept a safe distance, he would be able to follow them. At the same time, Callum realized that he needed to be very careful so that no one behind him could sneak up on him, as they did the last time he was caught. Continuing to move forward, the young man reasoned that he did not know if the Fae could scan everything around him, but thanks to this ability, he knew the exact number of them. So the young man decided that if he could keep track of their number, he would be able to quickly see the moment when one of them would disappear. Then the young man defined his main goal, and it is to find people before the attackers and move them quickly to a safe place. After that, the guy began to look for a safe place to move his wards, and a network of underground tunnels in the mountains caught his eye. Raising his hand to his face, the young man realized that people would not be able to stay there permanently, but he would be able to wait out the time of hunting for them. As the two people continued to run away holding hands, Callum came up with a slightly different but seemingly better idea than the previous one. At some point, the woman tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground, sadly telling her interlocutor that she could no longer continue running. Approaching the young lady, the man began to look around to find a place to hide, because they could no longer run at this pace. And at that very moment, a large black silhouette with red eyes began to emerge from the dense bushes, and people frightenedly put their hands forward and shouted not to approach them. It turned out that it was Callum, who got down on one knee and whispered that the couple should not be afraid of him, because he had just come to save them. People wondered who this stranger was, and the young man replied that he was someone who wanted to help them and asked them to follow all his instructions. The interlocutors, being in a panic, could not understand anything, so the guy began to give instructions, and the first thing they had to do was to walk forward and then turn left. Then Callum turned his head in the direction of the escape and continued to say that in 180 meters they should see a pine tree and should run toward it with all their might. After listening carefully, The man began to ask if the boyfriend could take them to the place he was talking about because they were not sure they remembered everything. The stranger closed his eyes and said that he could not guide them, so they had to go on their own, trusting him because he promised to look after them. While he was saying all this, he was thinking that he could still teleport them, but he needed them to get off the path and lead the Fae out of the area. The young man cannot go with them because his magical trail can be traced, so the couple agreed to do what they were advised to do to save themselves. The stranger was happy that he was understood correctly and agreed to do everything so quickly, so he finally said that they would meet again later. In just a few minutes, the couple managed to reach the pine tree they had been told about, but they could barely stand up because of the fatigue that enveloped their entire body. As soon as they had a chance to talk normally, the boy turned to the girl and asked her who she thought their assistant was and whether she could trust him. When the young lady was about to answer, everything around them changed dramatically, and in an instant they simply disappeared from their previous place and landed badly in another. The girl immediately noticed the stranger, so she immediately asked him how he managed to pull it off, and then added questions to understand where they were. Shaking hands with his interlocutor, Callum replied that they were now kilometers away from their previous location, and therefore could be considered safe. After receiving the words of gratitude, the young man began to wonder how these two ended up in such a situation and wanted to know why these creatures were chasing them. The survivors began to say that they did not know because they were simply told that it was like a wild hunt where they had to hold out until sunrise to stay alive. When Callum heard these words, he became very angry because these creatures were playing with people for their own amusement and to have fun that night. So, having opened the portal, he began to move to it to move, because he had heard enough information and had already understood how to deal with these impudent people. At that time, the fairies saw the first rays of the sun, and the girl said whether they should start worrying because they still hadn't found the couple who had run away from them. But then they realized that thanks to the nearby mountains, people would see that the sun had risen only a few minutes ago, so they still had time to hunt. The young lady began to say with a smile on her face that their fugitives were so stupid and that it gave her a lot of pleasure to deceive them. Suddenly, the two friends noticed that their pixies, who were standing behind them, had disappeared somewhere, so they began to look around to at least find them with their eyes. Therefore, in a matter of seconds, they saw the portal into which their comrades were disappearing, and a quick decision was made to inform the monarch. However, the one who was supposed to do this did not have time to reach his destination because a stone fell on him from the portal and crushed him. The Fae girl was furious at the fact that someone dared to attack them at all, and while she was expressing her dissatisfaction, something hit her in the head. Seeing this with his own eyes, my partner began to use magic and felt that someone was hiding on the mountain ridge, so an arrow was shot there. Having escaped from this attack, Callum began to think about his attack, and the beginning went well, but the use of the large portal turned out to be a mistake. After all, he was able to get rid of only one monster in the form of a tree, and they are very strong opponent. Plus one of the Fae can sense him, and this is even more dangerous. While he was thinking about all this and developing a plan for what to do next, he did not even notice that a large branch was approaching him through the bushes. And just at the last moment, he managed to jump to the side. While jumping, he pulled out a gun and began to fire a bullet where the attack was coming from. While there was a short pause, the young man began to think about how the attacker could have approached him, and assumed that he could have simply used some special kind of magic. Rising to his feet, the boy decided that they could both play this game, so he closed his eyes and began to scan the area around him to find his opponent. In a matter of seconds, Callum managed to find him, and he was located a few meters away, behind dense large bushes and trees. Putting the pistol forward, the young man began to fire a bullet, and in a minute, he realized that the attacker could move from tree to tree. So, having fired another bullet into one of the trunks, the young man realized that this creature was very fast because it managed to disappear in time, moving to another place. Closing his eyes, the guy realized that he had only one way to defeat this opponent, and that he just needed to attack him from an unexpected angle. Within seconds of opening his eyes, Callum quickly moved to a place from which he fired a single shot that killed a tree-like creature. Taking off his mask, the young man apologized and explained that he did not like to do this, but he had no other choice because they hunt. Having opened the portal, the guy finally emphasized that this is a crime that he cannot forgive so easily because his conscience does not allow him to stand aside. After that, he was able to move the Fey man into one of the caves, and as soon as he was inside, he looked around and could not understand where he was. Then, he began to hold his throat because there was not much air and it was difficult to breathe, so he decided that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. As soon as he took one step, he stepped on something soft, and looking down, he saw those who had been hunting people with them in the middle of the night. In the morning, a couple of the survivors and Callum were at a gas station talking about how he shouldn't be paid for saving them from these monsters. The only thing the guy asked was that it would be safer for everyone if they forgot what happened and did not remember how they spent the night. A minute later, he emphasized that they should not mention him at all in their conversation, because if one of their enemies found out about it, they would be in trouble. After receiving their consent, Callum said that he understood that this event was traumatic for them, and he would like to help them in some way, but it would be better if they were on their own. So, in the end, he shook hands with each of his new friends and wished them good luck, because they were able to survive this life and have no right to waste it. After setting off, Callum called Chester's alpha through Lucy. Although it was a sudden decision, he wanted to get advice from him. Having received consent to listen, the young man said that he had some problems with a group of Fae and wanted to know how badly he had made a mistake. The interlocutor, sitting in his office, listened attentively to everything and then began to ask questions for clarification, and one of them required a description of these creatures. The guy said that he was dealing with several pixie dryads and a couple of elves, and finally added that he had met them in the forest when they were hunting. After everything he heard, Chester immediately said that Callum should immediately flee because they were noble Fae, and therefore the monarch there would quickly learn of their death. The young man heard this conclusion, pressed the button to increase the speed, and heard an offer from the alpha to work for him so he could help with the defense. The interlocutor refused this offer and explained that after his last meeting with the guild's employees, he had become even more convinced that he valued his freedom. Pausing for a moment, Callum added that he didn't mind doing some tasks from time to time, but he wasn't going to be under anyone's control. After that, Chester said that in this case, the boy needed to hide somewhere, and that place should be where supernatural beings could not reach. After listening to this advice, the young man thought for a while, and then said that he had one thought and hung up without saying where he was going. Alpha looked at the phone and turned to Lucy, and asked her irritably to find out what this young man was thinking when he got involved in such matters. The girl took the candy out of her mouth and smiled slightly, and said that Callum must have gained courage after he managed to escape from the guild. The older man thought about this, saying that he was now even more interested in finding out who this young man really was and what his real capabilities were. So Chester asked Lucy if she had found any information about his past, and she replied that a few months ago, Callum was an ordinary man. Alpha emphasized that an ordinary person cannot suddenly become a sorcerer, so he suggested that perhaps this young man had influential parents. And so the next step was to find out who the parents of this new wizard were and whether they could help him become one. At this time, Callum had already arrived at the airport because that was the first thing that came to his mind, and looking at the entrance, he began to think about whether he was making a mistake. However, at some point, the guy decided that he was doing the right thing because Alpha Chester gave him a worthy advice that could save him from a bad future. That's why he needed to go to a place where he can take a break from all this, gain strength, and a little more information about all the supernatural beings. Then the images of the agents who found him in the small town of Venuta came to mind, and because of this, Callum has few options to hide. But the young man already had an idea of where he would go, because fortunately, he had learned about a secret place when he first became a wizard, so that's where he would go. He found out about this place while driving home in a car with an assistant who told him what the guild was doing and what groups it had. It was at that moment that he learned about the world of portals, and even then he was quite interested in this information, but he didn't have time to investigate everything. And then, under the pretext of the new Callum, he managed to find out about the portals that the guilds protect, and that each of them has its own supernatural creature. After that, Agent Sen spoke about each creature individually, but did not go into any details because it would take a lot of time. And in general, he understood that it was not his responsibility to deal with all this, so he just said the general terms that are now helping the guy with his hiding. But before he found the exact place where he would lie low, Callum began to remember that he knew from the story that all the entrances to the portals were guarded by a large number of people. So the guy needs to figure out how he can bypass the guards to enter the portal unnoticed and finally feel safe for a while. Looking at the map of the world, the young man realized that the portals he needed were on the other side of the ocean, so he still had to fly there. Having scanned the first hall, Callum concluded that this place was also very well guarded, so he would not be able to simply teleport to the plane. Then he began to think about how he could get on the plane without leaving any traces, because he couldn't buy a ticket, because then he would be found quickly. Therefore, the first thing that came to mind was to use force to move invisibly to people, and after taking a few steps, he accidentally touched the woman. But she thought she was just imagining things, so he realized he had to be careful, because he hadn't used this technique since learning it with Gale. After that, turning his head in the right direction, Callum saw a large crowd in front of him, and had to think about how to get through it. At that very moment, the voice of a policeman was heard from the right side, chasing a thief who was holding a red handbag that he had snatched from a woman. Callum immediately closed his eyes and began to shake his head from side to side because he clearly understood that he did not need to pay attention to and help in any way. However, at this time, the crowd heard the voice of an old woman who simply begged to catch the thief because it was from her that he took the bag that was very precious to her. It was only after these words that the guy decided to help, but without using any magic so that he could not be followed. And the first thing that came to his mind was to put his foot out so that the criminal would trip over it and just fall, and that's why it happened in a matter of seconds. And it was this gesture that helped the police officer run up to the thief in time to pick him up and handcuff him in order to take him to the police station. The detainee was very upset by the fact that he was unable to escape, as he had only a few steps to take to leave the room. Callum decided to go into another room to catch his breath, as he finds such events very stressful and exhausting. At this time, in the forest where the boy met with a group of Fae, one of King Gisarel's aides came to him and asked what he thought about what had happened. It turns out that they came to the place where the battle took place, and even the king himself confirmed this, because he could feel the energy of his people here. Also at this place, we could see crumpled grass, scattered stones, and broken branches on trees, which according to their laws, is a sign of disrespect for nature. The interlocutor said that perhaps the earth itself would punish this brazen magician, and the gentleman said that this would definitely happen someday because such things are unforgivable. So then the older man used his power to ask the earth to show him the events that took place on this clearing when his people were here. After looking at everything carefully, the king said that he did not know the attacker, and then his assistant suggested that it might be a sorcerer who had escaped from the guild. And although the interlocutor offered to forget everything, the man could not agree to this, because he had a debt to the families of the creatures who had died, so he had to take revenge. Then the creature who accompanied the king became curious about what he had already come up with, and before giving any answer, he began to use his new technique. Then he told them that they had to follow this guy in order to be the first to grab him and not to give him to others. In a few minutes, these two creatures were next to the airplane runway, and what they did next was to humiliate this vehicle for transportation. While they were discussing whether they should go on this long journey, a guard appeared on the horizon and angrily said that they were not allowed to be here. As the man approached them, the aide turned to his king and asked if he needed to deal with the man himself. As soon as the airport employee came closer, he began to tell them that he could call the police or arrest them for breaking the rules. The king listened carefully to this remark and began to think about how such an ordinary person could speak to him so sharply without showing his respect. The guard could not understand what kind of king was standing in front of him, so he simply suggested that they pack their things and get out of this place as soon as possible. When the man finished his last word, the creature put its wooden hand on his face to silence him, but he continued to threaten even through it. Having made several wounds on the worker's face, the king ordered his assistant to call his horse here because he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Before leaving the place, the main man said that one of his men should deal with what he had done here, because he did not want to get into trouble. Callum was already on the plane, and as he was choosing his seat, he was thinking that this transport looked quite good and that the number of people was a plus. The first thing the guy did was go to the restroom to clean himself up, because it turned out that after the last battle, he had abrasions on his penis. And at that moment, he remembered that right now, he could really use Gale's healing ability, but at the same time, he felt terrible about having hurt her. Callum still blames himself for pushing the girl to learn forbidden spells, which is the reason she works in the archive. Therefore, he believed that Gale's only crime was that one day their paths crossed and that she was now in a bad position. Closing his eyes and leaning against the sink, the young man said to himself that maybe someday there would be times when he could atone for his guilt before her. Suddenly, all these thoughts were interrupted by someone calmly opening the door to the restroom, and it turned out that it was a stewardess who did not know that someone was inside. The young lady was confused when she saw the guy without a shirt, so she started to apologize, but he said with a smile on his face that everything was fine. Putting on a t-shirt, Callum went out into the corridor, and the stewardess finally said that he could contact her if he needed anything during the flight. Several hours had passed since the flight, and a blonde girl was standing in the rain waiting to meet her boss, who was running a little late. As soon as King Jesseril appeared in the sky, the young lady immediately said that she had come here as soon as she received his message about the meeting. Bowing her head, the girl asked what brought the gentleman to this area, because he usually does not travel this far, but sends his men. The king replied that he had decided to land here because the sea had begun to rain, and he was moving to follow the attacker who had recently attacked his subordinates. The interlocutor was surprised by the news, but she came to her senses quickly because the gentleman asked her to immediately call a wizard investigator from the guild. Then the supernatural being stopped in his tracks and added that the organization should already know about what happened, so they should be held accountable. A few minutes later, Ray appeared before the king and first apologized for the wait, and then showed him Callum's photo and asked where the king had last seen him. At this time, the fugitive had already arrived in Portugal, where he found a portal to the world of dragons, but he was in no hurry to enter it because he wanted to tune in first. And all because it is one of the most dangerous worlds, so it is already clear that it will not be easy to spend time there if someone notices him. Callum was also worried because he couldn't find enough information about how dragons use magic, but the only thing he knew for sure was that they were the most powerful creature. After scanning the area around the portal, Callum was surprised to see how poorly guarded it was, as he saw only one guard behind a desk. This was to the guy's advantage because he would only need to pass one employee to get to the portal, and it looks like it could be done very easily. But before he acted, he thought about it and decided that he needed to minimize the emission of his viz so that he would not be mistaken for a dragon. And at that moment, Callum had an idea that he immediately began to implement, namely throwing a small stone near the guard to attract his attention. So when the employee noticed something strange, he immediately decided to report it to the guild. But when he was about to leave, the radio disappeared from his desk. He looked around and noticed her on the ground to his right, so he started walking over to her to inform her of what had happened. At this time, taking advantage of this opportunity, Callum quietly approached the portal and closed his eyes and began to go inside, wondering if he was making a mistake. As soon as he found himself in the world of dragons, the first thing that met him was a very bright light, but when he adjusted to it, he was able to see everything better. Everything here seemed very beautiful to him, and he could not understand why everyone was so afraid of this world, because at first glance it was even very calm and quiet. When he used the power, the young man was surprised to find that there was a lot of mana around, and for some reason it felt different than in his usual world. Then, turning his gaze to the portal, Callum noticed that it was different from the one he could create, because this one seemed to be very complicated. So the first thing that came to mind was to make some notes while he had the chance, and so he took out his notebook and pencil and started working. However, a few minutes later, he suddenly felt energy near him, which could indicate that someone else was there and it might be dangerous. It turns out that it was a dragon who, as soon as he realized that a man was standing in front of him, told him that he had broken all the laws when he stepped on their land. So he has to answer for it. But as the creature spoke these words, he looked at the guest better and recognized him as Callum, who had been going to his fitness center. At this time, Ray was sitting in the back seat of the car, eating a burger in peace, when he received a message on his cell phone. After reading the text, the man told Felicia that the organization was gathering a group to start searching for Callum, and she wondered who the participants would be. At this time, a group of young men were already driving in a large car and discussing among themselves the fact that the guild had been unable to catch one sorcerer for so long. Some said that they had heard rumors that this unknown person was disappearing so fast that no one could catch him, so the whole guild was in stress. Suddenly, one of the participants turned to Sen, who was sitting with his head bowed, and asked him what he was thinking and suggested that maybe he was just scared. The interlocutor angrily replied that this bastard had run away from under his nose and thus put him in an awkward position, so he just wanted to take revenge on him. At this time, Callum and the dragon sat down on a bench to discuss everything that had happened and the fact that the boy hated the organization. The young man, demonstrating his skills, said that he was still trying to get used to it because he started learning everything so late and using his capabilities in general. Then the dragon asked what brought the young man to this wilderness, and again assumed that he hadn't been chasing him after their last meeting. Rubbing his face, Callum said that he was just looking for a safe place, and for some reason, it occurred to him that the guilds would not look for him in the dragon world. The interlocutor added with a slight smile that even if they wanted to, they still knew it was forbidden because they knew better than to challenge dragons. Then he began to explain that the organization had no chance of standing up to them because if they wanted to, they could grow to the size of a continent. After that, Callum asked about the attack at the fitness center And the dragon replied that it was a personal conflict that needed to be resolved and had nothing to do with the young man. Then the guy asked if the other man had returned to the hall, and he said that he had several avatars for such cases if he wanted to see them. The dragon demonstrated a cook and said that he had a puppet body to watch what was happening in the world where ordinary people live. Callum was very surprised by this fact because he had never paid attention to the people around him, and so from now on, he would take it more serious. The dragon was in the cook's body and was surprised that the guy had guessed about it, but for some reason he hadn't given it much thought. And the young man explained that he had always seen the man in the form of a dragon, and the latter suggested that perhaps it was some special ability that he had inherited from his father. This assumption shocked the young man even more, and with his mouth wide open, he began to clarify whether the gentleman was talking about Callum the Elder. And then the dragon said that he was now talking about his real parents, because those who raised him were his grandparents who took on this responsibility. After a short pause, the interlocutor added that he had never met the boy's father, but if he had a knack for magic, it was definitely from him. Callum said with a slight smile that he had such thoughts because of his parents' age, but he never asked too many questions to upset anyone. Then the young man looked up at the dragon and said that since he had real parents, he wanted to know about them, so he asked what the master knew about it. The interlocutor looked up and said that he did not know anything about his father, but his mother was troubled and therefore left home at a young age because of a quarrel. But a few years later, she returned to her parents' house anyway, and at that time, she was pregnant with Callum. However, she was not able to stay in the role of a mother for long, and it turned out that she gave birth to a boy, stayed with him for a few days, and then packed up and left again. The grandparents had to live for several years thinking about what they should do because she was hurt by the fact that their own daughter had done this. One day, when Kodakalam was about 6 years old, he saw a photo of her mother and grandparent, and he asked who this young lady was. At that moment, my grandfather sat down next to me and calmly replied that this was an old friend of his and that they might meet someday if she expressed a desire. After listening to all this, the young man said with a smile on his face that he understood why his family did not bring up the topic because they were also hurt by what had happened. Suddenly, Callum felt a dragon's paw on his shoulder, and the interlocutor said that their species had an unwritten rule that they did not interfere in human affairs. And he began to explain that he tried his best to stay away. So all these years, he just watched his grandparents put their whole soul into his upbringing. So then the dragon changed the subject and said with a smile on his face that they had already talked enough and that he could not allow Callum to stay here. Parading before leaving this world, the young man asked if there was any safe place, and the dragon replied that in his opinion, it could only be the territory of the Fae. After a short pause, the creature added that the land of the Fae is a very pleasant place, but very unpredictable and dangerous because they can change their attitude abruptly. And finally, the interlocutor said that if the guy wanted to prepare for a confrontation with the guild, he would find useful magic items there. As the young man began to think carefully about what he had heard, the dragon lightly poked him in the chest and reminded him that he was in great danger. Because while they are talking to themselves so calmly, most of the creatures from the supernatural world are now hunting for Callum, and some even want him dead. The guy froze in his tracks and asked what he should do in this case, because he wanted to hear the opinion of a person who was not in his place. The dragon replied that the strong do what they can, while the weak endure what they can, and so he added that the young man should choose the path of the strong. While the creature was saying all this, it was rapidly changing in size to demonstrate all its power and confidence that the young man should gain for himself. At that time, Ray arrived in the town of Venut and first of all, went to the sheriff and presented his ID to him in order to help the investigation. The policeman put his hands in his pockets and explained that he understood everything perfectly well, but he could not say anything new because nothing had changed since then. The agent was angry because the man was the one who personally communicated with Callum, and now he says that he can't help, although he could tell some facts. The gray-haired interlocutor angrily asked what they wanted from him, because this newcomer had a completely different name when he lived here. The blonde man kept asking questions, so he asked if the boy had mentioned any ties to Europe, because they had evidence that he was headed there himself. The sheriff sneeringly said that Venut was a small provincial town, so they knew nothing about that distant Europe. At that moment, the policeman's daughter came up to them and brought coffee to Ray, because as soon as he entered the restaurant, he ordered this drink to relax. After taking one sip, the man turned to Jessica and asked her if she and Callum had ever had any kind of relationship because their town was so small. The young lady was quite surprised by this question, and with a confused expression, she said that she did not understand what she was being asked. And then the sheriff decided to intervene in this conversation. He stood in front of his daughter and said that this investigation was already crossing all the lines, so he asked the agent to leave the place. Ray calmly put the cup on the counter and said that he would leave the cafe if they wanted to without any problem. Putting on a black glove, the man finally added that if the two of them remembered something useful, they could call him at the number on his business. Returning to the car, Ray told his partner that everything went without a result, so they had wasted their time coming here. My colleague, smiling mysteriously, said that she was doing much better because she had managed to get something out of the werewolf girl, whose name was Clara. The man didn't like the fact that Felicia used suggestion on the child. The woman asked the interlocutor to calm down because she hadn't guessed anything. Still, the agent was worried about what the alpha would do to them when he found out, so he said they couldn't use this information properly. Still, he asked what Felicia had learned, and she told him that the girl didn't remember much, but she knew for sure that she had been kidnapped by vampires and then teleported by someone. And with this, my colleague was able to confirm her guess that the first attack on the nest was committed because of personal interests that outweighed all the rules. Ray drew his conclusion from this that the werewolves continue to hide information about this, even though it was already obvious without evidence. However, all this upset the agent because it did not give a new impetus to the investigation, so they needed to find something immediately in order not to reach a dead end. By this time, Callum had already reached the portal to the Nightlands, and the first thing he noticed was that there was much more security here than in other similar places. But here he feels a few simple spells, and this can be compared to the fact that here, all the security is that the place is closed like a locker in a middle school. So the guy came up with the idea to immediately teleport to the portal, because all the spells that exist are so primitive that no one will even notice what happened. While creating his personal portal, Callum suddenly stopped in his tracks and thought that it all seemed so simple and therefore not very much like the truth. But he has only one way to find out, and that's to just check. So in a matter of seconds, one of the guards felt something strange. However, without seeing anything, he folded his arms across his chest and said to himself that he must have just had an imagination and should not pay attention. At this time, Callum, having passed through his portal, found himself in a new place, and for the first few seconds he decided that he had succeeded. But then he began to think about where he was. Looking out the window, he saw that in this area it was already halfway through the night, while on his land, it was only a day ago. The first difference he noticed. After scanning the area, the young man saw that there was a whole settlement and even a lot of wizards, although he thought there would be only vampires. It was only now that he began to understand the dragon's words, when he said that they forbid sorcerers and all other supernatural beings to enter their world. But here, things are structured in a completely different way, because the guild works closely with vampires, so it's no surprise that wizards live here. And since some wizards can't get along with ordinary people, they have chosen to live in portals where they like. Putting his hand over his face, Callum began to blame himself for not having guessed about this fraud, and for that reason it turned out to be the worst place to hide. This is because the whole world is made up of two groups that began to cooperate with each other and put him in jail so that he would not interfere with them. Therefore, it would be very dangerous for him to stay here, and that's why he returned to the portal to leave this world. However, at the last moment, he remembered that the dragon had told him that there were many useful enchanted items here, so he decided to explore the area a little first. At the same time, in the same portal, two people were killing a group of wolves because they thought these creatures were getting bolder and bolder. The woman, wiping her face angrily, said that these creatures threaten people with witches, but for some reason they have to deal with them. At the end of his work, the man's partner said that in his opinion, it was all about pleasing the precious wizarding guild. Suddenly, the young lady turned her head to the right and asked the other person if he could feel a strange energy near them. The interlocutor got to his feet and looked in the same direction and replied that he could only smell the blood coming from the killed animal. Then the woman said that she could feel the sorcerer next to her, and her partner was surprised because it was so late in the day and they usually sleep at this time. The young lady asked what they would do in this case, and the man said that they would just leave everything as it was and return home. However, her partner decided to contact the operator before setting off to find out which sorcerer was with them. In a matter of seconds, the operator got in touch and immediately began to ask what had happened because she was sitting right there to provide information assistance. The woman said that she felt the trail of a lone sorcerer heading into the wilderness, so she wanted to know what the instructions would be for this. My partner was not so concerned about the appearance of this sorcerer, so he said that they were wasting their time because it could be a gentleman who was just flying by. A few minutes later, the operator got back in touch to report what he had learned about the situation on the lawn. So he began to tell them in a serious tone that they had to leave the place immediately because he and his partner were in danger. The young woman tried to find out what the reason was, but the caller only shouted loudly into the phone to return to the base as soon as possible. Arriving at the gate, the vampires discussed among themselves that there was indeed some danger in the forest since they were so abruptly ordered to return to their place of residence. In an instant, a fight broke out between them because the man said it was a trifle, but in fact it turned out to be a serious matter that entailed danger. Before entering the base, the woman said that their military commander would now want to hear a detailed description of what they heard in the forest during the mission. My colleague said, rubbing his head, that the young lady didn't even feel anything, so he didn't even know what she would say. As soon as they took a few steps in the hall, they met a gentleman who addressed them as scouts who had provided information about an unknown sorcerer. The man immediately realized that the gentleman met them was unknown to him, so he began to ask who he was and where their military leader, who was supposed to meet them, had gone. The stranger turned his back on the two partners and said that this did not concern their chief because he was the supreme sorcerer, Thyson, from the Department of Secrecy. The man was surprised to hear these words and asked questions with his mouth wide open to find out how they could help. Then the gentleman came closer to them and said that he had heard rumors that they had found the trail of one of the sorcerers, so he wondered if they had seen any special sign. The woman said that she smelled a rather faint trace and added a second later that for some reason she thought it was human magic, but she was not sure what type of magic it was. The chief looked down and said that it was only getting more complicated, not vice versa, so we needed to think about what to do about it. A vampire man who was also at the scene asked why a person like Thyson came here in the middle of the night. The chief replied that the guild's top brass had one assumption, and that was that the escaped sorcerer might be hiding in one of the worlds, looking for a quiet place. His partners began to worry about this fugitive, so they asked him how dangerous this escaped sorcerer was and whether they should fear for their lives. The gentleman replied in a serious tone that all this still needed to be clarified, but that the leader of the organization considered this sorcerer to be a threat of the highest level of danger. Finally, the man told the two to tell their colleagues that a fugitive sorcerer named Callum was on the wanted list, so any information would be useful. At this time, the young man had just passed through the new portal, and, finding himself in a new place, began to look around carefully to analyze everything. It turns out that he found himself in the Nightlands, and the title itself automatically brings to mind various creatures waiting for prey around every corner. So when the imagination starts to work at full capacity, Callum began to see witches and demons hiding in the shade of the trees. But when the mind turns on, it becomes clear that there is nothing of the sort. But what scared the boy the most was not all these creatures but the moon, which was very large and pulsed in the sky like a real heart that made everything move. So the first thing that came to mind was to leave this world. But then the young man began to remember that in all the books he had read, enchanted objects had to be in the sea notes. Covering his face with his hands, the guy realized that he had been here all night and that the earth would move before he could do anything. After setting up his tent, Callum lay down to rest and think about what to do next, but at some point he heard a strange sound and looked outside. Looking closely, the boy noticed a large beetle that seemed to be fighting with a creature in the form of a tree. So the young man began to leaf through the book to find some information. And in just a few minutes, he read in the book that such insects are called bloodsuckers, and, according to all reports, their nests are located in cenotes. So the boy decided that he would just need to follow this insect to solve his problem with finding enchanted objects. However, in a few minutes, it became clear that the bloodsucker might die, and the young man began to worry that his plan might fail. And taking out his pistol, he decided to stop it all at this stage, while he still had a chance to find what he was left in this horrible world for. But then Callum stopped, because he realized that he had to think it through, because if the vampires found empty shell casings in the forest, they would immediately guess that it was him. Hiding behind the bushes, the young man began to criticize himself because he could not come up with something worthy to avoid giving himself away to the vampires. And in just a few minutes, he came up with an idea, namely to use his own when the creature in the form of a tree starts attacking, and then he will transfer it to the portal. As soon as he succeeded, he spent the first few minutes looking around the scene to see if there were any traces that would point to him. After it became clear that there was nothing here, I quickly packed my things and followed the bloodsucker, and in a few hours they came to the right place. Looking into the nest of this insect, the young man was surprised to see that there was not only one, but many of them, and he could not even count their exact number. But then valuable stones caught his eye, so he began to think about how he could get them out of there and suggested that it could be done with the help of teleportation. There was not much time to think about it, so Callum immediately got down to business to try and see if he could realize his plan. And as soon as he managed to get one stone, the ground began to shake and all the bloodsuckers woke up, and it was bad for the young man who was nearby. After watching the creatures, the boy realized that these creatures were also angry because one stone had disappeared, so it would not be easy to get the others. Therefore, Callum raised his hand to his face and realized that he would have to do everything at once because he might not have any other chances. But in order to distract these insects from himself, the young man decided to use a tree that was lying nearby and picked it up and threw it into a hole in the ground. And while everyone was busy with what had fallen down, the young man used the portal to pick up all the stones that would fit in his backpack, and he did it all quite quickly. And after he managed to pull off his plan, Callum hung his backpack on his shoulder and opened a portal to disappear before anyone noticed. A few hours later, 2 guild members came to the nest with the creatures and, having examined everything around, were sure that it would be difficult to clear everything. They could not understand who could attack a nest with so many bloodsuckers without worrying about their safety. Then the guys suggested that it could be an idiot who just wanted to die, or someone who wanted to complicate their work, and generally confuse the case. And while they were thinking about it, another employee came running to them and said that the entire Mordite had been stolen, and it became clear that the criminal had come here to get the item. And only after that, they began to think that it could have been done by the sorcerer who escaped, and now everyone is talking about him and trying to catch him. Therefore, they decided to quickly report everything to the Supreme Sorcerer Tayson, because Callum himself was here, whom he was looking for with his men. The boys believed that if they reacted quickly to this situation, they would be able to catch up with the fugitive in time. The High Sorcerer Tyson, walking through the Great Hall, turned to his assistant and said that all their subordinates should be in full readiness from that moment on. Suddenly stopping on the spot, he emphasized that they had to catch this fugitive by any means necessary, because he had already done a lot of damage here. The assistant, who was standing behind them with the sheets, asked questions to find out where they were going and what they should take with them. And the man answered that the waters will go to the portal that leads out of here, because the first step they have to take is to cut off the path for future escape. Opening the door, the gentleman began to add that they needed to do everything quickly, because it was known that this guy was very agile, and as soon as he finished speaking, he froze in place in shock. After all, he saw the very same Callum who had opened his own portal to get out of here and did not expect such a meeting. In a few seconds, the Supreme Sorcerer regained consciousness and, pointing his finger at the criminal, shouted loudly for his men to immediately catch the impudent man. At the same time, a group of searchers on the ground had already received a message that Callum had probably returned to them and that the work was already being transferred to them. The soldiers, dressed entirely in black clothes with masks on their faces, received the order and said that they were already on full alert and would comb everything. As the men were informed about the location of the possible target, the head of the parade reminded them that weapons that would cause death should be used only as a last resort. After all, everyone wants to catch this fugitive alive, so no one will pat them on the head if someone tries to take his life during the arrest. After that, a group of soldiers went in search, and in a few minutes 2 of them saw the target 2 kilometers away and informed the others. However, after that, Callum teleported, and one of the snipers said that he could see him clearly in the scope, so he asked for permission to open fire. And in a matter of seconds, he received it, while the fugitive had already opened a portal to move several kilometers in the opposite direction. The explosion took place, but when the dust settled, it became clear that the guy managed to escape literally in the last minutes, so the shooter reported it. And Callum continued to run to himself and said that these warriors were much faster than he had imagined, and that he simply could not relax. While the guy was trying to figure out why the home bond didn't work, a new opponent had already appeared behind him and used his special flying skill. And at that very moment, the young man realized that he did not have time to think because he had to keep teleporting to save himself. Having accomplished his plan, Callum began to address himself, saying that he must not stop and not react to fatigue in any way for the sake of his salvation. After creating another portal and moving to a new place, Vera continued to give himself instructions that he should ignore the pain no matter where it appeared. He repeated his teleportation several more times, and then, finding himself in a place on a small street, the first thing he did was run to the trash can because he felt sick. Wiping himself off, he looked forward and said that he did not even know how many times he had passed through the portals, and that was why everything was floating before his eyes. Suddenly, a couple of men and women noticed a young man who didn't look well, so they stopped and asked him if he was okay and needed help. However, as it turned out, they could not understand each other because they spoke different languages and did not know a common one to communicate. Callum scratched his head and began to look around to see where he was and how he had teleported to France. At the same time, one of the pursuers continued to move by air and heard through the wiretap that the fugitive had moved a kilometer to the west, so they should look for him there. The young man was amused by the fact that his colleagues were swearing during this task because no one expected that this Callum would be able to escape from them so quickly. As soon as Sen flew to the desired city, he had a bird's-eye view of the cars, and was happy that it was finally his turn to act. The young man knew that the person they were looking for was definitely in this area, so it made his job easier because the radius was reduced. As he descended into one of the tall buildings, Sen continued to smile slightly, because although the fugitive could teleport quickly, he could fly just as fast. Then the guild worker began to analyze how fast the guy was running away, so he assumed that he simply did not have time to clean up his tracks. After that, the young man looked at his right hand and said out loud that he had a rather unique type of magic because it consisted of two components of fire and wind. Spreading his energy, Sen said that this time, the wind would help him find Callum because it would allow him to look into every corner of the town. At that time, people on the streets were going about their usual business and did not even suspect that something big was about to happen over their heads and in the city in general. Feeling safe, Callum went to the restroom to recuperate and rest a bit, as the last teleportation had been very difficult for him. As soon as he finished all his business and went out to the main hall, Sen was already waiting for him behind the glass outside and therefore began to prepare to use fire. When the fugitive saw a familiar face, he froze in place for a few minutes because he did not expect to be found so quickly in such a large city. 5 minutes before that moment, Callum had been in the restroom washing his face with cold water and wondering how he could have gotten all the way to France. Then, looking at his reflection in the mirror, he began to blame himself again for the fact that he was not in the best position for his safety. After that, he began to analyze everything that had happened to him today in order to draw his own conclusions and not repeat these mistakes in the future. After all, the only thing he realized was that what was happening now was like a game of skill, and in his opinion, he had lost the last few rounds, so he needed to improve. After all these thoughts, he decided that he needed to find a new base of operation, and from there, he could easily develop a plan of further action. But first, he decided that he had to get out of this country immediately, because those who are looking for him know exactly where he teleported to. And as soon as he thought about it, he saw that familiar face behind the glass, and the thought flashed through his mind that he had been found too quickly. Therefore, even in the first minutes, he did not realize that the enemy had fired his fireball at him, so he continued to stand still, almost without moving. But when the realization finally came, the young man realized that he did not have time to run away, so he had to simply react to it by opening a portal in front of him. We had to solve everything quite quickly, and this portal should not be too big, so it will not be able to absorb the entire explosion, but it will definitely save people around it. Then he decided to open the second portal behind him, because that's all he could do with the strength he had left after he ran away. Therefore, he could only hope that he would be pushed to a safe place in order to escape from this attacking fire himself. After the explosion, Sen, with a smile on his face, began to walk through the rubble to see where the injured Cullum was lying. However, when he did not find him, he simply called the young man to come out because he knew for sure that as a novice sorcerer, he could not have run away far. But when no one showed up, the guild worker noticed a bearing on the ground in front of him, and he got quite angry because he assumed that Callum had escaped again. At that time, the young man was leaning against a tree, and with his eyes closed, he was saying to himself that he was in great pain all over his body from this movement. Then he put his hand on his chest and continued to speak out loud, and this time, he said that he felt as if he had been hit by a big truck. And that's because despite the fact that the shield blocked most of Sen's spell, he was still badly damaged by this powerful explosion. Therefore, the fugitive said that he regretted underestimating this agent and called him a spoiled child, but then smilingly emphasized that he also underestimated him. Afterwards, the guy recalled that he was panicking at the time and didn't think to close the rest of the portal, but he managed to do it now. Rising to his feet, Callum looked ahead with a serious look and mentally turned to Sen and said that he would never be able to find him again. At this time, one of the group of searchers for the fugitive came to the Supreme Sorcerer and with his head down, said that 18 ordinary mortals had died. The headmaster was shocked that so many ordinary people had died because the young man had cast a spell for which he had no permission. It turns out that it was Sen, and with his hands in the air, he said that he had been told before the mission that he could use lethal weapons. The sorcerer turned to face the interlocutor, and in a rough voice clarified whether he had understood everything correctly about what weapons could be used against the fugitive. Then the man approached the young man and grabbed him by the head, first calling him a fool, and then emphasizing that ordinary people should not have died during this. Sen replied that all the survivors had lost consciousness, so there were no witnesses to what had happened, but the main man was not so sure because there were cameras on all the streets. After that, the Supreme Sorcerer said that he knew very well that there were no witnesses because other members of the team took part in the cleansing in order not to bring disaster on themselves. At first, Sen was surprised that he was helped, and then that everyone was so worried about some ordinary mortal people. The sorcerer began to explain that they would have a lot of trouble if these people found out about their existence, because they would constantly ask for help. Then the man said in an angry tone that they were working in secret for some reason, but Agent Sen was constantly creating problems with his actions. The guy never fully understood what it was all about, but the only thing he decided to do was to apologize for what had happened because the rules of communication required it. The Supreme Sorcerer, turning his back on the interlocutor, still angrily replied that he did not care about apologies because no one would bring people back. Sen decided to express his opinion and said that this fugitive constantly surprises them because as soon as it seems that he is captured, he manages to disappear again. And it's kind of strange considering that he's just an ordinary space wizard and he became one just a few months ago and he's already showing such results. The main gentleman, approaching the shelf with books, emphasized that this Callum was definitely not an ordinary space wizard, so you don't need to think about it all the time. After all, this type of wizards cannot carry out attacks. But this young man manages not only to carry out attacks, but also to destroy supernatural creatures. And then Sen, squinting his eyes, began to clarify that the man really wanted to say that the results of the first test were false. Without turning around, the Supreme Sorcerer replied that the test scared him a little, because the results showed that Callum's abilities were on par with his. Then, opening the book, the chief added that if we assume that the abilities of the fugitive are at the level of an Arch-Chakuln, this is a mistake because it has not been proven. Sen couldn't believe that Callum had several aspects in his arsenal because the guild had never seen such a specimen in all the years. Then the interlocutor looked up and said that then the fugitive received some kind of help. And it turns out that someone gives him knowledge and gets him the necessary material. Closing the book loudly, the Supreme Sorcerer emphasized that it was necessary to find this person immediately and bring him to justice under all the laws of the organization. The subordinate listened attentively, put his hand on his heart, and bowed, saying that he would do his best to fulfill this task in the best possible way. So after that, the guy asked for permission to leave the room and start immediately fulfilling the task assigned to him. But the boss finally decided to threaten the young man with the fact that his unit would be created from scratch if he made such a gross mistake again. And finally, he added that this time, the task should be performed without any mistakes, and Sen turned pale at what he heard from such a gentleman. At this time, Callum returned to the scene of the tragedy and looked around and was shocked to see that almost nothing remained of the establishment after the explosion. Putting his hands to his face, the young man began to shout loudly to find out if there was anyone left alive who needed his help. At some point, he heard a woman's voice begging for help and then a hand coming out from under a large slab, so he ran there. As soon as he managed to help the young lady get out of the trap, he knelt down and asked her if she had seen who had done what had happened. The interlocutor, having cleared her throat a little, pointed a finger in front of her and pointed to a man who was nearby, emphasizing that it was he who had done it. Then the woman grabbed Callum by both shoulders and looked him directly in the eye and asked him questions to find out why he allowed them to be destroyed. And this is where all these events come to an abrupt end, because the guy wakes up and it becomes clear that he just dreamed about everything he just saw. His whole body began to shake in shock, but he noticed people's glances and began to calm himself down so as not to frighten them with his condition. Putting on his hood, he mentally told himself that he needed to act as if nothing had happened because his panic could raise many questions. So then he decided to watch the news, and it said that 18 people had died in a fire in a French institution. He put his head down and thought that even though it was not his spell, he still felt guilty, so sooner or later he would take revenge. As soon as Callum managed to calm down a bit, the loudspeaker on the plane announced that they had already landed in Texas and would soon be able to get off. When he started reaching for his bag, a flight attendant approached him and asked if he needed help with his luggage. Thanking them for their concern, the guy refused, and as soon as he started to move towards the exit, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and at first did not understand what it was from. And in just a few minutes, the young man felt the spell on the home run weakening, but he was happy that it had lasted for such a long period. Therefore, the first thing he decided to do was to improve his device, and when he found himself in one of the local institutions, he assumed that they would help him. The employee of this place immediately greeted the visitor with a big smile on her face and asked how she could help the young man. Callum asked her if she could make something for him out of metal, and the girl first asked to see a sample for an accurate assessment. Instead, the guy took out his laptop and said in a calm tone that he had already made the model, so he wanted to show it to the craftswoman for cooperation. When the lady saw this object, she was shocked to hear that it was a very difficult job and asked if her new visitor was an engineer, to which he replied that he was not. After a few minutes, the girl, still smiling, said that she could definitely do it, but on the condition that the boy brought the necessary materials. And then Callum opened the bag with the enchanted stones and asked if they would be suitable for the work, and the red-haired lady could not answer because she was just looking at the object. She had never seen anything like this before, and the visitor began to explain that he had found these items in his store and decided to use them. The girl said that she would try to do everything in the best way possible, but first she would need to conduct several experiments to find out the melting point. And finally, she said that in a few days, the product would be ready for sure. Callum thanked her for her help with a happy smile and began to say goodbye. Then the guy sat down at the table and took out his laptop and began to flip through the information, and only now he realized that he hadn't read anything useful for a long time. He clearly understood that he would not be able to defeat the guild with just a few tricks, so he had to constantly learn to be on the same level as them. While the young man was trying to figure out the new material, Lucy called him on his cell phone to see how things were going. Callum was surprised that she knew about the collision, but she told him that she knew everything, even that he had been running around the worlds through portals like a ghost. The guy laughed broadly and said that it was easier for these people to make him look like an asshole than to admit that he had managed to get past their security. The interlocutor asked me to tell her about everything in the smallest detail with enthusiasm in her voice, because she had heard only some general phrases. The guy said with a smile on his face that the story was a bit strange, so he didn't know whether to share it, because sometimes he thought the guild was a bunch of idiots. He went on to say that it was very easy to approach and penetrate the portals, because the guards were not very professional in their work. Stretching, Lucy emphasized that the young man may or may not believe it, but he is the only one who decided to test the system of this organization. Usually, the guild has never faced such big problems before, so they can't work as a well-coordinated organism and instead do everything chaotically. So everything that is happening now is a big challenge for these people because they considered themselves the smartest, and because of that, they were constantly leading the weaker one. After a short pause, the girl put forward her second theory that Callum is a criminal who can destroy all these creatures with just one blow. The young man said that the young lady watched a lot of movies, since she had such a rich imagination. The interlocutor just laughed and then asked how things were going with the escape. Looking around, the young man said that he could not call it a vacation because he was constantly on the lookout for someone to find him. Lucy, twisting a curl around her finger, sweetly said that he could use some rest, and a second later added that it would be nice to run away to a resort in Mexico together. Callum's first reaction was that he wouldn't mind, but when he heard the confusion in the girl's words, he began to say that they were both too busy to make it happen. The girl put her hands behind her head and smiled loudly because she did not know how to react to such words, but at the same time, her cheeks were covered with blush. The guy was also confused by this, so he coughed and said that he had to end the conversation because he also had a lot of work to do. After the conversation was over, the young man hid his face with his hands and began to say to himself that he did not recognize his behavior and manner of speaking at all. At this point, Lucy laid down on the keyboard and began to talk to herself about how she shouldn't have romantic relationships with clients. Callum spent several hours in a row at his desk in front of his laptop because he first wanted to learn how to create a single thin thread of viz. At first, it may seem like an insignificant thing, but when he adds spatial energy to it all, it should turn out to be something very interesting. Namely, that one tiny thread can swell up like one big balloon that can cause significant damage if used against an opponent. However, these are not all the functions of this object, because if you touch it with a paperclip, it disappears, so it can be called a space that is larger inside than outside. Of course, It's not a global network where he can move around as he pleases, but at the right time, you can use it. However, he still needs to improve his production, and then he will have his own portable storage where he will store all his things. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone into Callum's eyes, and he barely opened his eyes and realized that it was almost lunchtime outside, and he had sat down to study yesterday evening. However, he did not feel tired because he remembered that today was Friday, which meant that the workshop should have already completed his order, so he would go there. In a few minutes, he was already there, and as soon as he entered the room, he immediately began to address the employee to see if she was there. The young lady got up from the counter and apologized for the delay and explained that she was just trying to get her tool and didn't notice anyone coming in. Callum came closer and said that he had come to pick up his order, and it took the lady a few minutes to remember what he had ordered. After that, the interlocutor said that the alloy of those strange materials turned out to be very amazing, and she had never seen anything like it in all her work. And then the girl began to tell me that at the beginning of the work, she thought it was some kind of lead alloy, but this was not confirmed because the melting point was different. Therefore, she had to conduct several experiments to create a material with which she could work further to shape it. At first, she created 3 kilograms of thin wire, which can be used to make whatever the customer wants and desires. Then, taking out the box, the master said that she had so much of this material left that she simply created several copies of the order. After showing the 5 objects, the young lady added that she could not understand what they were, but for some reason she thought that copies would definitely come in handy. Callum was just shocked that everything turned out so well, and the girl, seeing this reaction, began to smile with pleasure because she was able to please. Before picking up the order, the young man asked how much he had to pay, and when he heard the amount, he was surprised again because he could easily buy a car for that money. As soon as he went outside, he remembered that he needed to make a call to someone, so he quickly took out his phone and began to look for the right number. It turns out that the guy wanted to call Lucy, and while the rings were going on, he was thinking about whether he would burn with shame for their last conversation. The girl quickly picked up the phone and with a big smile on her face greeted the caller, happily calling him a cool guy. As soon as she realized what she had said, she immediately changed her face and began to correct herself, saying that she really meant to say cool boss and not what she said. Callum just laughed in response, and then decided to make a little joke and said that he had thought that he would be the one who stuttered during this conversation. The girl put her head on the keyboard and asked the guy to put her out of her misery, and then he decided that he would just start the conversation from the beginning. And as soon as he greeted her again, the young lady did the same, calling him boss, and then asking if he had called to fire her. The young man said that he did not even intend to do this because he wanted to continue their cooperation so that she could help him sell some items. The interlocutor immediately asked what exactly they were going to sell, and the guy said that it would be homebrews that were not related to the guild system. Lucy was surprised to hear that these were very serious items, as magical items on the black market can cost buyers a lot of money. After that, the young man began to ask the woman how they would be able to sell it, and now he is not talking about the price, but about who can buy it. The girl replied that if the guild suddenly found this unregistered item in someone's possession, that person would be charged and put in jail. Callum, after hearing everything, decided not to take such risks yet, so he said that if the young lady suddenly had a buyer, she could get a decent percentage. Smiling loudly, the interlocutor called the other person boss, and then said that he knew how to talk to girls quite well. As soon as she finished the sentence, she realized that she had started flirting again, so she quickly tried to change her words to make it look like a business conversation. This time, he decided to end the conversation quickly, so that neither of them would say anything else, so he said goodbye to Lucy. After the call ended, the young lady jumped to her feet and grabbed her hair, and began to shout loudly that the young man was doing something to her. At that time, one of the guild members came to Gale's grandfather to tell him that the criminal had managed to escape from them again, but that he had left a trail. And then the guy began to explain that Callum has a specifically low magical signature, and, in addition, he has the ability to hide the remnants of his wisdom. But the main man was furious, and pounded on the table with his fist, and said that he did not want to listen to someone running away from him because he wanted to see them die. After a little bit of control over his emotions, the man emphasized in a serious tone that they had 2 attempts to catch this fugitive and failed. However, this was not the end of the matter, as the gentleman continued to express his dissatisfaction with the fact that the guild paid so little attention to this case. After that, the man decided to remind them that the person who is now running away from them all over the world could easily destroy the future of his best granddaughter. The guild worker listened carefully and calmly to everything and could only put his hand on his heart and bowed, saying that he understood everything perfectly and was doing everything possible. Then an older man came up to Agent Jean and told him that he wanted to entrust him with a very important mission, but that it required maximum trust. The guy looked up at the interlocutor and honestly said that he was ready to do everything in his power to help the man. And then the gray-haired gentleman said that he had long suspected that Callum had an accomplice within the guild who was helping him with information. The man went on to say that he wanted Jean to head the internal investigation because it was also an important part of this case and because it was also an important mission. And only now the young man realized that he suspected that there was a person in their organization who was giving information to the fugitive and thus helping him. At this time, Lucy was sitting quietly at her desk, thinking about everything that had happened to her lately and whether she was doing the right thing. A few days later, Callum called the young lady again to find out if there were any buyers who would like to purchase their own home bond. The girl said that she had a bit of trouble with this question because she does not have many criminal connections and therefore has little to offer. After a short pause, Lucy said that she still knew one ideal buyer, and it could be the alpha himself, with whom the guy was already familiar. The young man was a little surprised that Chester would buy from him, and he was also worried that he was not trying to do him a favor. The girl said that she never knew what this man was thinking, but she knew for sure that if someone saw these objects, there could be problems. And then Callum guessed what Lucy was trying to do, and said that it turns out that Chester will be able to quickly hush up this case with his influence. But before he contacted this man, he had to think twice about whether he wanted to get involved with werewolves again. However, it becomes clear that he really needs the money to build his own bunker and hide from people from the organization. After all his thinking, Callum said he was ready to talk to Chester, but he still needed time to enchant the blanks he had. With a smile on her face, the girl happily said that she could arrange a meeting for tomorrow, and the man agreed, after which he sincerely thanked her. As soon as their conversation was over, the guy clutched the phone in his hands and began to look forward confidently, saying that it was time to get to work. Returning to the room, he picked up the workpiece and said that if he wanted to sell it, he first had to make sure that its enchantment was up to snuff. But before trying the effect on himself, the young man mentioned that when he uses such items, he eventually feels nauseous and it takes a long time to go away. That's why he doesn't want Alpha Chester to feel the same way. And he also thinks that werewolves can't control mana and vis as well as wizard. And because of this, an ordinary wedding ring will not be enough for activation. And sitting down at his desk, Callum decided to make 2 rings that will need to be connected to each other. But even so, the Alpha will still have to contact the sorcerer to recharge them somehow, because over time, these rings will lose energy. After that, the guy sat down to create a layout of these objects because he needed to make them both effective and easy to use. It had been many hours since Callum had started work, and at dawn he finally saw the result of his work and was even happy about it. Looking at his creation, a joyful smile appeared on the boy's face as he began to imagine how these 2 items would benefit the Alpha. The same morning, Chester contacted Callum, and the first thing he said was that he had heard rumors that the young man had something interesting for him personally. The young man immediately began to ask if the other man wanted to take possession of a teleportation network that had nothing to do with the guild. The gray-haired gentleman with a mysterious smile on his face replied that it sounded like it would definitely be useful to him in the future. As soon as they started discussing the cost of this device, the Alpha said that Lucy had warned him that the amount would be quite large and he was ready to spend a lot of money. However, before he could name the exact amount, Callum said that he had adapted the object specifically for the Alpha, and there were no strange elements that the guild had. After listening to everything, the interlocutor said that maybe it would be even better, because the fewer details and trimmings there are, the more invisible the object will be. The young man also decided to emphasize and warn that it does not yet have any elements that are responsible for the safety of the owner during use. Chester was already wondering if the device worked at all, and Callum told him that he had personally tested it and it had only caused a slight bleeding. And then there was an awkward pause between them, broken by the boy himself, who laughed loudly, saying that Lucy usually smiles first at such moments. And finally, Callum said that he wanted Alpha to transfer 20% of the amount of the goods to Lucy, which would be considered a fee for finding a client. At this time, 2 agents, Felicia and Ray, were suddenly summoned to the headquarters and began to think whether they should be worried about it or whether they could behave calmly. Ray was 100% sure that nothing good could be expected here, so he approached the door and offered his colleague to see which of them would be fired first. As soon as they entered the room, Jean was already sitting at the table and greeted them with a warm greeting, thanking them for coming so quickly to his call. The blonde immediately recognized the interlocutor, but the guy was serious, so he said that he wanted to get to the questions he wanted to ask right away. The man and his partner sat down on a chair and said that they were ready to listen carefully and, if possible, give clear and useful answers. However, before starting this conversation, Agent Jean pressed the recorder button to record everything and asked his colleagues to introduce themselves in turn. Seeing the anxiety on Felicia's face, the young man told her not to worry about her abilities and to relax and speak as she pleased. It was only after these words that the girl cleared her throat and was able to say her position and full name, as she was afraid that she might somehow harm the conversation. The next question was intended to find out how many years they had been working together, and they began to say that they did not know the exact number, but that it was a very long time. Next came the question of whether any of them had ties to other organizations besides the guild, and Felicia immediately answered that she definitely did not. After that, Jean wanted to know if the two had ever disclosed any information about the guild to non-members and people who were not involved in any way. This question upset the young lady a bit, so she looked up at the interlocutor and asked if they were going to be accused of something. And Ray said that neither of them had disclosed anything, because you have to be a complete idiot to make an enemy in the guild. As soon as it came to enemies, the agent began to clarify whether the information that the two of them were investigating the Calum case was true. After receiving a positive answer, Jean asked a follow-up question about whether they were both present when the fugitive was detained and was able to teleport out of the cell. Felicia could not stand such pressure, so she angrily replied that they acted according to the protocol, so they should not be blamed for the fact that someone had escaped. The young man raised one eyebrow in a calm tone and asked if the two still considered themselves competent agents in the search for fugitives. The blonde also began to worry about the direction the conversation was taking, so he asked if they were currently undergoing certification. Jean didn't really understand why his question provoked such a reaction, so he emphasized that he was curious because sorcerers don't often manage to escape such surveillance. And given that Callum was under the supervision of two agents who were in charge of his case, the man said that he was interested in how this situation affected them. Ray took the responsibility to give an answer and said that it was the worst possible outcome because they had already been defeated several times. Then the blonde man banged his fist on the table and said that they now had more reasons to catch this scoundrel, and then emphasized that they were not the only ones who had screwed up in this case. After calming down a bit after his emotional statement, Ray added that Callum was hiding somewhere very close and they were spending all their energy to find him. Having received answers to all the questions, Jean said that everything he wanted to hear had already been heard, so they could conclude this meeting. But finally, he decided to announce some changes and said that under the leadership of the Archwizard Hargreaves, he was relieving these two of their current duty. The partners jumped to their feet and began to speak out indignantly, saying that this was a wrong decision and that no one could handle this case better than them. The young man raised his hands in the air and asked the agents to calm down because he was relieving them of their current duties and not of the whole case, so they shouldn't worry so much. The blonde said that he did not understand what exactly they were talking about, and Jean, rising to his feet, explained that they had some assumptions that someone in the guild was helping Callum. He then extended his hand to his colleagues and invited them to join him in investigating this important case for the organization. The same morning, after a hard night, Lucy could barely wake up because her alarm clock had already gone off several times and she was tired and couldn't open her eyes. However, as soon as she saw how many hours it was, she jumped to her feet because she realized that she was late for her main job at the guild, where she had to be on time. Quickly changing her clothes, she ran out of the apartment, thinking that she would really like to be able to use magic to move faster. When she got to the organization, Lucy exhaled a little, but she still needed to be at her workplace so that no one would have any complaints about her. So as soon as she saw that she could make it to the bodice, she began to make her way through the crowd. But the people in the middle did not think to wait for her. As she approached her table, she was angrily thinking that these sorcerers were not treating her like some kind of trash, and that she also came from a respectable family. Sitting on a chair, the young lady continued to say angrily that she was being treated this way because she could not even cast a trivial spell. Putting her head on the back of her chair, Lucy breathed out a sigh of relief because despite oversleeping, she managed to get to her workplace on time. However, what she saw next on her computer alarmed her a bit because the guild had decided to gather all the workers on the first floor. It turned out that Jean himself was conducting the meeting, and he first greeted the employees and then said that he would have a personal conversation with each of them. The guy smiled lightly and said that if they had nothing to hide, they shouldn't worry about this communication. However, the employees were still tense because during their time at this location, They had never been complained about or reprimanded for making a mistake. The crowd started a riot, and Felicia used her special ability to silence everyone in a matter of seconds. Gene thanked his colleagues for their help, and then said that when he called someone's number, that person had to take a few steps to get ahead. So everyone stood silently and listened attentively to whether they would be called by their work number or whether they would have to wait for their turn to communicate in person. A few minutes later, Lucy was sitting at the table with Jean and Felicia, and the agent asked her to say her full name for the record. After they received the answer, Felicia used her special skill to continue asking questions to find out what duties the young lady had. At this time, thoughts flashed through Lucy's mind that she could not resist this force because the woman asking the questions demanded that she tell the whole truth. The agent's next question was to find out whether the employee had shared information with anyone that was secret and belonged only to the guild. And then there was a pause in the room, and the suspect did not know what to do in this case because she could not tell that she had helped Callum and Chester. To get an answer, Felicia looked intently into the eyes of the other person and reminded her that she had to answer her question right now. And then the young lady waved her head from side to side and said that she did not share, and the thought flashed through her mind that she was actually selling information. Then the woman got to her feet and asked if Lucy knew that one of her colleagues had spread information about the guild to ordinary people. And then she began to tell the stories of some employees that would not be of interest to the organization because they had nothing to do with information merger. Felicia tried to listen attentively for the first few minutes, but then her patience ran out and she looked down and asked him to stop. After that, the agent sharply looked up at the interlocutor and asked a very clear question about what kind of services the girl provided to Alpha Chester. The young lady quickly answered that she provides technical support and fixes technical problems when this man personally addresses her. After receiving the answer, Felicia immediately asked the next question, which asked whether the girl communicated with anyone else besides the Alpha to solve any problem. And this question made the young lady look down and bite her lip because she knew for sure that she would not be able to lie now because she was being used as a magic. The agent continued to press the detainee to get a clear answer to her question, as it was one of the most important in the whole conversation. And Lucy could not stand such a tense situation and therefore replied that she sometimes calls her cool boyfriend during work hours to flirt. And just a minute later, she told me that she would like to go on vacation with him because she had never been on a normal date in her entire life. The woman was initially shocked by such frankness, but at some point she stopped the story, saying that she did not care about the romantic relationships of her employee. Lucy, of course, fell silent, and the thought flashed through her mind that she was very close to telling everything about her communication with Callum. Jan decided that this was the end of their conversation, so he thanked Lucy for her time and told her that she could leave the office. After everyone was interrogated, the young man said that they could not get ahead because no one confessed to them, and Felicia had a different opinion. The young man did not immediately realize who exactly he was talking about, so he remembered a completely different employee who appropriated part of the funds that came to the guild. Felicia explained that it would be easier for them to have conversations if they explained to the employees why they started this, and then the questions would be more specific. The men disagreed with this assumption because they could not make such a large group of people aware of the investigation. Ray, lighting a cigarette, emphasized that the Fae were already starting to spread the word, so it would be bad if everyone knew that there were problems within the guild. After all, then all supernatural beings will begin to undermine the entire system of organization, and as soon as they succeed in destroying it, they will start a great war among themselves, during which each race will fight with the others to demonstrate its strength and power, and of course, to gain power over the others. After this story, Jean asked if Ray had managed to find magic traces on the employees' workplaces while they were in a personal conversation with him. The blonde man exhaled the smoke and said that he had noticed some of his subordinates had personal watchers, but generally speaking, he hadn't found anything suspicious. The young man said that he did not like it, and a second later added that sometimes you cannot find anything because there is nothing to look for. Leaning against the wall of the office, Ray said with a slight smile that for some reason he didn't think his colleague believed what he had just said. And the guy agreed with these words, after which he pointed to Lucy's case and said that they needed to look at it more closely, calling it his intuition. At this time, Callum was in the forest, using his device to test it during the movement, and this time, he did everything perfectly. With a joyful smile on his face, he said out loud to himself that the device worked even better than he had imagined, so he could safely use it. Of course, he realized that this object was not the same as the one used by the sorcerers in the guild, but he had already managed to get rid of the side effects of nausea and dizziness. After that, He took the object out of the ground and decided to bring it to Alpha Chester, and as soon as he receives the funds, the young man wants to start working on the bunker. But before all that, he decided to call Lucy to tell her everything, and to do so, he quickly took his phone out of his sweater pocket. As soon as he dialed the saved number, he heard the operator's voice apologizing and informing him that the number was currently unavailable. And this immediately aroused Callum's suspicion that something might have happened to the girl, or that she had been caught with evidence of their work together. And looking around, he began to wonder if it was safe to call the number they had previously used to communicate and negotiate. The young man began to worry that right now the guild could track his location and send people to catch him. So he decided that he needed to destroy the phone immediately because he could not let himself get caught this time, because he might not have a chance to escape. When he got to the motorcycle, Callum decided to first go to the point where Chester left the money, and as soon as he picked it up, he would flee the place. And before he set off, he told himself that this time he needed to remain vigilant, and then he would be able to do everything right. Arriving at the parking lot, the young man stopped and realized that half a day had already passed, and he still hadn't heard from Lucy, so he was worried about her safety. Taking out his new phone, he began to look at the screen, wondering what he should do, and even the idea of calling Chester came to him. However, raising his head in front of him, Callum began to ask himself to calm down, because the girl often changes her numbers for safety, so now she might be doing just that. So, throwing his bag over his shoulder, he decided to finish selling his product first, and then he would wait a little longer for the young lady to appear. Upon entering the room, the young man quickly found the box he needed and proceeded to open it and collect the payment for the object. After taking the bag with the gold, the guy realized that this money could be enough for him until his retirement, if he could hide all this time. However, he couldn't help but think that Lucy hadn't been in touch for so long that the thought had crossed his mind, and that Chester could have been caught with her. And at that very moment, Callum's phone began to ring loudly, and as soon as he picked up the phone, Lucy greeted him and apologized for not missing the call. At first, the young man was very excited to hear the girl's voice, and then he asked if she was okay, explaining that he was very worried about her. The young lady replied that she had a lot of work to do. Plus, she needed to check that all her devices were clean, and that the guild was not following her because of them. After a short pause, the lady added that she did not want to take any risks, because the organization could easily add a bug to her devices or computer. Callum assumed that the agency's employees decided to turn everything upside down, because they still can't find and catch him. Closing his eyes and rubbing his neck, the boy apologized for adding more trouble to the girl, because she was already helping him so much all the time. Lucy said that everything was fine, and then added that she had no idea that the organization could be so horrible with its system. The young lady was so engrossed in her work that she did not even realize at what point she began to tell how they were all interrogated today. In her head, she had images of the moment when they were all initially gathered on the first floor, and began to call out numbers in turn to form a cue for communication. Suddenly, she remembered that during this, magic was used against them, which did not allow them to speak, so they stood silently all this time. Finally, she added that those who expressed dissatisfaction in the end were simply demoted and immediately transferred to other jobs. After hearing the words of support from Callum, Lucy continued to tell how as soon as she was in the office, she immediately realized that they wanted to get information about the fugitive. The interlocutor was even more interested because he wanted to know what she had told them, and the lady replied that she had told them about her whole life and was bored with it. The guy was happy that the girl had succeeded and said that if she had told everything, no one would have blamed her because he knew what it was like to be in the interrogation room. Suddenly, Lucy said in a serious tone that this interrogation made her change her views on many things, and after a short pause, she asked herself if she really hadn't noticed what the guild was all this time. Callum decided to speak out because at some point he remembered the words his grandfather had told him, and they were, that evil rejoices as long as good does nothing. Afterwards, the young man emphasized that the girl did not sit still, but instead constantly helped him after they met. For the first few seconds, Lucy needed to understand the meaning of what she heard, and as soon as she did, she smilingly called the other person a superhero. Hearing such pleasant words, the young man said that the girl could say only one word, and he would come and save her, and the young lady quickly thanked him for his concern. And suddenly Lucy remembered that she hadn't told one piece of news yet, but she immediately warned that it wouldn't be very good, based on recent events. The young man immediately began to ask about what had happened, and the interlocutor reminded him of the couple that Callum had managed to save in the forest. And then she added that she managed to intercept a letter from the guild, and they caught them and are now taking them to one of their offices for interrogation. Putting his hands to his face, The young man began to shout loudly to find out if there was anyone left alive who needed his help. At some point, he heard a woman's voice begging for help, and then a hand coming out from under a large slab, so he ran there. As soon as he managed to help the young lady get out of the trap, he knelt down and asked her if she had seen who had done what had happened. The interlocutor, having cleared her throat a little, pointed a finger in front of her and pointed to a man who was nearby, emphasizing that it was he who had done it. Then the woman grabbed Callum by both shoulders and looked him directly in the eye and asked him questions to find out why he allowed them to be destroyed. And this is where all these events come to an abrupt end, because the guy wakes up and it becomes clear that he just dreamed about everything he just saw. His whole body began to shake in shock, but he noticed people's glances and began to calm himself down so as not to frighten them with his condition. Putting on his hood, he mentally told himself that he needed to act as if nothing had happened because his panic could raise many questions. So then he decided to watch the news, and it said that 18 people had died in a fire in a French institution. He put his head down and thought that even though it wasn't his spell, he still felt guilty, so sooner or later he would take revenge. As soon as Callum managed to calm down a bit, it was announced over the loudspeaker on the plane that they had already landed in Texas and would soon be able to get off. When he started reaching for his bag, a flight attendant approached him and asked if he needed help with his luggage. Thanking them for their concern, the guy refused, and as soon as he started to move towards the exit, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and at first did not understand what it was from. And in just a few minutes, the young man felt the spell on the home run weakening, but he was happy that it had lasted for such a long period. Therefore, the first thing he decided to do was to improve his device, and when he found himself in one of the local institutions, he assumed that they would help him. The employee of this place immediately greeted the visitor with a big smile on her face and asked how she could help the young man. Callum asked her if she could make something for him out of metal, and the girl first asked to see a sample for an accurate assessment. Instead, the guy took out his laptop and said in a calm tone that he had already made a model, so he wanted to show it to the craftswoman for cooperation. When the lady saw this object, she was shocked to hear that it was a very difficult job and asked if her new visitor was an engineer, to which he replied that he was not. After a few minutes, the girl, still smiling, said that she could definitely do it, but on the condition that the boy brought the necessary materials. And then Callum opened the bag with the enchanted stones and asked if they would be suitable for the work, and the red-haired lady could not answer because she was just looking at the object. She had never seen anything like this before, and the visitor began to explain that he had found these items in his store and decided to use them. The girl said that she would try to do everything in the best way possible, but first she would need to conduct several experiments to find out the melting point. And finally, she said that in a few days, the product would be ready for sure. Callum thanked her for her help with a joyful smile and began to say goodbye. Then the guy sat down at the table and took out his laptop and began to flip through the information, and only now he realized that he hadn't read anything useful for a long time. He clearly understood that he would not be able to defeat the guild with just a few tricks, so he had to constantly learn to be on the same level as them. While the young man was trying to figure out the new material, Lucy called him on his cell phone to see how things were going. Callum was surprised that she knew about the collision, but she told him that she knew everything, even that he had been running around the worlds through portals like a ghost. The guy laughed broadly and said that it was easier for these people to make him look like an asshole than to admit that he had managed to get past their security. The interlocutor asked me to tell her about everything in the smallest detail with enthusiasm in her voice because she had heard only some general phrases. The guy said with a smile on his face that the story was a bit strange, so he didn't know whether to share it because sometimes he thought the guild was a bunch of idiots. He went on to say that it was very easy to approach and penetrate the portals because the guards were not very professional in their work. Stretching, Lucy emphasized that the young man may or may not believe it, but he is the only one who decided to test the system of this organization. Usually, the guild has never faced such big problems before, so they can't work as a well-coordinated organism and instead do everything chaotically. So everything that is happening now is a big challenge for these people because they considered themselves the smartest, and because of that, they were constantly leading the weaker one. After a short pause, the girl put forward her second theory that Callum is a criminal who can destroy all these creatures with just one blow. The young man said that the young lady watches a lot of movies since she has such a rich imagination. The interlocutor just laughed and then asked how things were going with the escape. Looking around, the young man said that he could not call it a vacation because he was constantly on the lookout for someone to find him. Lucy, twisting a curl around her finger, sweetly said that he could use some rest, and a second later added that it would be nice to run away to a resort in Mexico together. Callum's first reaction was that he wouldn't mind, but when he heard the confusion in the girl's words, he began to say that they were both too busy to make it happen. The girl put her hands behind her head and smiled loudly because she did not know how to react to such words, but at the same time her cheeks were covered with blush. The guy was also confused by this, so he coughed and said that he had to end the conversation because he also had a lot of work to do. After the conversation was over, the young man hid his face with his hands and began to say to himself that he did not recognize his behavior and manner of speaking at all. At this point, Lucy laid down on the keyboard and began to talk to herself about how she shouldn't have romantic relationships with clients. Callum spent several hours in a row at his desk in front of his laptop because he first wanted to learn how to create a single thin thread of vis. At first, it may seem like an insignificant thing, but when he adds spatial energy to it all, it should turn out to be something very interesting. Namely, that one tiny thread can swell up like one big balloon that can cause significant damage if used against an opponent. However, these are not all the functions of this object, because if you touch it with a paperclip, it disappears, so it can be called a space that is bigger inside than outside. Of course, it's not a global network where he can move around as he pleases, but at the right time, you can use it. However, he still needs to improve his production, and then he will have his own portable storage where he will store all his things. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone into Callum's eyes, and he barely opened his eyes and realized that it was almost lunchtime outside, and he had sat down to study yesterday evening. However, he did not feel tired because he remembered that today was Friday, which meant that the workshop should have already completed his order, so he would go there. In a few minutes, he was already there, and as soon as he entered the room, he immediately began to address the employee to see if she was there. The young lady got up from the counter and apologized for the delay, and explained that she was just trying to get her tool and didn't notice anyone coming in. Callum came closer and said that he had come to pick up his order, and it took the lady a few minutes to remember what he had ordered. After that, the interlocutor said that the alloy of those strange materials turned out to be very amazing, and she had never seen anything like it in all her work. And then the girl began to tell me that at the beginning of the work, she thought it was some kind of lead alloy, but this was not confirmed because the melting point was different. Therefore, she had to conduct several experiments to create a material with which she could work further to shape it. At first, she created 3 kilograms of thin wire, which can be used to make whatever the customer wants and desires. Then the master took out the box and said that she had so much of this material left that she simply created several copies of the order. After showing the 5 objects, the young lady added that she could not understand what they were, but for some reason she thought that copies would definitely come in handy. Callum was just shocked that everything turned out so well, and the girl, seeing this reaction, began to smile with pleasure because she was able to please. Before picking up the order, the young man asked how much he had to pay, and when he heard the amount, he was surprised again, because he could easily buy a car for that money. As soon as he went outside, he remembered that he needed to make a call to someone, so he quickly took out his phone and began to look for the right number. It turns out that this guy wanted to call Lucy, and while the rings were going on, he was thinking about whether he would burn with shame for their last conversation. The girl quickly picked up the phone, and with a big smile on her face greeted the caller, happily calling him a cool guy. As soon as she realized what she had said, she immediately changed her face and began to correct herself, saying that she really meant to say cool boss and not what she said. Callum just laughed in response, and then decided to make a little joke and said that he had thought that he would be the one who stuttered during this conversation. The girl put her head on the keyboard and asked the guy to put her out of her misery, and then he decided that he would just start the conversation from the beginning. And as soon as he greeted her again, the young lady did the same, calling him boss, and then asking if he had called to fire her. The young man said that he did not even intend to do this because he wanted to continue their cooperation so that she could help him sell some items. The interlocutor immediately asked what exactly they were going to sell, and the guy said that it would be home bonds that were not connected to the guild system. Lucy was surprised to hear that these were very serious items, as magical items on the black market can cost buyers a lot of money. After that, the young man began to ask the woman how they would be able to sell it, and now he is not talking about the price, but about who can buy it. The girl replied that if the guild suddenly found this unregistered item in someone's possession, that person would be charged and put in jail. Callum, after hearing everything, decided not to take such risks yet, so he said that if the young lady suddenly had a buyer, she could get a decent percentage. Smiling loudly, the interlocutor called the other person boss, and then said that he knew how to talk to girls quite well. As soon as she finished the sentence, she realized that she had started flirting again, so she quickly tried to change her words to make it look like a business conversation. This time he decided to end the conversation quickly so that neither of them would say anything else, so he said goodbye to Lucy. After the call ended, the young lady jumped to her feet and grabbed her hair and began to shout loudly that the young man was doing something to her. At that time, one of the guild members came to Gale's grandfather to tell him that the criminal had managed to escape from them again, but that he had left a trail. And then the guy began to explain that Callum has a specifically low magical signature and, in addition, he has the ability to hide the remnants of his wisdom. But the main man was furious and pounded on the table with his fist and said that he did not want to listen to someone running away from him because he wanted to see them die. After a little bit of a control over his emotions, the man emphasized in a serious tone that they had 2 attempts to catch this fugitive and failed. However, this was not the end of the matter, as the gentleman continued to express his dissatisfaction with the fact that the guild paid so little attention to this case. After that, the man decided to remind them that the person who is now running away from them all over the world could easily destroy the future of his best granddaughter. The guild worker listened carefully and calmly to everything and could only put his hand on his heart and bowed, saying that he understood everything perfectly and was doing everything possible. Then an older man came up to Agent Jean and told him that he wanted to entrust him with a very important mission, but that it required maximum trust. The guy looked up at the interlocutor and honestly said that he was ready to do everything in his power to help the man. And then the gray-haired gentleman said that he had long suspected that Callum had an accomplice within the guild who was helping him with information. The man went on to say that he wanted Jean to head the internal investigation because it was also an important part of this case, and because it was also an important mission. And only now the young man realized that he suspected that there was a person in their organization who was giving information to the fugitive and thus helping him. At this time, Lucy was sitting quietly at her desk, thinking about everything that had happened to her lately and whether she was doing the right thing. A few days later, Callum called the young lady again to find out if there were any buyers who would like to purchase their own home bond. The girl said that she had a bit of trouble with this question because she does not have many criminal connections and therefore has little to offer. After a short pause, Lucy said that she still knew one ideal buyer, and it could be the Alpha himself, with whom the guy was already familiar. The young man was a little surprised that Chester would buy from him, and he was also worried that he was not trying to do him a favor. The girl said that she never knew what this man was thinking, but she knew for sure that if someone saw these objects, there could be problems. And then Callum guessed what Lucy was trying to do, and said that it turns out that Chester will be able to quickly hush up this case with his influence. But before he contacted this man, he had to think twice about whether he wanted to get involved with werewolves again. However, it becomes clear that he really needs the money to build his own bunker and hide from people from the organization. After all his thinking, Callum said he was ready to talk to Chester, but he still needed time to enchant the blanks he had. With a smile on her face, the girl happily said that she could arrange a meeting for tomorrow, and the man agreed, after which he sincerely thanked her. As soon as their conversation was over, the guy clutched the phone in his hands and began to look forward confidently, saying that it was time to get to work. Returning to the room, he picked up the workpiece and said that if he wanted to sell it, he first had to make sure that its enchantment was up to snuff. But before trying the effect on himself, the young man mentioned that when he uses such items, he eventually feels nauseous, and it takes a long time to go away. That's why he doesn't want Alpha Chester to feel the same way, and he also thinks that werewolves can't control mana and vis as well as wizards. And because of this, an ordinary wedding ring will not be enough for activation. And sitting down at his desk, Callum decided to make 2 rings that will need to be connected to each other. But even so, the Alpha will still have to contact the sorcerer to recharge them somehow, because over time, these rings will lose energy. After that, the guy sat down to create a layout of these objects because he needed to make them both effective and easy to use. It had been many hours since Callum had started work, and at dawn he finally saw the result of his work and was even happy about it. Looking at his creation, a joyful smile appeared on the boy's face as he began to imagine how these 2 items would benefit the Alpha. The same morning, Chester contacted Callum, and the first thing he said was that he had heard rumors that the young man had something interesting for him personally. The young man immediately began to ask if the other man wanted to take possession of a teleportation network that had nothing to do with the guild. The gray-haired gentleman with a mysterious smile on his face replied that it sounded like it would definitely be useful to him in the future. As soon as they started discussing the cost of this device, the Alpha said that Lucy had warned him that the amount would be quite large and he was ready to spend a lot of money. However, Before he could name the exact amount, Callum said that he had adapted the object specifically for the alpha, and there were no strange elements that the guild had. After listening to everything, the interlocutor said that maybe it would be even better, because the fewer details and trimmings there are, the more invisible the object will be. The young man also decided to emphasize and warn that it does not yet have any elements that are responsible for the safety of the owner during use. Chester was already wondering if the device worked at all, and Callum told him that he had personally tested it, and it had only caused a slight bleeding. And then there was an awkward pause between them, broken by the boy himself, who laughed loudly, saying that Lucy usually smiles first at such moments. And finally, Callum said that he wanted Alpha to transfer 20% of the amount of the goods to Lucy, which would be considered a fee for finding a client. At this time, two agents, Felicia and Ray, were suddenly summoned to the headquarters and began to think whether they should be worried about it or whether they could behave calmly. Ray was 100% sure that nothing good could be expected here, so he approached the door and offered his colleague to see which of them would be fired first. As soon as they entered the room, Jean was already sitting at the table and greeted them with a warm greeting, thanking them for coming so quickly to his call. The blonde immediately recognized the interlocutor, but the guy was serious, so he said that he wanted to get to the questions he wanted to ask right away. The man and his partner sat down on a chair and said that they were ready to listen carefully and, if possible, give clear and useful answers. However, before starting this conversation, Agent Jean pressed the recorder button to record everything and asked his colleagues to introduce themselves in turn. Seeing the anxiety on Felicia's face, the young man told her not to worry about her abilities and to relax and speak as she pleased. It was only after these words that the girl cleared her throat and was able to say her position and full name, as she was afraid that she might somehow harm the conversation. The next question was intended to find out how many years they had been working together, and they began to say that they did not know the exact number, but that it was a very long time. Next came the question of whether any of them had ties to other organizations besides the guild, and Felicia immediately answered that she definitely did not. After that, Jean wanted to know if the two had ever disclosed any information about the guild to non-members and people who were not involved in any way. This question upset the young lady a bit, so she looked up at the interlocutor and asked if they were going to be accused of something. And Ray said that neither of them had disclosed anything, because you have to be a complete idiot to make an enemy in the guild. As soon as it came to enemies, the agent began to clarify whether the information that the two of them were investigating the Callum case was true. Having received a positive answer, Jean asked a follow-up question about whether they were both present when the fugitive was detained and was able to teleport out of the cell. Felicia could not stand such pressure, so she angrily replied that they acted according to the protocol, so they should not be blamed for the fact that someone had escaped. The young man raised one eyebrow in a calm tone and asked if the two still considered themselves competent agents in the search for fugitive. The blonde also began to worry about the direction the conversation was taking, so he asked if they were currently undergoing certification. Jean didn't really understand why his question provoked such a reaction, so he emphasized that he was curious because sorcerers don't often manage to escape such surveillance. And given that Callum was under the supervision of two agents who were in charge of his case, the man said that he was interested in how this situation affected them. Ray took the responsibility to give an answer and said that it was the worst possible outcome because they had already been defeated several times. Then the blonde man banged his fist on the table and said that they now had more reasons to catch this scoundrel, and then emphasized that they were not the only ones who had screwed up in this case. After calming down a bit after his emotional statement, Ray added that Callum was hiding somewhere very close, and they were spending all their energy to find him. Having received answers to all the questions, Jean said that everything he wanted to hear had already been heard, so they could conclude this meeting. But finally, he decided to announce some changes and said that under the leadership of the Archwizard Hargreaves, he was relieving these two of their current duty. The partners jumped to their feet and began to speak out indignantly, saying that this was a wrong decision and that no one could handle this case better than them. The young man raised his hands in the air and asked the agents to calm down, because he was relieving them of their current duties and not of the whole case, so they shouldn't worry so much. The blonde said that he did not understand what exactly they were talking about, and Jean, rising to his feet, explained that they had some assumptions that someone in the guild was helping Callum. He then extended his hand to his colleagues and invited them to join him in investigating this important case for the organization. The same morning, after a hard night, Lucy could barely wake up because her alarm clock had already gone off several times and she was tired and couldn't open her eyes. However, As soon as she saw how many hours it was, she jumped to her feet because she realized that she was late for her main job at the guild, where she had to be on time. Quickly changing her clothes, she ran out of the apartment, thinking that she would really like to be able to use magic to move faster. When she got to the organization, Lucy exhaled a little, but she still needed to be at her workplace so that no one would have any complaints about her. So as soon as she saw that she could make it to the bodice, she began to make her way through the crowd, but the people in the middle did not think to wait for her. As she approached her table, she was angrily thinking that these sorcerers were not treating her like some kind of trash, and that she also came from a respectable family. Sitting on a chair, the young lady continued to say angrily that she was being treated this way because she could not even cast a trivial spell. Putting her head on the back of the chair, Lucy breathed out a sigh of relief because despite oversleeping, she managed to get to her workplace on time. However, what she saw next on her computer alarmed her a bit because the guild had decided to gather all the workers on the first floor. It turns out that this meeting was held by Gene himself, and he first greeted the employees and then said that everyone would have a personal conversation. The guy smiled lightly and said that if they had nothing to hide, they shouldn't worry about this communication. However, the employees were still tense because during their time at this location, they had never been complained about or reprimanded for making a mistake. So the crowd started a riot, and Felicia used her special ability to shut everyone's mouths in a matter of seconds. Gene thanked his colleagues for their help and then said that when he called someone's number, that person had to take a few steps to get ahead. So everyone stood silently and listened attentively to whether they would be called by their work number or whether they would have to wait for their turn to communicate in person. A few minutes later, Lucy was sitting at the table with Jean and Felicia, and the agent asked her to say her full name for the record. After they received the answer, Felicia used her special skill to continue asking questions to find out what duties the young lady had. At this time, thoughts flashed through Lucy's mind that she could not resist this force, because the woman asking the questions demanded that she tell the whole truth. The agent's next question was to find out whether the employee had shared information with anyone that was secret and belonged only to the guild. And then there was a pause in the room, and the suspect did not know what to do in this case because she could not tell that she had helped Callum and Chester. To get an answer, Felicia looked intently into the eyes of the other person and reminded her that she had to answer her question right now. And then the young lady waved her head from side to side and said that she did not share, and the thought flashed through her mind that she was actually selling information. Then the woman got to her feet and asked if Lucy knew that one of her colleagues had spread information about the guild to ordinary people. And then she began to tell the stories of some employees that would not arouse interest in the organization because they had nothing to do with information merger. Felicia tried to listen attentively for the first few minutes, but then her patience ran out and she looked down and asked him to stop. After that, the agent sharply looked up at the interlocutor and asked a very clear question about what kind of services the girl provided to Alpha Chester. The young lady quickly answered that she provides technical support and fixes technical problems when this man personally addresses her. After receiving the answer, Felicia immediately asked the next question, which asked whether the girl communicated with anyone else besides the Alpha to solve any problems. And this question made the young lady look down and bite her lip, because she knew for sure that she would not be able to lie now because she was being used as a spell. The agent continued to press the detainee to get a clear answer to her question, as it was one of the most important in the whole conversation. And Lucy could not stand such a tense situation, and therefore replied that she sometimes calls her cool boyfriend during work hours to flirt. And just a minute later, she told me that she would like to go on vacation with him because she had never been on a normal date in her entire life. The woman was initially shocked by such frankness, but at some point she stopped the story, saying that she did not care about the romantic relationships of her employees. Lucy, of course, fell silent, and the thought flashed through her mind that she was very close to telling everything about her communication with Callum. Gene decided that this was the end of their conversation, so he thanked Lucy for her time and told her that she could leave the office. After everyone was interrogated, the young man said that they could not get ahead because no one confessed to them, and Felicia had a different opinion. The young man did not immediately realize who exactly he was talking about, so he remembered a completely different employee who appropriated part of the funds that came to the guild. Felicia explained that it would be easier for them to have conversations if they explained to the employees why they started this, and then the questions would be more specific. The men disagreed with this assumption because they could not make such a large group of people aware of the investigation. Ray, lighting a cigarette, emphasized that the Fae were already starting to spread the word, so it would be bad if everyone knew that there were problems within the guild. After all, then all supernatural beings will begin to undermine the entire system of organization. And as soon as they succeed in destroying it, they will start a great war among themselves, during which each race will fight with the others to demonstrate its strength and power, and of course, to gain power over the others. After this story, Jean asked if Ray had managed to find magic traces on the employees' workplaces while they were in a personal conversation with him. The blonde man exhaled the smoke and said that he had noticed some of his subordinates had personal watchers, but generally speaking, he hadn't found anything suspicious. The young man said that he didn't like it, and a second later added that sometimes you can't find anything because there is nothing to look for. Leaning against the wall of the office, Ray said with a slight smile that for some reason he didn't think his colleague believed what he had just said. And the guy agreed with these words, after which he pointed to Lucy's case and said that they needed to look at it more closely, calling it his intuition. At this time, Callum was in the forest, using his device to test it during the movement, and this time, he did everything perfectly. With a joyful smile on his face, he said out loud to himself that the device worked even better than he had imagined, so he could safely use it. Of course, he realized that this object was not the same as the one used by the sorcerers in the guild, but he had already managed to get rid of the side effects of nausea and dizziness. After that, he took the object out of the ground and decided to bring it to Alpha Chester, and as soon as he receives the funds, the young man wants to start working on the bunker. But before all that, he decided to call Lucy to tell her everything, and to do so, he quickly took his phone out of his sweater pocket. As soon as he dialed the saved number, he heard the operator's voice apologizing and informing him that the number was currently unavailable. And this immediately aroused Callum's suspicion that something might have happened to the girl, or that she had been caught with evidence of their work together. And looking around, he began to wonder if it was safe to call the number they had previously used to communicate and negotiate. The young man began to worry that right now, the guild could track his location and send people to catch him. So he decided that he needed to destroy the phone immediately because he could not let himself get caught this time, because he might not have a chance to escape. When he got to the motorcycle, Callum decided to first go to the point where Chester had left the money, and once he picked it up, he would flee the place. And before he set off, he told himself that this time he needed to remain vigilant, and then he would be able to do everything right. Arriving at the parking lot, the young man stopped and realized that half a day had already passed and he still hadn't heard from Lucy, so he was worried about her safety. Taking out his new phone, he began to look at the screen, wondering what he should do, and even the idea of calling Chester came to him. However, raising his head in front of him, Callum began to ask himself to calm down because the girl often changes her numbers for safety, so now she might be doing just that. So, throwing his bag over his shoulder, he decided to finish selling his product first, and then he would wait a little longer for the young lady to appear. Upon entering the room, the young man quickly found the box he needed and proceeded to open it and collect the payment for the object. After taking the bag with the gold, the guy realized that this money could be enough for him until his retirement, if he could hide all this time. However, he couldn't help but think that Lucy hadn't been in touch for so long that the thought had crossed his mind and that Chester could have been caught with her. And at that very moment, Callum's phone began to ring loudly, and as soon as he picked up the phone, Lucy greeted him and apologized for not missing the call. At first, the young man was very excited to hear the girl's voice, and then he asked if she was okay, explaining that he was very worried about her. The young lady replied that she had a lot of work to do, plus, she needed to check that all her devices were clean and that the guild was not following her because of. After a short pause, the lady added that she did not want to take any risks because the organization could easily add a bug to her devices. Callum assumed that the agency's employees decided to turn everything upside down because they still can't find and catch him. Closing his eyes and rubbing his neck, the boy apologized for adding more trouble to the girl because she was already helping him so much all the time. Lucy said that everything was fine, and then added that she had no idea that the organization could be so horrible with its system. The young lady was so engrossed in her work that she did not even realize at what point she began to tell how they were all interrogated today. In her head, she had images of the moment when they were all gathered on the first floor and began to call out numbers in turn to form a queue for communication. Suddenly, she remembered that during this, magic was used against them, which did not allow them to speak, so they stood silently all this time. Finally, she added that those who expressed dissatisfaction in the end were simply demoted and immediately transferred to other jobs. After hearing the words of support from Callum, Lucy continued to tell how as soon as she was in the office, she immediately realized that they wanted to get information about the fugitive. The interlocutor was even more interested because he wanted to know what she had told them, and the lady replied that she had told them about her whole life and was bored with it. The guy was happy that the girl had succeeded and said that if she had told everything, no one would have blamed her because he knew what it was like to be in the interrogation room. Suddenly, Lucy said in a serious tone that this interrogation made her change her views on many things. And after a short pause, she asked herself if she really hadn't noticed what the guild was all this time. Callum decided to speak out because at some point he remembered the words his grandfather had told him, and they were that evil rejoices as long as good does nothing. Afterwards, the young man emphasized that the girl did not sit still, but instead constantly helped him after they met. For the first few seconds, Lucy needed to understand the meaning of what she heard, and as soon as she did, she smilingly called the other person a superhero. Hearing such pleasant words, the young man said that the girl could say only one word and he would come and save her, and the young lady quickly thanked him for his concern. And suddenly Lucy remembered that she hadn't told one piece of news yet, but she immediately warned that it wouldn't be very good based on recent events. The young man immediately began to ask about what had happened, and the interlocutor reminded him of the couple that Callum had managed to save in the forest. And then she added that she managed to intercept a letter from the guild, and they caught them and are now taking them to one of their offices for interrogation. As soon as the vampire returned to his office, his assistant came to him and asked if he had any news, to which he replied that he had received a new disappointment from the guild. But then the man said with a smile on his face that he had been given a good idea today and was ready to use it in the near future. Gritting his teeth, he told the interlocutor that they had to search for the fugitive themselves and were lucky to know a person who was important to Callum. The young man assumed that this person could be Clara Langley, because it was because of her that he first attacked one of their nests to save the girl. The chief vampire confirmed these guesses and said that his subordinates should immediately set out to find this young lady or her entire family. After all, the man wanted these people to be brought directly to him so that they could deal once and for all with this Callum who had done them so much harm. A few hours later, 2 werewolves came to Alpha Chester and told him that the vampires had decided to head to Venuta to catch the sheriff and his family. The gray-haired gentleman was furious because he realized that it was only a matter of time before the vampires would come to that town because it was clear as day that they would move there. One of his subordinates decided to speak out and said that for some reason, he was sure that the enemies would return there immediately and would not postpone their visit for such a long period of time. Although Alpha Chester knew what kind of visit it was, he decided to ask if it was official, and his subordinates unanimously said that of course it was not. After that, the older gentleman leaned on the table and asked to call Jasper over to him, because he thought it was the best time to try out the new home bond. But before you do, the Alpha decided to call the sheriff and tell him that they've managed to find out that Venuta is going to be visited by a group of vampires unannounced. Chester went on to say that he thought the creatures were very angry because their mutual friend had failed to come to them to explain the circumstance. The interlocutor listened carefully and concluded from what he heard that these people decided to take revenge on them, so they needed to immediately come up with something to defend themselves. Holding his head, the sheriff began to ask the Alpha what they should do in this case, and suggested that they could gather all the werewolves and fight back. The main gentleman said that he had arranged for his friend and his family to live with him because this group of vampires was hunting them. The police officer did not like the idea because he was worried about the future of the town where he had lived for many years, and the Alpha asked him not to worry. And after a short pause, he said that he would go and deal with these vampires on his own, to make it clear that they cannot behave like this. After the conversation, Alpha Chester went to his room to change, and his wife came in and asked if vampires were really hunting for young Langley. The man continued to look through the hangars and said that it looked like someone had blabbed that Clara was the reason for the first attack on the vampire net. And if no one had kidnapped her, Callum would not have had to intervene, so we can assume that they want to kidnap her again in order to lure him out. The woman leaned against the wall and listened attentively, and asked if her husband needed her help because they worked together in such serious cases. The Alpha asked her to stay home and take care of Langley this time, and he and his pack would make sure Venuta was safe. The young lady approached Chester and began to adjust his jacket, asking him to be careful because when it comes to the safety of their people, he begins to act rashly. The man looked down and said that this is what every Alpha should do, because that's why everyone chose him as the main one to protect them and their safety. The woman smiled sweetly in response and agreed with these words, but finally asked that the man come back for dinner tonight. After that, They came to the basement where the other werewolves had already gathered, because it was in this place that they were to test the device Callum had given them. But first, the Langley family teleported here, and the sheriff approached the Alpha and thanked him for taking them in at such a difficult time for everyone. Chester turned his attention to the girls and said that his wife Lisa had just baked some delicious cookies so they could enjoy them before they rested. However, after a short pause, the Alpha told the police officer not to expect a long rest because he would quickly deal with the vampire. With a slight smile on his face, the interlocutor said that the gentleman would not have time to look around before the whole pack returned to the town to continue their work. Then Chester went to the device and asked Jasper if he was ready, and he said yes, because he had already sent all his subordinates. Then the magic expert said that the plate was not very large, so he had to ferry everyone in turn, but it was still a good way to move quickly. Therefore, the man emphasized that for such an ingenuity, we should thank the person who made it, because it is a really good device for personal use. After that, the Alpha said that as soon as they finished dealing with the vampires and Venutus, he would send a message to Jasper to teleport them back. On the same day, but in the late afternoon, a group of werewolves were in the Langley Cafe waiting for a group of vampires to come in. One of the werewolves, standing by the window, said that he had given instructions to his subordinates to inform them when the enemies would come to these lands, and then they would prepare for defense. Alpha Chester, folding his arms across his chest, addressed the members of his pack and said that vampires move very quickly, so werewolves must remain in their guises. However, the subordinates were worried that the chief had not yet transformed because he also had to be in full combat readiness to protect himself. At this time, a group of vampires had already approached the town, but before entering, they decided to discuss the plan they had made because without it, nothing good would come of it. The young man who was assigned to command this task received a message that everyone had already taken their position so they could act. Then the young man reminded his wards that they should remember that their speed is an advantage, so the results of the attack will be ready in a matter of minutes. At that very moment, one of the werewolves turned to the Alpha and reported that 10 unknown figures had been spotted on the outskirts of the town and were moving really fast. Chester waved his hand to the side and said that it was definitely the same vampires, so he ordered his men to quickly take their places for defense. But they must also be prepared to attack, because the enemies now expect the Langley family to be in this cafe, not a group of werewolves. That's why they have to take advantage of this opportunity, and after this instruction, the Alpha began to use his power, which he had not used for a very long time. In a matter of seconds, the man turned into a werewolf, and angrily emphasized that he would not allow anyone to insult his people now or ever in the future. A few minutes later, vampires came crashing in through the windows of the cafe, clearly not expecting to be met with such a surprise in the form of worthy opponents. Some time passed after the fight started, and one of the vampires turned to the leader and said that there was no girl here, and he realized that they had somehow learned about their arrival. Watching the last vampire being killed by the Alpha guy himself, he said that they had definitely lost this battle, and there was no chance of winning. Therefore, the main attacker had nothing to fear and nothing to lose, and so he turned to Chester with a sly smile, emphasizing that he had finally come out of the shadows. And accelerating behind the werewolf, the guy decided for some reason that he could deprive Chester of his head and bring it to his leader as a trophy. Even though one of the werewolves managed to warn the Alpha about the attack took place, and bright red blood began to drip from him onto the floor in small drops. The opponent was quite angry because he was attacked by a vampire who for some reason decided that he could destroy someone like him. He was still standing in front of me, with a smile on his face, offering to agree to part ways as they were, and not hold grudges against each other. But of course, Chester would never agree to that in his life, so he tore the young man apart in 1 second and then ordered his men to destroy the rest. As soon as everything was finished, all the werewolves returned to their normal human bodies and began to clean up everything that had happened here a few hours ago. One of his subordinates approached the Alpha and asked him how he was feeling and if he needed any help or medical support. The man replied that in order to destroy his avalanche, the vampire leader would have to send more people than just one wayward boy. So then the chief asked about the condition of his men, and they said that some of them had a few scratches and bruises, but in general, everyone was in a satisfactory condition. Then they approached the device and looking at it, realized that thanks to it, they were able to enter the place unnoticed and set a trap for the vampires. After that, the chief werewolf gathered all his people together and emphasized that thanks to them, Venut is now free from vampires and their terrible influence. The next morning, Callum started doing push-ups in his hotel room, either because he hadn't done any exercise in a long time. Having done 80 push-ups in 2 minutes, the young man was very happy about it because this exercise used to be very difficult for him. Then, while toweling himself off, he began to think that he had really had a lot of work lately and hadn't been taking the time to develop his physicality. And then he came to the conclusion that magic is really a good thing, but it cannot always be used, so you need to watch your physical condition. But on reflection, the young man suggested that he might never have to experience the lack of mana at all, since he wanted to live near one of the portals. After all, even now he can feel the mana circulating around him, and because of this, he feels as if he is constantly on caffeine. So while showering, Calum dreamed that when he built his own bunker, he would be able to provide himself with everything he needed without anyone's help. And another advantage is that his portals no longer have distance restriction, because he has a lot of necessary energy to use it further and further. Because he has enough of everything, it becomes easier and easier to use and apply everything, and it brings pleasure rather than torment. After taking a shower, he went back to his room and sat on the bed, closing his eyes and thinking that it was a sin not to dream about such a life. At this time, Ray, standing next to his partner Felicia, addressed her with the fact that she had taken and used something he had asked her not to do in the near future. With her arms folded across her chest and a smile on her face, the young lady said that it gave her great pleasure and was also very comfortable. After all these people in the room are doing all the dirty work, and at the same time, they can afford to sit back and do nothing for a few hours. The blonde didn't like it anyway, because they weren't resting. They were watching these mesmerized workers, and so they couldn't relax. Felicia waved her hand and offered to go eat, emphasizing that people would be paid well for this work and would not even remember what happened to them. As soon as they were about to leave the room, one of the employees approached them and first apologized for the inconvenience and then showed them the folder. When he was given the opportunity to speak, he said that while reviewing the reports they had been given, he noticed a very interesting pattern of behavior that at first glance did not seem strange. Ray was already interested in this and told the boy to continue, so he began to clarify whether the whole story really began with the destruction of the vampire nest in Venuta. After receiving confirmation, the employee showed the folder to the agent and said that today's attacks are becoming more and more calculated and sophisticated. Looking through the information on the sheets, the man could not quickly understand what the interlocutor was trying to tell him and what it could do for them. And the guy explained that Callum learns very quickly, and from a beginner, he has already become a professional criminal, so he is much more dangerous than they can imagine. And after a short pause, the employee added that such people love to be on top, so they don't see any limits behind all their achievement. Then the young man drew an analogy with an ordinary person who accelerated on a bicycle and, before he could slow down in time, fell and broke his leg. But if you say it in the language of a sorcerer, you can imagine what can happen after he casts a spell that he cannot control. Ray was interested in these thoughts, so he sincerely thanked the employee and gave him the folder and asked him to go and review the reports in the future. Felicia looked after the guy and said that maybe they were getting more out of these people than they could have imagined. After that, the blonde man loudly addressed the employees and said the records and logs that showed Callum's interaction with any member of the guild. After a short pause, he added that it could be anything, whether it was a call or an email or some encrypted documents in general. Therefore, if someone sees the name Callum on any sheet, they should immediately notify the agent and show these documents. Then the man approached one of the guys sitting at the computer and asked him to check the money transfers of the organization and each employee again. Bringing his eyebrows together, the blonde emphasized that in such cases, money plays a very important role, without which no one will waste their time. At that time, Jasper came to Lucy, and in his bag, he brought a monetary reward for her work, so he asked how she wanted to be paid. The girl raised her hand and said she was ready to take the gold bars because she would send them to an exchange office where she knew people. Before handing over the bag, the man asked the young lady to be careful not to give people from the guild a reason to track her down and find her. Lucy said that she didn't need to be reminded of this because she already knew everything, so no one could catch her with any evidence. At this time, Callum was sitting on the bed looking at the small round white stones and saying to himself that they really do a lot of good. Then he recalled how he managed to collect these objects, and now he realizes that it was worth it and is now bearing fruit. In a few days, the young man had already managed to place teleportation objects in various important cities, and the only thing left to do was to figure out what to do with the remains of the Mardi. Of course, he knew that he had to keep a few for himself just in case, but he still had a lot of them. So he decided to call Lucy, and as soon as they greeted each other, they began to find out if everyone was doing well and if the guild was bothering them. The girl said that they had been given a whole list of additional rules, which made the schedule go astray, and that the managers allowed themselves to yell at everyone just because they wanted to. Callum scratched his head and apologized for giving her a bit of work. Then he emphasized that the organization has been very focused on him lately. The interlocutor, rising to her feet, added that they were all sent on paid leave while the entire management team was investigating. And then the guy said that he was surprised that she was in the office during all the inspection, if she had such a job that she could work remotely. The lady said that her management was too old to understand what remote work is, especially since they can keep a close eye on everyone in the office. Then Lucy exhaled loudly and said that of course she likes to relax, but the problem is that she doesn't know what to do with herself during this time. Callum listened to this minor complaint and suggested that the girl go to the movies to take her mind off all the work. She liked the idea, but remembered that she had no one else to go with besides Chester, and it was hard for the guy to believe that she had no friends. Then the young lady began to explain that the serious wizards in the office thought that she was not useful and therefore assumed that she was not working well. But she doesn't like to talk and socialize with ordinary people because she might accidentally talk about the guild. And finally, Lucy emphasized that talking to Caleb is the only way to at least somehow communicate with society. After that, the girl asked the young man how he was doing, and he remembered Chester and asked the young lady if he would be willing to buy another item for teleportation. The interlocutor replied that he would be happy to make such a purchase because he really liked the object, so she decided to connect them right now. Callum wasn't very happy about the fact that the girl was having a group conversation, and Chester was shocked by it and didn't understand what was happening for the first few seconds. So all the werewolf could say was to introduce himself, and then sat there waiting for someone to explain something to him because he was unable to solve this riddle. Then the boy greeted the man and said that he could offer him another teleporter, and the man agreed to it, but asked that this time the plate be larger. The interlocutor replied that he would try to do it, and then added that it would be the last one he could do. At this time, Chester replied that 2 would be enough for them. Then Callum turned to Lucy and asked if she could find a new place where he could leave the goods, and the young lady replied that she would be happy to do so. After that, there was an awkward pause between the three, which the girl decided to break by asking if any of them had played any games, and they realized that this was the end of the conversation. At this time, in an unknown location, a giant buffalo-like monster was chasing Gale and shouting that she would not be able to escape from it no matter how much she wanted to. After all, it will destroy everything around it until it has nowhere to hide, and the girl standing a few meters away heard it all perfectly well and did not understand what she was doing here at all. Then the young lady hid behind a tree trunk and began to watch what her opponent would do while he tried to pick up a large stone. And as soon as he managed to do it, he launched it right into the very tree where Gale was standing, and after that, the girl had to run away again into the depths of the forest. Running for a long time was not easy for her, so she gritted her teeth and asked herself to remember the workout she had been doing recently to develop her endurance. But with all this, she was trying to gather a lot of her viz in her hand while moving in order to attack the attacker and slow down his run a little. Therefore, in the last minutes, she abruptly stopped in her tracks and, directing the flow of energy, began to use the technique that Callum had taught her during their meeting. But since the creature was very large in size, it took a lot of personal strength and energy to overcome the attacker. And in a moment, it ran out of supplies, and in a matter of minutes, the creature moved away from the attack and began to smile slyly, giving a sign that it would destroy it again. Gale did not know what else she could do in this case, so she simply put her hands in front of her to protect her head and face from the attack. After that, the room was informed that the simulation was over and the young lady could feel safe and relax a little. The gray-haired gentleman, who was in the room with the young lady, said that she had failed the test again, and this time, he had made the opponent weaker. He then emphasized that it had to do everything in the best possible way and said that he was ready to run the simulation again today to do so. But Gale had no desire to continue, so she began to head for the exit, saying that she had had enough of these tests and training for today. And just before leaving, the girl angrily told the man not to speak to her in such a tone in the future because she was the granddaughter of an influential family. After a short pause, Gale said that if he could not teach her everything she needed to know, then he should stand silently and just watch. As soon as the young lady went out into the hallway, she met a blonde woman who first greeted her with a wave and then asked how the training went. Gale said that everything went terribly and then added that she did not want to work for the Secret Service, and the interlocutor said that everything would be resolved when Callum was caught. The girl looked down and began to say that she could not get used to this name because she had not been able to learn anything true about it in so many lessons. Then she asked if there was any news about him, And the blonde woman replied that after the situation in Miami, everything had quieted down, and now the guild could not find anything. Then they began to discuss with each other everything that had happened in the last few days, and a colleague suddenly remembered and told Gale that Callum was now calling himself a ghost. This only made the girl laugh, so she asked the interlocutor to tell her any new information that would be received about this fugitive. The blonde woman asked what she planned to do, and she began to say that she had never planned to study destructive techniques and that her future and ties to her family had been destroyed because of this. Therefore, she decided to meet him one last time to find out why he did this to her and why he targeted her. A week has passed since then, and Callum came to the storage room and opened one of the boxes and saw the contents and realized that everything he needed was there. After opening the lock of the black bag a little, he saw gold bars inside, and it was the payment from Chester for another teleportation plane. Putting on the hat, the young man was very happy because he now has such a life, but he was also curious about what the Alpha was going to do with these objects. At that time, Chester gathered his subordinates in one place late in the evening, called in a magic expert, and asked if the device was ready to go. One of the werewolves replied that the task was not easy, but they did their best to accomplish it, so now everything is ready. Jasper asks the Alpha if he is sure of his plan, because the fight with the vampires was only a week ago, and it could be dangerous to attack them again. Chester, folding his arms across his chest, emphasized that now is the best time to attack, because the main vampire has not yet had time to recruit new subordinates, so there will not be many of them in the estate. The magic expert looked down and did not share this idea, but he said out loud that he was ready to do whatever the Alpha asked because it was his job. After that, the gray-haired gentleman invited several werewolves to place themselves on the plates so that he could move them to the right place. As soon as the group was in the mansion, his subordinates asked where they were, and Chester said that they were in the basement so that no one would know about their attack. Before heading to the upper floors, the Alpha warned his men not to turn into werewolves so that this incident would not be associated with them. Then they split into two small groups to attack the mansion from different sides and then meet in the central part. A few minutes later, everyone went to their respective points, and Chester hid behind the wall in the corridor and waited for one of the vampires who was on duty there today. As soon as he got closer, the gray-haired gentleman suddenly jumped out of the corner and pushed the young man against the wall, covering his mouth so that he could not scream. Each of the werewolves continued to appear as a human and at the same time attack enemies who were peacefully resting or working without suspecting any. The one who went with Chester didn't even have time to get down to business because the man himself was able to deal with all the creatures that came their way. And suddenly the young man said that at the end there was a room with a weapon warehouse where there were two more vampires, and the Alpha decided to entrust it to the boy so that he could also take part in the battle. He also wanted to get to know the leader of this group as soon as possible, so he headed straight for his office with a confident and serious expression on his face. At this time, the chief vampire was sitting at his desk trying to contact his servants by phone, who had not brought him tea for a very long time. And then, at some point, the door to the office opens abruptly, and it turns out that it was knocked open by Chester, who came to destroy Lavin. At first, the vampire was shocked by what happened, but when he got to his feet, he realized why he hadn't been able to contact his people for several minutes. The gray-haired attacker said with gritted teeth that it was all over for the enemy because he was alone in this estate without his subordinate. However, Lavin was not in a hurry to get upset about this, but rather began to prepare for the battle, so he took out a blade that could destroy the werewolf. After the weapon demonstration, the vampire jumped to the front so that he could definitely start a melee if it came to that. However, the vampire didn't even wait for an opportunity to attack, and when he swung, he felt that his opponent had repelled the attack and continued to stay with a strange expression on his face. So, Lavin decided to piss him off a bit and asked him with a smile on his face if the Alpha really thought he could win the battle without transforming. Hearing these words, Chester threw the enemy away from him and, wiping his face, asked him to start a decent fight, because that is why the attackers came to his house. The gray-haired interlocutor replied that Lavin was not worth transforming for him, because he could defeat him in this form. And then the man began to talk about how he could make his opponent die, and the other man seemed to listen attentively, but still did not fully understand anything. And suddenly, in a moment, he felt a sharp, thin blade pass through his right side, and you could see both fear and confusion on his face. After that, the victim slowly fell to his knees, holding his wound, and Chester approached him and said that this case would serve as a lesson for Lavin. And he began to explain that this gentleman puts himself above his subordinates who carry out his orders, but werewolves are different in this way because they fight together. Hearing all these words, the main vampire quietly asked to be destroyed, and not to be forced to listen to any preaching before his death. After the Alpha had done his job, he turned to his men and said that they needed to clean up the place so that no one would realize that it was them. A few days after the incident, one of the employees approached Ray with documents and said that he had found something important. And as soon as he was allowed to speak, the young man said that one of the employees tried to hide a lot of gold bars, but she did not succeed. And then Lucy's name pops up in the document, where it says that she tried to exchange several bars in different exchanges around the city. The blonde agent, having received such a strong lead, began to smile happily because the case would finally move forward, so he thanked the assistant for his work. The next morning, she came to work in her work clothes, and as soon as she entered the office, she was surprised to see that no one was there. This alarmed the young lady a bit, and she began to wonder if she had really read the letter correctly, which said that everyone had to come to work. So at first, Lucy even thought about going home, but then decided that since she was here, she could have a coffee and sit at her computer. Sitting at her desk, she covered herself with a small pink blanket and turned on the one episode of the TV show she hadn't had time to watch yesterday. Suddenly, the young lady felt something strange in the air and began to look around to see if someone else had come or if she was imagining things. After a few minutes, Lucy realized that something was wrong and reached for the phone and heard Felicia's voice asking her to stay put. The sorceress came closer and used her power to immobilize the detainee, but Ray said that the girl was suspected of conspiring with Callum. After pausing, the agent said that from that moment on, the girl was deprived of the rights and obligations associated with the guild and would be immediately imprisoned. The young lady gritted her teeth and couldn't say anything because of the effect of the magic on her, but her mind was racing with a whole bunch of thoughts about this incident and the ambush. At this time, Callum was sitting quietly at his laptop, rereading the information and studying which cities are the supernatural centers of the country and what kind of creatures live there. But he was unable to find any specific figures on the population, so the guy assumed that it was definitely the guild controlling it all so that no one would know. So the young man decided to call Lucy to ask her. When he picked up the phone, he was surprised that she did not pick up for a very long time. And as soon as someone spoke on the other side, Callum immediately realized that it was not his friend's voice, because it was a man who was speaking to him specifically. Hearing silence in response, the agent decided to first introduce himself and say that he was talking to the sorcerer on behalf of the Guild of Magical Settlement. And finally, he added the phrase that Lucy was staying with them all this time, and the guy just kept silent because he was shocked that the girl had been exposed and caught at all. So he was overwhelmed with emotion and, out of anger, he simply smashed the phone with one hand, after which Ray was informed that the call was over. The agent then asked if they were able to trace the call, and the employee replied that they hadn't because the call ended before they could get on the trail. Felicia suggested calling again, and maybe he would pick up the phone, but her colleague was not so sure and said it would be a waste of time. After that, he drew his eyebrows together and emphasized with a sly smile that they had already fulfilled their main task, which Jean had set for them. And it turned out that simultaneously with the execution of one, they began preparations for the other, namely, a trap in the form of a detained girl who was constantly helping him. At this time, Callum buried his face in his hands and began to get angry with himself because he could not understand how he could have allowed this to happen and blamed it on himself. And all because he was sure that when the girl passed the first interrogation normally, she was no longer in danger, and then everyone relaxed too much. Then, sitting down at the table, the young man began to think about how exactly they were able to track her and what evidence they would show to link the two of them. Not realizing this, Callum decided to destroy all of his phones and laptops first, so that they would not be able to get on his trail using these devices. Looking at the broken devices, the guy realized that everything they would find in Lucy's room could be linked to him, so he began to think about whether he should disappear or do something about it. The young man clearly understood that he could buy a new identity card and had enough money to live well, but he could not leave the girl sitting in that white room. He was also once imprisoned there, and he was not happy to be there, and he does not know how she will be treated after what they found out. As he packed his bag, Callum remembered that he had promised the young lady to protect her even if she was attacked by the guild, but he knew he couldn't do it alone. At this time, Clara and the sheriff were taking boxes of unnecessary things out of the facility and chatting sweetly about everything they could. The girl emphasized that if a relative wants to come to her establishment every day and eat free donuts, he should help her with these boxes without cooing. The gray-haired gentleman realized that he had no chance of getting out of this job now, so he told the girl that he understood. Suddenly, the lady dropped 2 boxes she was carrying on her own, and the sheriff asked her to be more careful going forward because these items almost landed on his foot. Seeing the strange expression on Clara's face, the man could not understand what she could see in front of him, so he turned his gaze forward to see for himself. It turns out that Callum himself showed up at their establishment, and after greeting the police officer, said that he needed to talk to Alpha Chester. At this time, the detained girl was transferred to the interrogation room, and 2 agents were already sitting there, one of whom was Felicia, who asked the lady to introduce herself. Then the woman asked how long Lucy had been working for the guild, and she looked down and quickly answered that it had been a little over 10 years. The next question the agents asked was to find out what position she held in the organization, and Lucy again quickly answered that she was an IT specialist. And after the general questions, Felicia asked whether the detainee was somehow related to the person who now calls himself a ghost and is currently hiding from the guild. The agent then continued to use her force to ask questions, but they were already related to her work for Alpha Chester and whether she had disclosed secret information to the organization. Not getting an answer, Felicia continued to ask questions, and this time, she wanted to know if there was a possibility that Lucy had a grudge against the magical community. The detainee was barely able to keep from being tense because she did not understand how she could have been declassified at all and what she should do in this case. The female agent continued to press the young lady with her questions and finally told her to tell them everything she knew about the fugitive sorcerer named Callum. In just a few minutes, the wizard was sitting across from the Alpha, who had no idea that their meeting would take place today, and asked what had happened. The young man, folding his arms on the table, said that he had come here because of Lucy, because he had recently called her, and it was not her, but a man who picked up the phone. The gray-haired interlocutor said that the guild had taken her into custody yesterday, so it was unclear how long they had been following her to get the evidence they needed. After a short pause, the Alpha added that most likely the young lady had already been interrogated and learned about the plates that Callum had made for him and his pack. Then the guy started asking if the gentleman knew where Lucy was being held and how many people were guarding her, and Chester could not give a quick answer because the question was complicated. And he began to explain that even if he didn't love the girl, he couldn't just send the young man to a place where a bunch of people were hunting him, so he had to come up with a plan first. From these words, Callum drew his conclusions that he did not need to wait for help from these people, and therefore, without hiding his emotions, he expressed them loudly by leaning on the table. The sheriff angrily asked the guy to watch his language, but the Alpha said that he did not say that, but only emphasized that the situation was very difficult. And he began to explain that he had werewolves working for the guild, but if he flew in so suddenly and without thinking, their safety could be at risk. And then the man began to say that they were not some kind of vigilante group, so they could not attack the guild, because it would be the beginning of a great war in which the werewolf did not want to participate. However, folding his arms across his chest, Chester added that, on the other hand, he is ready to make certain concessions, but they should be hidden from prying eyes. Callum began to wonder what the other man was suggesting, and in a cautious and calm tone, he began to encourage the young man to obey his orders. The guy did not agree to this at first, because he was used to working independently and not being subordinate to anyone, and so he said that he was only asking for help and not looking for a boss. The Alpha slammed his fist on the table in anger and began to clarify that the boy really thought he was some kind of bad warrior who couldn't plan anything worthwhile. Callum said that he did not think so. Then he took off his mask and said that he was ready to share with them some of his plans for Lucy's release. Chester realized that there was no other way they could come to an agreement, so he got to his feet and agreed to the proposal to move forward. And the young man began to tell me that he knew that one of the guild offices was deep in the forest, and it was simply impossible to get there on your own, so you definitely need to teleport. The only thing he doesn't know yet is what these people are up to, because all the elite guards are gathered in that very place and stationed around the perimeter of the building. Then Callum took out a roll of paper and added that there was a map of the entire room, but it might be a bit outdated, so don't rely on it too much. Then the boy gave the Alpha a small round beacon and asked one of the werewolves to place it indoors, but in a place where no one would find it. The man replied that he could do it without any problems, and then asked what the other man should do, and he confidently replied that he would go to save Lucy. That same night, she sat on the floor with her legs tucked under her and her head resting on them, thinking about how she could have ended up in this life. Then she continued to repeat out loud her full name and the position she has held in the guild for about 10 years of continuous work for them. Suddenly, a visitor who spoke in a woman's voice appeared next to the cell and, seeing the condition of the detainee, asked what these people had done to her. The visitor then put her hand on Lucy's head and said that she might not need to do this, but her conscience would not allow her to leave her in this state. After a few minutes of exposure to the healing magic, the young lady regained consciousness and began to ask questions about her hands to find out what had happened to her. But first, she turned her head to her assistant and asked who she was and why she was here. And the girl replied that she was Gale and she had not come to harm. After that, the stranger asked if the detainee knew Callum and Lucy. Rising to her feet, replied that she had talked to him on the phone but had never seen him in person. Then the lady turned her gaze to the side and said that she did not know what to say anymore because she had already said everything she knew. The interlocutor explained that she didn't care what Lucy told the agents because she was interested in why the young man taught her destructive healing and why he ruined her life. Lucy, watching Gale, said that she did not know anything about destructive healing, but then added that if it could help the young lady in any way, she did not think that Callum meant to harm her in any way. The visitor grabbed the bars and said that she did not believe Lucy because, as she put it, the whole family had turned away from her because of this accident. The detainee did not believe in any bad words about her boss, so she shook her head from side to side and said that he was definitely not a bad person. Gale gritted her teeth and asked angrily if this young man would come here to save the young lady from the hands of the entire guild. Lucy quickly replied that this could be true, and the organization knew about it. Hearing these words, the visitor said that she would stay here to wait for him. At this time, Ray came to the room of one of the main men who was looking at the document and asked if they were sure that Callum would fall for this trap. The agent replied that this must happen because the people who are important to this young man must always be safe, so he will come to save Lucy. The interlocutor still demanded more specific explanations because his daughter was detained, and now all the people of the guild consider her a traitor. But the father was so angry with his daughter that he signed papers to disown her in order to have no further ties with the young lady. Although it pained him to do so, he was sincerely convinced that she had been humiliating the name of their respected family in recent years. Therefore, in order to quickly complete the agent's visit, the man got up from his chair, shook hands, and asked him to relieve him of this girl's duties as soon as possible. As soon as Ray got outside, he happily showed Felicia the documents he had managed to sign to ensure that Lucy would not be associated with any wizarding family. However, when the man came closer, he did not see any reaction on his partner's face, so he asked her how she felt and if she needed help. My colleague replied that she had just been thinking a lot lately, and then it occurred to her that they might be hiding the detainee in the wrong place. Anne suggested that it would be better to hide her in the territory of the Fae. Ray listened carefully and asked which king they could address with this request. The interlocutor looked at Ray and said that her family would definitely nominate the right candidate, but he would be a fool to agree to it. The blonde didn't really understand, so he simply emphasized that Felicia starts talking about her family when she is overwhelmed with excitement. And the girl confirmed these words, because she had nothing to hide at all, because the whole thing does not seem as easy as it might seem at first glance. And then the colleague added that it is possible that the fact that Callum is a wizard is not the most important, but it may turn out that he has Fae blood in him. The interlocutor leaned against the wall and began to light his cigarette, emphasizing that there was nothing they could do about it now. So then Felicia asked if their plan would work for sure, and her partner exhaled the smoke and said that they should succeed. As soon as the two agents returned to their workplace, they were met by Jean, who welcomed them back with a smile on his face. After that, he turned to the girl and asked if she could use magic to influence her, and she simply waved her head from side to side to avoid answering. Jean was a little upset because now they would have to go to King Raveb because he was almost the only one who was not involved and to whom they could turn. Ray decided to wade into these thoughts and asked why they should use influence magic at all if they had coercion magic at their disposal. The main guy replied that he was already thinking of a plan B, because if they still failed to catch anyone, then they would need to put more pressure on Lucy. The blonde agent was confused by these words because he did not know where to put more pressure on the girl, since she had already endured mental interrogation. Jean asked his colleague not to be a doormat because they still needed to come up with another plan, given how resourceful their opponent was. Ray pointed at a large group of people and asked if the chief gentleman really thought that a ghost could pass unnoticed through these wizards. The boy began to explain that they shouldn't rule out other betrayals because they already knew that Callum had made a deal with one of the Fae King and Alpha Chest. Therefore, given the number of people around them, one cannot rely on everyone with certainty, and one cannot rely on the fact that there was only one traitor. The blonde man put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully that he might call Jean paranoid, but he was understandable, given all the ghost's business. At the end of this conversation, the chief said that in any case, the agents had to choose their own weapons for protection, so they could go to the warehouse right now. At this time, all the most powerful beings gathered once again at a large round table to discuss everything that is happening now. Gale's grandfather, folding his arms across his chest, said that everyone here wants to get Callum, but it is clear that this guy is clearly not enough for everyone. Duval decided to speak next to say that this fugitive was a space wizard and should be taken by her. Another member of this meeting emphasized that no one had been able to catch this spatial fugitive, so he asked how his colleagues proposed to capture him. The woman replied that she would hide this young man in a device that dries out the whiz and force her people to cast spells on him for decades. As soon as the young lady wanted to continue her story, she was interrupted by Jean, who bowed and said that they had managed to take the teleportation plates from Alpha Chester. Then the young man put his hands forward and emphasized that they all knew that this gentleman was playing a game against them, but even so, the Alpha was not willing to start a war. After that, a new representative of the vampires decided to have his say, saying that after Callum had killed many of his relatives, they had never received monetary compensation. Jean replied that as soon as they found out who exactly worked with the attacker, they would take into account all the wishes of the vampire family. Then another member of the meeting said that he had studied all the reports and documents, and he could not say exactly how Callum makes his attacks, but it seems that he invents everything himself. Gale's grandfather could no longer sit still, so he jumped to his feet and began to say angrily that they could wipe out a city to get rid of this fugitive. But not everyone agreed with this proposal, so they began to ask Duval whether it could somehow suppress the boy's spatial ability. The woman looked down and replied that the effect of her power would affect him like any other sorcerer, even though this magic is considered special. Then they all came to the conclusion that each of them must be ready to break any spell that Callum might cast. Finally, Duval said that this fugitive was a heretic and nothing more, so once he was in their hands, no matter in what condition, he would never leave. At this time, the boy came to a small cave and entering it, began to use force to create his own portal. While doing all this, he replayed in his head the last conversation with Chesterleb, who had warned him that people in the guild were already waiting for him there. The young man pretended not to understand what the other man was talking about, and the man explained that all the sorcerers and creatures he had annoyed were already waiting for him in this trap. Callum, having listened carefully to this warning, replied in a calm and at the same time serious tone that he would be able to defend himself, so there was no reason to worry. The Alpha put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he believed him, but still wanted him to hear that it would not be like destroying a vampire nest in Venuta. And it won't be as easy as he did when he stole a pair from one of the guild bases, because this time everyone there is definitely preparing for his appearance. And all because Callum has declared war on them, and so they will use every resource to finally catch him and keep him for the rest of his life. However, their ideas will not end there, and they will use each of their agents to help catch the fugitive who appears. After a short pause, Alpha added that even all the main members of the organization will take their places and wait to close the one who brings them problem. After listening to everything carefully, the guy said that he knew about all this, and it was not enough to stop him, so he confidently stepped into his portal. 5 minutes earlier, Callum had been standing in the right place and looking at his watch every few seconds, because Chester should have sent a confirmation by now. That's why the boy was worried that if the Alpha couldn't place the plates for teleportation, their plan would simply collapse, and then they would have to come up with a new one. However, at some point, the young man decided that he needed to calm down and relax a bit because he had already thought it through 1,000 times, so everything should work out perfect. Moreover, he has the necessary supplies with him, so he will definitely come up with something new if he fails to do everything according to the first plan. And while he was thinking about all this, his phone buzzed in his pocket, and as soon as he took it out, he saw a message that the parcel had been delivered. And after that, Callum realized that now he could definitely go on the road to start performing the actions that were already assigned to him. Arriving at the right place, the young man realized that he didn't have much time because there was a hot avalanche next to him that could cause heat stroke. So, having started working, the guy decided that he would first activate the plates for teleportation in order to use them as antennas. When he closed his eyes, Callum could see the room in front of him, but the effect was still not the same as being there in person, but that would have been dangerous for him. As he continued to look around the room, the young man realized that everything was blurry, and he could not always understand what kind of object it was. After walking through a few more rooms, he was able to find Lucy curled up on the floor, sleeping without even realizing it. After visiting a few more rooms, the young man realized that Chester had not lied to him when he said that there were a large number of agents guarding certain entrances. That's why Callum suggested that communication should be focused there, and he was pleased because the guild doesn't yet understand what its capabilities are capable of. After all, they are preparing for the attacks he has carried out before, but they will definitely not be ready for the explosion of a heated avalanche that will appear from nowhere And when he started using his strength, he knew that his main trump card was the element of surprise, so he had to do as much as he could in that time. At that time, one of the main men in the guild, sitting at his desk, asked his assistant how much time had passed, and she replied that it had been several hours. Then the gentleman asked about Ms. Duval, because she is the one who has a great desire to catch this fugitive, and he wants to know what she is doing now. The interlocutor, putting her hands behind her back, said that the woman was feeling uneasy now, so she started walking around the perimeter, trying to understand her feeling. The man closed his eyes and said that he could not blame this lady for anything because no one knew how long the guild would be able to keep so many sorcerers in one place. The assistant added with a serious expression that according to the reports she had seen, the attacker was going to start acting soon. And as soon as she finished the last words, she felt something strange through the door, and so they both assumed that Callum could already start his attack. As soon as they realized that lava was pounding the room, they panicked, but even so, the man gave orders to guard Lucy. Covering his face, the man wondered aloud how Callum could have mastered earth and fire magic, since it was not mentioned in the report he had read. When the llama stood up to get closer to them, the main gentleman created a protective bubble and invited his assistant inside and asked why the other groups did not respond. The girl holding the phone said that she thought the attack was on the communication system, so they were cut off from the others. Gale's grandfather was also surrounded by the avalanche, and, rising to his feet, he clenched his hands into fists and shouted angrily that he was going after Callum. Duval reacted a little more calmly, but she was still angry and spoke out loud so that the young man would not think that he could prevail over her. No one knew what they could do to stop this avalanche from moving around the room and allow them to get together. And as soon as they realized that they could not fight it, they began to move around in their protective spheres to understand where the attacks were coming from. Duval said with a serious expression that they were not leaving this room, because she would definitely feel Callum's presence. The other members could not understand how this was possible, and then began to think about where this young man might be now. As the boy continued to use his strength to move the avalanche into the room, Duval assumed that he could attack from underground. Even though Callum spent a lot of energy on it, he still kept holding on because he simply could not leave Lucy in the hands of these people. At this time, Jean Felicia and Ray, observing what was happening around them, also realized that only their fugitive could have done this. The blonde man told his colleagues to come closer to him so they could move to the camera to intercept the attacker. The main guy was not happy with this idea because his air energy should be here, but the area next to the cell is under the control of the archmages. Callum, in his seat, realized that the effect of surprise had already passed, so the people inside the room began to gather their strength to fight the lava. That's why he has to rescue Lucy now, because if he drags it out any longer, he won't be able to do what he's planning. Moving to the room where the girl was sitting in front of the camera, the guy realized that he still saw faintly, so he could barely see her. But the young man was still able to feel another person hovering over him for a while, and felt the energy that symbolized that he was a sorcerer. Callum was in no hurry to act because he really had a problem with blunted coordination, which made it impossible for him to reach the desired point. So the guy began to think about creating a portal that can accommodate a whole camera, but he doesn't know what he will do when that unknown person turns out to be an archmage. Lucy, sitting on the floor, suddenly noticed that something strange was happening in her steel cell, and in a matter of seconds she realized that it was a portal. At the same time, Duval was moving around the room with her assistants, trying to find Callum so that she could meet him first. As soon as the woman came to the cell where Lucy was sitting, she saw that it was empty and became even angrier because the guy was able to steal her from under their noses. Therefore, quickly turning to her men, the sorceress shouted to them to immediately go in search of the two before they covered their track. Suddenly, one of the assistants turned to the woman and said that he had found something and that he thought it might have been lost by the person who started the escape. When Duval picked up the object and examined it closely, she saw that it was a badge issued to all guild members. After it was all over, all the main people of the organization gathered in one office, and the first thing they did was blame each other for what happened. Duval explained that she was not a warlock, so Gale's grandfather had to keep no one in the detainee's cell to protect her. The gray-haired man did not like the fact that he was now being blamed for what had happened, because they all had certain responsibilities that they failed to fulfill. Jean, who was watching this conversation with his hands in his pockets, thought that these two were very scary when they were angry, so he would rather stand aside. The man continued to reproach the lady and emphasized that she should have evacuated the premises as soon as it started, and she replied that the attack lasted less than a minute, and there was no need for that. After these words, the gentleman began to calm down a bit and closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled, and asked how this Callum managed to get here. Another colleague finally decided to speak up and said that he thought the kidnapper was not even in the room. The gray-haired man turned his head to the interlocutor and began to clarify that the latter had activated the portal remotely, even though it was me who had done it. Duval, holding her head, said that she could think of several ways to pull off such a thing, but none of them would be successful. Therefore, we can conclude that Callum has done something impossible. The other members of the meeting called the ability to activate magic without personal contact a selective talent. The woman leaned on the table and angrily said that this guy was a heretic, and she did not know where he had learned, but what he was doing was beyond ordinary magic. At that moment, Ray entered the room and first apologized for disturbing us, and then said that he had found something important. Everyone wondered who this man was, and Jean explained that he was the agent who had been working on the case of the fugitive Callum for the longest time. Then everyone began to ask what exactly the blonde had found, but he did not tell them. Instead, he turned to the exit and invited them to go with him. When the agent arrived at one of the warehouses, he pointed to the boxes and said he didn't know what to do with them, so he thought Ms. Duval should help. However, everyone misunderstood him because the man was holding a small plate for teleportation and was wondering if it could be used to track Callum. Duval, having examined the object carefully, said that it would be impossible to reopen the portal, so Grandpa Gay insisted that she do everything possible to find the fugitive. At this time, Gail regained consciousness in the cave, having moved with Callum and Lucy, and while they were unconscious, they were already talking. It was the first time the two of them had met in person, and the girl even blushed a little because it's easier to have playful conversations on the phone than in person. The young man approached the lady and began to look at her carefully, asking if she had been injured by the people from the organization, and she replied that she was not physically injured. After that, she looked into the eyes of the interlocutor and emphasized that she knew he would come for her, so she did not doubt it for a second. Suddenly, someone who no one expected to see here intervened in this conversation, and the girl, looking at this sweet conversation, shouted to be paid attention to. It was Gail who put out her hand, where she had already used magic, and shouted for the guy to raise his hands and not try to stop her. Callum got to his feet and addressed the girl by name and asked her questions in order to find out what exactly this attacker was going to do. With a sneering smile on her face, the interlocutor replied with a reproach that Professor Brown should know what she was capable of. After that, Gail began to emphasize that the guy had ruined her life, and after listening to everything, he apologized, adding that he did not want such consequences. However, the young lady did not let him finish his sentence because, continuing to use magic, she said that since she worked for the guild, she was arresting the two for trying to escape. Callum still tried to remedy the situation, so he calmly asked if they had any other way out of it. Without waiting for an answer, the young man continued to say that he understood that healing magic was very dangerous, so he was sure that no one here wanted to fight. Then Lucy smiled sweetly and said to herself that she also did not want the two to fight each other, especially because their spells could hurt her. And suddenly Gail stopped using magic and rubbed her neck and said that she also agreed to settle the matter without a fight. Looking down, the girl added that the two of them were still criminals who had escaped from the guild, and she could not let them leave so easily. Lucy decided that she could reach the young lady by talking to her, so she emphasized that Gail was not a bad person in her opinion, so she could just listen to them first. As soon as the young lady said the last word, she abruptly fainted, falling on top of Callum, who was seriously frightened by what had happened because he did not understand why. And the first thing that came to his mind was that it was Gail who did something to Lucy, so he addressed her quite sharply, but the girl said that she had nothing to do with it. Then the guy put the victim on the ground and suggested that it could have been done by people from the guild, and that they might have implanted something in her body in case of escape. After scanning Lucy's body, the young man saw something similar to fey magic, so he turned to Gail and asked if she could use her skills to heal the young lady. At first, the interlocutor was not eager to help in any way, but after some thought, she decided to save the girl from death. After a few minutes of using his powers, Callum asked Gail if Lucy would be okay, and she said she would try to do her best to make sure she was. The young lady went on to explain that this situation was still more complicated than with an ordinary sorcerer, and that she did not see any external signs that would allow her to draw any conclusion. And after a short pause, Gail said that as far as she could tell, the victim was actually fine, and this made Callum wonder what was going on. The interlocutor explained that after examining Lucy's body, she did not see any wound, but noticed some kind of magical intervention, but it was too complicated for her to deal with on her own. So the assistant said that she would try to restore the girl's strength for the moment so that she could wake up and continued to communicate with them. A few minutes later, Lucy regained consciousness, and, holding her head, she slowly sat down on the ground and began asking questions to understand what had happened. Gale looked the victim in the eye and asked her how she was feeling, and the blonde woman answered sincerely that she was a little confused, but that she was generally fine. Then Callum helped this girl to her feet and began to thank Gale, emphasizing that he had put her in a slightly awkward position. The young lady folded her arms across her chest and turned her head to the side and said that she could not afford to look at the suffering of another person calmly. However, the guy said that he was actually apologizing for everything because he had heard rumors that she had been sent to some secret department after his advice. After a minute, the young man added that he did not do it on purpose, and he knows that he has no excuse for it, but finally he added that he did not know that there would be such consequences. These words made the young lady think about whether it was possible that he really knew nothing when he offered her an attacking technique during training. Then Callum said that as soon as everything was over, he was ready to take Gale home, but first he wanted to make sure that Lucy was safe. After that, he said that he had an idea how to cleanse the girl's body with magic, but he needed to prepare for it, so he asked if Gale could look after the victim. As soon as the guy said these words, there was a short pause in the cave because the girl did not know what to say, so he had to repeat the question. And the young lady, holding the blonde next to her, calmly replied that she would look after Lucy until he returned to them with a solution to the problem. Having created the portal, Callum first thanked them for their help and then added that he would be back in just a few minutes because it shouldn't take long. Getting on the motorcycle, the young man thought that his plan worked even better than he expected, but the only drawback was the magic inside Lucy. After all, without knowledge of the features and consequences of the spell, he will never be able to take her with him to one of his hiding places because he will not understand how to help her. Callum realized that Gale had managed to overcome this magic, whatever it was, but no one knew how quickly Lucy could get worse or what condition she would be in. Therefore, the guy clearly understood that he needed to get rid of these spells as soon as possible, because if he did not hurry, he could lose the girl forever. As soon as the young man found out that the magic inside Lucy came from the Fae, he decided to ask King Ferochar for another favor. However, along the way, the young man realized that now was not the time to become someone's debtor, even if he had definitely agreed to the offer. And because of this, Callum decided to move on to Plan B, and for this he would need to move Lucy to the portal world because the flow of power in that environment would be able to cleanse her of magic. However, this plan also has its drawback, as it is dangerous to go there right now when the guild is on high alert for an attack. Therefore, the guy has only one option, which he will stick to, and for this he thanked Sen, who told him about it at the first meeting. And as he continued to drive, Callum hoped that the boy had not lied to him that day when he told him about the sixth portal, which was now unguarded. In just a few minutes, the guy was able to get to the place he needed, and for the first few seconds, he just looked at the portal, hoping for the best. Putting his hands to his sides, the young man realized that he had studied some information about this place, but still did not learn as much as he would have liked. And the most confusing thing for the young man was that he did not find anything to explain why this place was considered empty and what exactly protected it in the distant past. However, after a few minutes, Callum realized that it didn't matter to him at all because there hadn't been people here for decades, so there was nothing to worry about. However, he was still not in a hurry to go inside. Instead, he continued to think about why this place had become like this, and why the guild was not interested in it. And after spending some more time thinking, the young man came to the conclusion that the more you think, the more you begin to realize that this portal really seems strange. And all because it is completely different from the ones he has seen with his own eyes before, because this portal is not like a door, but rather like a gap that distorts reality. As he stepped inside, Callum thought that he would like to learn more about this place, but at the moment, he didn't have time for that because he had to help Lucy. As time was running out, the guy decided that it would not matter to him whether it was worth it or not, but they had to do it. At this time, Lucy was sitting on the ground with her arms around her knees, and next to her was Gay, who was rubbing her neck and wondering what she was doing here. Moving her hand to her face, she thought that everything should have been different, and she asked herself questions to understand how she could have come to this. Because a few months ago, she was studying hard to have a good future, and now she is locked in a cave with a traitor to the organization. On top of all this, she is calmly waiting for the return of the most notorious criminal, whom the entire guild has been hunting for the past few months and hasn't been able to catch. As soon as the naked lady thought that she wanted to return home, a portal appeared nearby, through which Callum came. He immediately asked how the ladies were feeling, and the first to answer was Lucy, who happily said that everything was fine and asked if she could finally get out of here and stretch her legs. The guy waved his hand and said that they could both go through the portal now, and it should be safe for them, so they didn't need to worry once again. And the girls got to their feet without hesitation and, approaching the portal, simultaneously stepped inside to move to a new place. Pointing to the entrance to the 6th portal, the young man said with a slight smile that it was certainly not the most pleasant hike in the mountains, but they would have to accept it. Gale immediately realized what kind of place it was, and began to express her displeasure that Callum's idea was to lead them to this portal. The guy began to explain that this was the only thing he could think of to cleanse Lucy of magic, and reproached her for not giving him any other option. These words made Gay calm down a bit, but a minute later, she said that she refused to go inside because the guild has a strict ban on visiting this place. She explained that while the two of them could live their criminal lives in peace, she would clearly not be able to continue living in peace. Callum listened attentively, looked down at her head, and said without any objections that the girl could leave this place and return home. The young lady did not immediately believe it, so she asked again, and the young man explained that he had already done enough harm to her, so he would not force her to do something she did not want to do. He concluded by adding that then there would be no difference between him and the organization, and he has been avoiding this ever since he learned about the magical world. Then Callum created a portal, and said that as soon as Gale came out of it, she would have to walk another couple of kilometers to reach the nearest settlement. After listening carefully, the girl approached the portal with a wide smile, and looked at the guy, and said that she would remember this act of his all her life. Having made the first step, the young lady tried to wish the two fugitives good luck. But when she saw eyes glowing through the darkness in the place where she was supposed to get out, she quickly turned back. She immediately began to ask where exactly they had to go to enter the 6th portal, and Callum, being in a state of shock, could not understand what had happened. Lucy, on the other hand, was happy to see her mother back and emphasized that they should stay together now, to which the interlocutor replied that she would eventually find her way home anyway. After that, the young lady looked down and asked questions to understand how they were supposed to get down there because it looked very dangerous. Callum realized that he would not be able to drag them inside so easily, so he approached the girls from behind and suddenly pushed them in the back. As soon as everyone landed, the young man smiled happily and congratulated the ladies on their journey with the spatial wizard. Lucy, still sitting on the ground, angrily asked Callum if his tongue would go out when he told them what he had just done to them. And when she finished the last word, she threw up, and the guy kept smiling and said that he had completely forgotten to warn about this side effect of teleportation. Gale was feeling pretty good, so she was able to get to her feet quickly, and at first just watched the young man behave. As soon as Lucy was able to regain consciousness and began to feel better, they all began to look around to see what was inside. Suddenly, a blonde girl came up behind the guy and said that she could say with certainty that this was the strangest place she had ever been asked out. At this time, Callum scanned the body of the interlocutor and saw that his plan was beginning to work, and although slowly, the Fey magic was dissolving. Gale wondered how long they were planning to stay here, because she had read in books that portal worlds can have a negative impact on visitors. The young man replied that he would need to stay here for a while, after which he sat down and said that for now, he would try to collect some money for the enchantment. The sorceress decided to stop the young man and began to emphasize that visiting this place is forbidden for a reason, so he should not touch anything here. Callum began to say that maybe he really didn't need to, but he had no other choice because even the guild would allow it so that he wouldn't steal anything from them later. And as soon as he was about to touch the nearest stone, a small earthquake occurred in the portal, and the guy said that it was not good. Then everyone present began to hear something strange, and Gay assumed that for her it sounded like someone whispering quietly and incomprehensible. A few minutes later, Callum told the girls that he was able to track the presence of someone else, and immediately after these words, they all heard footsteps behind them. And they saw a bald-headed gentleman who was an arch-wizard, and he approached the three and asked if they could spare him their time.